This young man is beyond excited to be the first to attempt the challenge on the 600th floor. Before him lies a horde of monsters, but they are suddenly annihilated. The ones who attacked were the 9 stars, the most prominent figures among the millions who entered the tower, wielding magic and divine power obtained from the tower to achieve unmatched strength. They stopped Cha Jin-hyuk from reaching the 600th floor. This star, known as the Black Star, or Death Star, wasn't a weapon master or a deity, but the man who earned the title of the strongest. Cha Jin-hyuk brought forth an army of death, an avatar of death, a great soul master who valued power over peace and humanity. The 9 stars decided to execute Cha Jin-hyuk for betraying humanity. Though hailed as the strongest, Cha Jin-hyuk couldn't face the 9 stars alone and was punished as a traitor. But that's just the bedtime story Mom used to tell. Cha Jin-hyuk wasn't a traitor. He was betrayed by 8 of the 9 stars, who concealed the truth. 10 years have passed, and this young man sleeping until noon suddenly awakens, screaming, "Those damned 9 stars! I'll be back!" He's shocked. His secret skill actually worked. Soul transmigration, which when facing death transfers his soul to a more suitable body. Cha Jin-hyuk has returned in a new body. His burning desire for revenge against the Aries remains. On that day when Jin-hyuk was cornered, the holy knight Ken Pellin and the goddess Carmen Pellin used the circle of light to nullify his dark powers. Jin-hyuk wanted to know why they betrayed him, but Ken just looked down with a contemptuous smile, saying he was merely weeding out the unwanted. Choi Ji-hong, Jin-hyuk's friend and a star warrior of the Zodiacs, wasn't informed of their advance to the 600th floor, likely because they feared he would aid Jin-hyuk. Though frustrated, Jin-hyuk's eyes begin to open. He lost this time due to being outnumbered, but this isn't the end. He'll return stronger than ever, now fueled by revenge, ready to crush their souls. Just then, his phone rang. Jin-hyuk hadn't used it in ages, but it looked pretty fancy. He opened it to find that the year was 2023. 10 years had passed, but it felt like a short nap, and his skills were a bit rusty. Speaking of skills, Jin-hyuk tests out his new body, vaporizing an ugly fly, placing its remains in his hand and focusing his mind, saying, "Awaken." But all he gets in response is Siri from his phone. Jin-hyuk frantically tries to awaken the fly, repeating, "Wake up, wake up." He finally accepts the truth. This body is just a shell, devoid of mana, and he must start from floor 1 with no skills. Then Jin-hyuk remembered the other chosen ones were still alive. After 10 years, Choi Gi-young-hun had only reached the 800th floor. But for him, this was an opportunity. While they were enjoying themselves, he would catch up and take his revenge. If he wants to level up fast, the tower is the only way. Though his body is that of a novice, his experience is not, and he'll soon reclaim his former glory. At the tower's entrance in Seoul, crowds register, dreaming of reaching the top and living in luxury. This tower is where everyone's hopes and stories begin, including Jin-hyuk's. He will return in the name of the Dark Star, rebuild his reputation, and exact his revenge. At 1 o'clock, the tower entrance opens, and Jin-hyuk's first challenge as a survivor begins. His first stop is the tower entrance, and after his previous 5 years, it's been 15 years since Jin-hyuk returned to the guide. But this tower is already a mess at the entrance, with a simple path full of traps. It would take days to clear this place. Aside from the 10 towers, this is the most ridiculous area. First, he needs to check his stats. Everything's so bad he doesn't even want to look. But 2 things are different: gluttony and mana constitution. Unlike his dual class, could it be that the aptitude for traits and constitution differs between souls? Regardless, his goal is to clear this path. Jin-hyuk starts to run, triggering a magic arrow trap, but of course it doesn't hit him because he knows this trap by heart. But that's just the beginning. There are more arrows behind him. Jin-hyuk speeds up to avoid them, but loses sight of what's ahead, and a few arrows pierce him. Jin-hyuk urges himself onward, almost there, but then dozens more arrows come flying like hail, impossible to dodge. Enduring the pain, Jin-hyuk continues to run, finally returning to the starting point where all his wounds are healed. First, he'll see how far he can get, but damn, this hurts. He can't just run blindly, he has to cheat, or use his trait, gluttony, which allows Jin-hyuk to absorb non-living things and make them his own, like the blood he splattered along the path. All stats increased by 1, making them 2, which isn't much, but his experience and endurance also increased. He doesn't care about stat equipment settings, but he can still withstand basic abnormal conditions. It took Jin-hyuk about a week to clear the tutorial stage, but he chose to take every arrow, continuing to boost his stats with gluttony until he maxed out his endurance and experience. A month later, he finally cleared the tutorial, because Jin Hyuk had to go out to eat. Some gods and demons expressed interest in his brutal methods, but Jin Hyuk had no love for the twisted, cruel beings behind this tower climb. Gods and demons watched the players, hoping to find someone like themselves, but none revealed their true names, even when he cursed them. He knew their little game of recruiting followers, but Jin Hyuk would never play along with those creeps. Then, a message arrived from the Supreme Ghost asking how he's been. Jin Hyuk cursed at the familiar name, seeing him as a clingy leech, worse than any ordinary cruel demon. He'd been after Jin Hyuk to become his disciple, but thankfully he was the one who reincarnated Jin Hyuk's soul, so he wasn't entirely useless. But because that guy talked to him, others started paying attention to Jin Hyuk, so he lectured him again, while other gods found him interesting. Jin Hyuk knew they wanted to know who he would follow, but in life, you can't let anyone know your next move, so just stick by him quietly. Of course, Jin Hyuk wouldn't side with that band no matter what. Now, it's time to see the results. All stats have increased significantly. Although gathering mana is still a bit difficult for him, Jin Hyuk can steadily enhance it thanks to his mana constitution. Suddenly, another trait is unlocked, even though he already has gluttony. It turns out the original owner of this body already possessed it, the trait of being a jack of all trades. The corny name disappoints Jin Hyuk, but this trait will help him excel at everything, adjusting in real combat to match his proficiency. Despite the name, this is amazing, the title he couldn't get after so much preparation. The best at everything, the master of all. Suddenly, the system pops up again, wanting to see his stats, but of course, that's not happening. Now he's moving on to the next floor. Whether it follows is its own problem. Indeed, this is where Jin Hyuk can choose the right weapon and class, then destroy the house and be transported to the first floor. In his previous life, Jin Hyuk didn't hesitate to become a mage because of his mana. This time he wants to see how impressive the multi-talented trait is, so he creates a training target. Jin Hyuk picks up a bow and arrow, and with a single shot creates 3 arrows that all hit the target. Jin Hyuk ups the difficulty, creating targets that can attack him, ignoring the system's warnings about playing recklessly. 5 targets are created and attack Jin Hyuk. He plans to take out 3 of them with his archery. He then sliced down the remaining 2 with his sword. Too easy. This wasn't enough for Jin Hyuk. He wanted to try all the weapons and requested a stronger target. The summoned giants barely impress before he pierces their heads, followed by the 2 behind them. Suddenly, a ranged assault appears, and Jin Hyuk takes cover behind a giant's head before seeking a weapon. The system warns that these are the strongest yet, but for Jin Hyuk, nothing could be better. He'll use his specialty, this supersized magic wand. "I'm faster than you," Jin Hyuk says, using magic missiles to wipe them all out. He didn't realize how incredibly talented and strong he was. It felt like he'd been using weapons for years. Suddenly, the system announced he'd achieved an accomplishment and was rewarded with the all-rounder class. Jin Hyuk didn't expect that was a job, too. But a person can only have one profession. Jin Hyuk won't abandon his strength to choose all-rounder, he needs to choose it. Jin Hyuk wants to make all-rounder a side job like the system said. Dream on, son, a sub-job can only be unlocked after level 100. Jin Hyuk swore that he couldn't leave without a job, so he tried using achievement points to unlock a sub-job. The system responded with a question mark, as this was something a newbie couldn't know. Achievement points are a currency earned by completing tasks which players can use to alter the system. But asking me won't do any good, Jin Hyuk says, as he needs 5,000 points to unlock it, but he's still 50 points short. Jin Hyuk sighs, finally resorting to summoning the spirit Ban. He demands Ban reveal his identity and speak to him, as it counts toward an achievement, earning him another 200 points. Although the Spectre gave him 200 points, he couldn't stand the demon's attitude. But now, with the Omniscient Reader as his secondary class, he'll destroy the outer walls and move to the first floor of the tower. Koro Forest. 3 newbies are struggling against mutated goblins, but their luck is about to change. A savior descends from the sky, Jin Hyuk, who crushes the skull of the lead goblin with a single kick. "Long time no see, little ones. I haven't seen kobolds since I climbed to the 600th floor. Meeting me is your misfortune. Now follow me and obey." The noob in the back is about to become a 30-year-old Jin Hyuk fanboy, even though he's a mage who prefers physical attacks. The other noob doesn't care who he is or where he's from. It's time to cooperate. Not so fast. Jin Hyuk declares that every kobold here belongs to him, sending the 2 fleeing in terror. The remaining 2 kobolds charged in to avenge their fallen comrades, but Jin Hyuk crushed the first one's skull and mercilessly beat it with his staff. The other, terrified, tried to flee, but Jin Hyuk wouldn't let it escape, blasting through it and sending all 3 kobolds to their watery graves. Now the system welcomes him to floor 1, tasking him with defeating 10 kobolds, a piece of cake for him. Then, Jin Hyuk remembers that killing 1,000 of a monster type will grant him the Slayer title for that species. He used to run around to get all kinds of Slayer titles, but now he'll absorb the power of these kobolds first. Jin Hyuk gulps, seeing the kobold's memories and gaining its power, even understanding its native language. By absorbing the kobold, his stats are now on par with a level 10 player, plus a job adjustment to gain more stats per level up. Amazing. Suddenly, a crucial kobold memory flashes. It's rushing to prepare food for the kobold lord. So, Jin Hyuk has a second goal. The lord is the harbinger of the monster wave, and he can snag the kobold assassin title and grind experience in this quest. To face the wave, he needs an army, and now's the time to manipulate these kobolds, make them rise up and become his skeletal soldiers. Jin Hyuk completes his class change to Soul Inker, a piece of cake for him, but his greed is endless. If there's another hidden class on this floor, he's going to get it. Suddenly, 4 more kobolds arrive, a perfect opportunity to unleash his skeletal kobold army. Soon, Jin Hyuk led his ghostly kobold underlings to a dilapidated house. It was empty, and Jin Hyuk thanked his lucky stars that no other hunters had come here first. He kicked through the floor, revealing a hidden passage, the location of the first floor's hidden class. As he descended, he removed the quartz stones from the steps. Necromancer. The hidden class is somewhere around here, in this coffin that holds the job change. He boldly flips open a coffin, and a skeleton in clothes flies out. It's Wang Kan, speaking even without vocal cords. "Are you my descendant?" Jin Hyuk remained silent, a smirk playing on his lips as Wang Chan, forgetting his hunger, had tried to appear as eerie as possible, expecting shock. After reading Wang Chan's diary, Jin Hyuk overcame his surprise, but of course, he hasn't read it yet in this life. In his past life, after agonizing over changing his profession to a mage, Jin Hyuk accidentally found it and returned to the first floor. After becoming a necromancer, he failed to make Wang Gun his summon. "I like you," Wang Gun said, pleased that he was more polite than that rude jerk from 10 years ago. That rude guy he's talking about is none other than Jin Hyuk in his past life, and he has to resist the urge to punch the skeleton in front of him. He needs to change classes now, but Wang Gun says he needs to go to the 10th floor first because a necromancer is higher than a soul streamer, blah blah. Ignoring his antics, Jin Hyuk presents his status screen, proving he's a soul streamer even without reaching the 10th floor to change. Impressive. "A rare talent indeed," exclaims a thrilled King Khan. He thinks Jin Hyuk is more skilled than the idiot from 10 years ago, that idiot being his past self. Lost in conversation, he forgot to change Jin Hyuk's class, annoying him, so Wang Gun immediately starts the ritual. Before the tower appeared on Earth, he was the most powerful tower climber in the world. But even as the strongest soul streamer, Wang Kan sought even greater power. A summoning medium of just bones and skin wasn't enough. He wanted something unique, and that was a soul. Wang San was determined to resurrect souls, creating a one-of-a-kind summon in that era, and a profession called necromancer. But even with his power, Wang Kan succumbed to old age, and the necromancer profession was on the verge of disappearing. Wang Gun used his last resort, applying a summon order to himself, hoping his successor would restore his honor, becoming half NPC to find the tower climber who would follow in his footsteps. After handing Jin Hyuk the soul chalice, Wang Guan congratulates him on his new job, capturing and summoning souls with the chalice. Of course, Jin Hyuk already knows this, and his first target is Wang Guan himself. Having failed as a job creator in his past life, he won't fail this time. Wang Kan hopes he'll climb the tower and make his name famous, but Jin Hyuk says you reap what you sow, and Wang Kan is about to get bricked. What the hell? A man who couldn't keep his promise wrote in his diary, and Wang Kan is furious. Passing the buck isn't good, so Jin Hyuk will help him become better, starting with storing his soul. Wang Kan's soul is escaping, but he's not easy to contain, and Wang Kan flies out. He flipped Jin Hyuk off, taunting him, but as soon as the words left his mouth, his skull collided with a wall and Wang Shan fell into a magic circle. Jin Hyuk had planned everything. The magic wall was a low-level spell. He had created a private prison for him. Wang Shan struggled, but he could break all the low-level spells. Did you think this was the only one? Jin Hyuk grins, having unleashed numerous demon stones and spells to activate them. Wang San could easily destroy it, but that was before he was trapped. Now Wang Kan is desperate, having died hundreds of years ago only to meet a schemer even dirtier than himself. Jin Hyuk reveals the truth. He was the second necromancer, and now he's the third. Wang Gaon screams in fury, never imagining he'd return to capture him again. Jin Hyuk used the soul drain to pull him in, and now not even the heavens can save him. Wang Gun is nothing more than bones. Now that he has him as a subordinate, he can have whatever he wants, and those 9 stars can wait for him to come knocking. Jin Hyuk returned to his skeletal underlings, as the other gods wondered about his profession. A secret he wouldn't reveal just yet, for they would soon witness his power firsthand. The skeletal mages looked at him with pleading eyes, but Jin Hyuk no longer needed them. He decides to return their bones to the earth, but their souls will continue to serve him. Powerful, yet bound. Suddenly, a resentful voice echoes, cursing his entire lineage. None other than Wang Kan, the god of harmony. Jin Hyuk marvels at his human form, guessing Wang Guan was quite the ladies' man in his youth, but Wang Guan, enraged, wants to fight him, until Jin Hyuk suddenly chokes him. He's living off Jin Hyuk's mana, and if he stops supplying it, Wang Gun will vanish. But with his pride, Wang Gun refuses to be Jin Hyuk's dog. Jin Hyuk leans in and whispers, "Does he really have a choice? He, who turned his acquaintances into soul orbs and absorbed them, has no right to condemn me. Besides, I still have my gluttony skill, so if he doesn't behave, I'll devour him. Now, what does he want?" Jin Hyuk points to the kobold's fortress, wanting to seize it as a base. Jin Hyuk goes for a walk at night and encounters 2 kobold guards, unleashing 2 kobold spirits and dispatching them in the blink of an eye. He commands 30 kobold soul soldiers, so they stand no chance, and he refuses to sit idly by this time. The kobold lord, lost in his chambers, senses an intruder and orders his men to prepare the offering quickly. Jin Hyuk rampages through the corridors, his senses leading him to the kobold lord's chamber. And there you are again, cheering him on with your light stick. Much to Jin Hyuk's annoyance, he doesn't need some hairy old man cheering him on because he's going to win anyway. At the same moment, the kobold lord was performing some kind of ritual, but he roared that it wasn't enough. Not until they were satisfied. Glory to the Prince of Death. The next sacrifice was brought forth. A succubus, which pleased the Lord, as succubi were tastier sacrifices than humans. Just then, Jin Hyuk appears, not caring about their sacrifices or summons because they'll all become his soldiers anyway. The kobold lord is furious that his plans are ruined, especially after Jin Hyuk calls him a pathetic ringleader. "I am the Goblin King, show me some respect, human." "I'm furious. Make me afraid, Jin Hyuk." Jin Hyuk scoffs. The Dokebi didn't understand what was happening, but this was her chance to escape. The kobold then requested power from the Prince of Hell to attack. 2 claws flew towards the Dokebi, but at the crucial moment she tripped and fell, giving Jin Hyuk the chance to step in. He shattered the claws with a single punch, textbook style. Jin Hyuk was going to let her go, but realized she was Dokebi, a powerful being from the 100th floor, so what reason would they have to come down here? She's not even fully grown, but he decides to save her and get some answers about what happened on the 100th floor. Jin Hyuk tells her to run and hide because he won't save her twice, but the Callums weren't done yet, grabbing 2 nearby ugly kobolds to use as explosives. Jin Hyuk outpaced them before they could detonate, delivering a powerful uppercut that sent the Callum flying 8 meters away, its old body unable to withstand the blow. This is just the beginning for Jin Hyuk, but it seems the chieftain has one last trick up his sleeve, sacrificing himself to create a blood golem that restrains him. I didn't expect that Callum to be able to summon such a high-level monster. The blood golem slams Jin Hyuk's head into the ground, much to Callum's delight. "Ha ha, are you scared now?" He confidently boasts about his strongest necromancy, but Jin Hyuk is annoyed. A toad trying to compare itself to a swan. He'll show him what true necromancy is. The kobold spirit army is summoned, entering the blood golem and causing it to explode from within. The Cholum watches Jin Hyuk confidently stride through the rain of blood, a terrifyingly arrogant figure. What he wants to know is how the Cholum created a blood ghoul. Surely the work of the ghoul official. The necromancer entered the picture, and Jin Hyuk noticed him when he became curious about his soul master powers, healing the blood golem while he fought the chieftain, who was nothing more than a toy to Jin Hyuk. The golem is unwilling to accept his fate, believing the noble ghost will avenge him. Jin Hyuk hopes he comes looking for him so they can have a little chat, but for now, he has to deal with the golem lord, who is being crushed by the souls of his own clan. This is the punishment for anyone who dares to challenge him. First Calum, then the ghost nobleman. Jin Hyuk cracks his knuckles, now looking more like a villain than the villains themselves, as Calum's body is crushed to pieces. The next step, of course, is to absorb the Calum's soul as a servant. Seeing his soul trying to escape, Jin Hyuk grabs it, now having a job for him. Jin Hyuk turns him into a soul orb, allowing him to collect souls and create usable potions. Open wide for your medicine. Jin Hyuk had high hopes, but this meal wasn't as satisfying as he'd thought. The stat increase was negligible. Just then, the Dokaibi girl emerged to thank him, introducing herself as Haru. Jin Hyuk let her escape, but Haru wasn't afraid, so he threatened to kill or sell her. "If that happens, I'll deal with you," Haru suddenly declared, radiating anger. Jin Hyuk chuckled. Typical of Dokaibi, they always repay a favor or avenge a wrong. He wondered why someone from the 100th floor like Haru was all the way down here. Haru hesitated, then revealed that someone had attacked the Dokaibi village on the 100th floor. Jin Hyuk was taken aback, as Dokaibi were incredibly powerful beings in the tower, not easily trifled with even by climbers. He suspected it might be the work of one of the four great bodies: the giant's brute strength, the dragon's magical essence, the demon's mastery of demonic energy, and the angel's wings of purification. These four entities control everything within the tower, and one of them must be behind this contempt for the Dokaibi, or perhaps an individual aided by them. Or perhaps it was those star bastards capable of anything. Just thinking about those scoundrels fills him with hatred. Jin Hyuk, finished with his business, decides to leave. He can't stand the stench of blood any longer. Haru Sufong accompanies Jin Hyuk. Though young, she's a welcome addition to the team, but he won't protect her. She's confident she can handle herself. She guesses she was killed by those goblins, and Jin Hyuk recounts his own experience, embarrassing Haru Sufong. Putting that aside, Jin Hyuk needs to change clothes because his are covered in blood. He barely notices the equipment dropped by the monster. Perfect timing, as Jin Hyuk now has new gear, even if he looks like a monk. The two head outside, where Vun Khan emerges from the ground, announcing that he's dealt with the remaining monsters in the castle. Haru Sufong wondered who he was, but Vun Khan didn't know why she could see spirits. Haru Frek Swang Swang, some Dokaibi have a high affinity for souls. Jin Hyuk didn't expect her to know how to present herself as special, and wondered if he should just use gluttony to absorb her power. The system then sent a notification about the Monster Wave quest, which Jin Hyuk had been waiting for. The others are shocked, unable to believe he accepted, but he couldn't pass up such a delicious opportunity. It's the only way to defeat the Lord here. Though most deities and demons believe he's reckless, the Prince of Demons promises him a reward if he succeeds, which only motivates Jin Hyuk further, despite Wang Chan's lack of faith in his ability to conquer the monster wave. Jin Hyuk knows he wants him dead so he can be free, but Wang Khan should rest assured that even if he dies, he'll still be his servant. After accepting the quest, all safe zones on the first floor were nullified. The other players were furious, wondering who accepted the monster wave quest, and they rushed to the second floor before the wave hit, but only after completing their first floor quests. A lightning strike from the heavens signals ill omens as kobolds pour out of another dimension in a frenzied assault, leaving the tower climbers to fend for themselves. Just then, another pillar of light appeared as Jin Hyuk, with two golems in tow, issued a warning. "Touch even one of them and I'll slaughter you all." Ignoring his boastful words, they worry Jin Hyuk will be crushed, but he has an army ready for battle. What will happen when flesh and blood kobolds face off against spirit, fox kobolds? Jin Hyuk watches his men handle the wave, and Haru is given permission to act, retrieving a cool-looking sword from her spatial pocket. With blinding speed, Haru effortlessly cleaves both man and kobold in two. Jin Hyuk knows that sword is no ordinary weapon, and for one so young to wield it with such ease, perhaps Haru was the true target of the village's invaders. Suddenly, three tower climbers appear, displeased that Jin Hyuk is taking all the waves. This is Kim Seong-tae from the White Goose Association. Jin Hyuk doesn't care what their white goose is, but Seong-tae proudly proclaims they're affiliated with the Holy Land Guild. Did he just say the Pyo Liang brothers? Just mentioning those two is like twisting the knife. Seong-tae, oblivious to the danger, brags about reaching the 10th floor with his brother and wanting to recruit Jin Hyuk after seeing his power. Jin Hyuk couldn't care less and has one of his men grab him, as he needs information about the Pyo Lung brothers. The two others protested, asking why he was blocking fellow tower climbers and threatening others just because he was stronger. Jin Hyuk nonchalantly asked, why not? It was all too clear. They can't attack, kill, or steal from others. In this tower, strength is everything. For now, he only needs information, so he'll spare that Seong-tae. Instead of talking nonsense and making him angry, it's best to stay away. The two others rushed to his side, asking what he planned to do. Take revenge? Run, Seong-tae muttered, knowing just how strong Jin Hyuk was. He had to escape before he was caught. Later, Jin Hyuk and Vulcan joined the wave, their immense power failing to significantly reduce the horde of kobolds. Jin Hyuk would attack head-on while Vulcan controlled the rear, as he was also a soul master. Jin Hyuk's spectral army and Vulcan's Frost Legion divide and conquer, creating more soldiers as they advance. Haryu fights alone, but her strength is limited against such overwhelming numbers, and she's caught off guard by a sneak attack from behind. Despite the pain, Haryu remembers her beloved village being burned to the ground, so this pain means nothing to her, and she becomes even more enraged. But after a few minutes, Haryu reaches her limit, just as an explosion behind her caused by Jin Hyuk startles her. She's incredibly impressed by him, a Floor 1 climber with such immense power, so Haryu is determined to follow Jin Hyuk and learn from him, then avenge her village. Lost in thought, Haryu is ambushed again, but this time, Vulcan saves her. Haryu, leaning on her sword, rises to fight Jungi once more. Vulcan wonders what she's been through to be so formidable. Haryu wondered why he was helping her when no one had offered assistance during her escape from the 100th floor. She assumed Vulcan had ulterior motives. "I don't know," Vulcan said. "A warrior's soul must always obey its master, and that master is Jin Hyuk. He asked me to ensure Haryu survives and fulfills her purpose." Meanwhile, Vulcan rushes to meet Jin Hyuk's deadline, and Haryu vows to repay Jin Hyuk, the only one in the tower to help her. Haryu dons the demon mask, unleashing a power that belies her pain, shocking both Jin Hyuk and Vulcan. Haryu moved like a phantom, felling countless kobolds with each strike, almost as if she reveled in the carnage. Witnessing her performance, Jin Hyuk was now certain that whoever attacked her village had targeted Haryu and that sword, a truth he decided to keep to himself. With 1 minute left before the wave ends, the gate shrinks, and the last monster runs out. Jin Hyuk excitedly throws his dagger, piercing it, successfully stopping the wave of monsters. Vulcan is truly impressed by Jin Hyuk's performance, while Haryu seems exhausted and unsteady. Jin Hyuk steadies her, knowing her skills are powerful but shouldn't be used when she's drained. Facing Jin Hyuk, Haryu always shows new emotions, as if embarrassed. Putting that aside, it's time to receive the rewards, something Jin Hyuk has been waiting for. The Goblin Slayer title grants a 5-star increase to all stats. Though not much, the 500 bonus points will be added to his stats. If Jin Hyuk uses Omniscient Reader and Gluttony to learn skills, these stats will increase without end. The rewards are given to the top 3, Jin Hyuk, Haryu, and Vulcan, who can't believe he's being rewarded. But in the end, the prize will belong to Jin Hyuk anyway. That's the life of a servant. Haryu even gives her reward to Jin Hyuk as a symbol of their future. However, Jin Hyuk refuses to take it. He's been burned before and can't bring himself to trust anyone. The prize for second place was too precious for him to accept without suspicion. Even though Haryu was following him, it didn't mean he trusted her. She would have to prove her loyalty. Without hesitation, Haryu offers him the Dakabi mask as proof. Vulcan can't believe she'd give the mask to an outsider, as it's essentially a Dakabi's life source, given only to their true love as a proposal. Jin Hyuk wondered why she gave it to him. Was it a proposal? Haryu honestly said it was to thank him for saving her life twice, and to prove she wouldn't betray him. This mask is worth even more, so Jin Hyuk suspects she has another motive. Revenge, Haryu says, explaining that her village was burned to the ground and no one survived. Perhaps she's the last Dakabi, and so Haryu must avenge her people, and her chosen path is to climb the tower with Jin Hyuk. Jin Hyuk looks at Haryu. She wants revenge just like him. However, betrayal would cost Haryu her life. He took the reward, as the mask was worthless to him and only served as decoration. Haryu was overjoyed and called him Appa, which gave Jin Hyuk the creeps. Ignoring the honorifics for now, it's time to unbox the 3 gifts. First, a mana ring that reduces mana consumption by 10%, then mana earrings that reduce it by 15%, and finally, a mana necklace that reduces it by 20%. Wang Hen recognizes these as valuable items, while Haryu is clueless, but they're perfect for a soulcaster like Jin Hyuk who needs a lot of mana to maintain his army. Jin Hyuk, waiting for the ghost merchant to speak up, reminds him of his promise, but the merchant tells him to go away. So Jin Hyuk heads off and the group enters a restaurant in the deserted town, evacuated to the 2nd floor to avoid the wave. After a second reminder, the ghost official finally chooses a gift for him. It's a skull ring that looks dangerous. Jin Hyuk picks it up, intrigued, but then stops, shocked. Wait, this is... He stopped mid-sentence, leaving Wang Chan and Haryu in suspense. Jin Hyuk's face twisted. The ring contained demonic energy, a shocking revelation that Wang Kan couldn't believe. Demonic energy is the essence of a lesser demon, a source of power considered high-level mana. Usually, to obtain demonic energy, a human must become a slave to a lesser demon, only to receive a small amount accumulated over 5 months. After wearing the ring, the Grim Reaper wanted to shake hands and make peace, and Jin Hyuk accepted his apology this time. At least, the gift was amazing. Everyone's happy except for Ban, who's green with envy for not shaking Jin Hyuk's hand. Jin Hyuk firmly states that his hand isn't for just anyone to hold. Helpless, Ban rummages through his closet, drawers, and under his bed, but he's poorer than the noble ghoul. Finally, Ban decides to create a quest. Huh? What the hell? Jin Hyuk exclaims. A devilish mission. Delicious. Wang Kang is even more excited than Jin Hyuk, who's climbing the tower again. Jin Hyuk will accept Ban's offer, but he mutters something. That wasn't Ban's intention, but it's too late to stop now. The deal: become famous throughout the tower before reaching the 100th floor, or become his follower. Succeed, and he'll provide any formula. With a demon's formula, nothing is impossible, and Jin Hyuk, liking high-stakes gambles, accepts the task. Making a deal with Ban, he's more than satisfied with the handshake. After completing the first floor, Jin Hyuk plans to find that trashy guy for information. A simple task assigned to Wun Kang, who has already placed a spirit on him. He's still on the first floor, just far away. How nice. You should have taught me that, Wun Kang says begrudgingly as he leaves. Jin Hyuk decides to chat with Haryu while waiting for him, wanting to know the story behind the Dokaibi mask. On the way, Haryu explained that the mask allows its user to wield the Dokaibi's powers of charm and the supernatural. In her case, she can use supernatural power and clairvoyance to see the future. Jin Hyuk laments that her abilities would have been useful in battle. Haryu stares at him, making Jin Hyuk uncomfortable, while she finds him strange. Outsiders have sought this power, begging to glimpse the future and escape their fate. But Jin Hyuk sees no need to run. If he fears something, he'll simply crush it. Haryu felt her abilities would be a perfect fit for him, as she used battlefield clairvoyance, a power specialized for combat. Suddenly, Jin Hyuk excitedly hugged Haryu, making her blush. Perfect. It's good to be her. No, she's the best. With Haryu, he'll have a chance to defeat those who wield the weapons of the Ram Star. This moment was censored, and Jin Hyuk angrily chased him away. Overwhelmed, he acted without thinking and apologized to Haryu, promising to use the mask well and help her get revenge, for both of them. Haryu felt incredibly fortunate and hopeful for their future, but as they embraced, Wun Kan was stuck doing his job, gagging Zhang Te, whose close friends had already fled. Wun Kan grumbled about how difficult it was to capture someone, and that his master was moving at a snail's pace. Just then, Jin Hyuk approached, and Wun Kan snitched that Seong Tai was trying to escape. Jin Hyuk drew his sword, clarifying he was just returning it, but Seong Tai could choose where he'd stick it, hand, thigh, or head. Terrified, Seong Tai spilled everything about the White Swan Guild and ran. He would destroy that association sooner or later, so he let him go, but there were countless other small associations between the 10th and 200th floors, and dealing with them all would take a lot of time. However, if things went smoothly, they could build a reputation for destroying the Peo Luan Brothers associations and complete the guild's mission. On the second floor, tower climbers are talking about Jin Hyuk, the one who stopped the monster wave. As he emerges, everyone is curious, but Jin Hyuk is wearing the Dokaibi mask, making him unrecognizable. They rushed him like TV reporters, but Jin Hyuk's name couldn't be revealed yet, so he chose another. Demon Mask. With that, he and his two subordinates turned and left, much to the others' dismay. One fears Jin Hyuk committed crimes before entering the tower, as many seek refuge here to escape their past. Hiding one's face or identity is common, but his actions during the wave and bizarre mask will draw attention. Now, they must depart for important matters. The task this time is to defeat the Goblin Warriors, which doesn't seem too difficult, so Jin Hyuk assigns it to Wang Chan, who twitches and asks if he wants him to bring them back alive. If possible, bring back Haryu's share as well, Jin Hyuk firmly states, wanting to test his magic. Wang Gan reluctantly agrees and departs, warning him not to use up all his magic before he returns. Haryu wondered if it was okay to do things this way, but Jin Hyuk wouldn't stop her from doing her own quests. Now, it was time to test his magic and see just how powerful it was. A blackish-purple flame hovered before him. This was magic power. Haryu sensed movement. A kobold emerged from the bushes, its face filled with bloodlust. Jin Hyuk, needing a test subject, unleashes his power, but the cobalt dodges it, or so it seems. This is contact magic. It doesn't need to hit to disintegrate its target. Dark magic is a violent energy. Those unfamiliar with it can't resist, and this is what happens to them even when it only grazes them. The next important step is when Jin Hyuk transfers dark magic into a soul soldier. A stronger soul soldier is formed. Since the soul soldier is disintegrating, it seems it can't withstand the magic power, so we'll have to reduce the density of magic power. After sweating it out, he completes a cobalt soul containing menacing magic power. Few besides demons can wield pure demonic energy, so no one knows how easy it is to use. Just then, Wang Kan returned, expressing his delight at the fusion of demonic energy and souls, suggesting he name them demonic soul soldiers. Kan approached, carefully examining the cobalt magic spirit weapon. Ha ha ha, perfect for my student. From now on, Jin Hyuk would have to infuse every captured spirit with magic, which would be difficult to do on the battlefield. But suddenly, Jin Hyuk realizes he should use everything at his disposal. Praising Wang Kan's superior summoning skills, Jin Hyuk butters him up. As he basks in the praise, a surge of mana overwhelms him. If Jin Hyuk infuses Wang Kan's soul with mana, the soul soldiers he summons will automatically transform into cobalt soul soldiers. Because his soul is stronger than that of an elf, he'll have to use all of his magic power. Haryu is worried about Wang Kan, but Jin Hyuk is 100% sure he can't die. Wang Kan will overcome this pain and crush Jin Hyuk, that insolent student. After a chaotic struggle, the demonic spirit soldier Wang Kan is born, and Jin Hyuk is immensely proud of the strongest demonic spirit soldier he has ever created. Jin Hyuk, you've made a grave error. Wang Kan is horrified as Jin Hyuk summons something even more powerful than himself, the ultimate mistake for a soul master. Is he scared now? Jin Hyuk provokes him, dons the mask, and seeks a worthy opponent. Wang Kan has waited for this day, and he will destroy Jin Hyuk to finally be free. He summoned a horde of spectral soldiers to fight him, while Jin Hyuk tapped into the mask's power. To him, these kneeling spirits moved like snails. Apparently, this is how Haryu sees the world. Before Jin Hyuk's eyes, he wipes out the spirit soldiers and rushes toward a grinning Wang Kan. Though he's a bit worn out now, he used to be called confident. Wang Kan tastes Jin Hyuk's fist as he tells him to calm down and listen to him. Haryu worries that Wang Kan is too old to be punched by Jin Hyuk. He shows no mercy because a soul cannot be destroyed with physical damage alone. But Wang Kan rubs his face, saying that rule only applies to ordinary people, and that punch still hurt. Haryu asked Jin Hyuk about the mask's power, and he felt everything slowed down, like he'd become the greatest martial artist. But Haryu said that phenomenon was just a small effect of the mask. A small effect? Jin Hyuk was surprised. So powerful, and yet it's only a fraction of its potential. What is this mask even for? Haryu explains that it grants battlefield clairvoyance, allowing the user to predict the enemy's future actions. However, Jin Hyuk doesn't know how to use it like Haryu, who was born with the skill. Jin Hyuk laughs, realizing he forgot that Haryu is considered a genius, even among the Dokabi, and it would be difficult for her to teach him. Haryu wondered if he was dizzy, as using the skill without training often causes dizziness or headaches, even for her. She worried he couldn't activate the mask's skill, her words like salt in his wounds. Jin Hyuk was thrilled to become an overpowered being on the second floor, but things seemed to be going awry. Still, he's incredibly grateful to Haryu for gifting him this amazing mask. While the two were celebrating, a Uwat spirit sat in silence. Though he was the strongest spirit, Haryu approached to check on Wang Kan. He mumbled that he liked her, thanking her profusely, saying that unlike that bastard, her presence made him feel better. But Haryu is only there to announce that they need more succubi. Back with Haryu, Jin Hyuk threatens Wang Kan, saying if he fails, he'll turn him into a soul orb. Wang Kan could only resentfully obey Jin Hyuk's orders. Eventually, the mission was successfully completed from the 2nd to the 5th floor. Rumors of a demon-faced man with a devil mask spread, and though he controlled all the waitresses, the Gopin on the 5th floor could use extremely potent poison needles, and they were incredibly cunning, preferring to backstab like this. While Jin Hyuk relieved himself, a poisoned needle flew by, only to be coldly dealt with by Haryu in a flash, her face terrifying as she asked who dared disturb Oppa. It was too late for the fleeing Gopin, as Wang Kan had his demonic spirit soldier take care of it. Wang Kan compliments Haryu, but she mutters that it attacked Jin Hyuk, and she should have torn it in two. Wang Kan is startled. Something is off about her chilling smile. Wang Kan asked about Haryu's condition, and she snapped back to reality as if nothing had happened. not even realizing she had been holding a sword and smiling like a psychopath. By this time, Jin Hyuk had finished all the preparations, and tonight they would face the second wave of monsters. The night before ascending to the 5th floor, Jin Hyuk shared his thoughts about the upcoming monster wave with the two of them around a campfire. Wang Kan felt their chances of defeating the Lord were slim, as they didn't know when it would appear. This time, Jin Hyuk felt no need to hunt the Lord, as he knew how to create a wave. Naturally, Wang Kan and Haryu couldn't believe it, because if it were possible, the entire tower would have been submerged already. Jin Hyuk had inadvertently discovered a rift between the 3rd and 4th floors, where each floor had a central area for monsters to spawn. And if he could find that area and infuse it with mana, monsters would appear in droves. Wang Kan didn't expect Jin Hyuk to have even more tricks up his sleeve than he did, but this was the first time he'd done something like this. The monsters on floor 300 and above were on a different level than goblins. Even the 4 great bodies couldn't directly confront them once a wave arose. He couldn't use it when he wanted to, but now that he knows, he can't use it either. However, Jin Hyuk has another way. They'll create as many monster waves as possible to get stronger quickly. That night, a dungeon break suddenly appeared in town, a harbinger of an unexpected monster wave that caught the tower climbers off guard. Goblins poured out like rain, attacking the beginner village without warning, leaving them no choice but to flee. Those poisoned by the golden venom were paralyzed, unable to move for a long time. The blonde couldn't abandon his friends, but lacked the strength to fight the goblins. Was his dream of reaching the 10th floor to end here? Just then, a surge of immense magical power descended to save him, and a cold voice ordered him to bring the poisoned to safety. Lord La, Ma Mian, and the other players rejoice at Jin Hyuk's arrival. Little do they know this wave was orchestrated by him to save them, and they will soon sing his praises, making the guild's mission all the easier. Rise and fight, my spectral soldiers. Crush those goblins. Vun Kan fumes on the sidelines, annoyed that Jin Hyuk is taking all the credit for his creations. Such is the life of a servant. Just then, an explosion rang out as their spectral soldiers were consumed by a strange blue flame. A flame conjured by the goblin priest, who easily decimated the spectral soldiers, sending Vunkan into a panic. Jin Hyuk tells him to be quiet, as everyone knows the priest must be dealt with first, and her timely appearance excites Vunkan, who seems to forget who's climbing the tower. Jin Hyuk joins the fray, using gluttony to steal the goblin priest's power, a soul-burning flame wasted on them, but he'll put it to good use. Jin Hyuk unleashes soul fire, incinerating the goblins, and compliments Haryu's cool display, but her eerie smile sends a chill down his spine. Her sword glows, creating a vortex of overwhelming power, and Jin Hyuk knows this isn't just any blade, but he has no idea what's happening. The sight before him was astonishing. Haryu was in a samurai warrior's trance, her face twisted with cruelty, and her actions were now completely unpredictable as she turned on Jin Hyuk. Her slashes were so sharp, they sliced through nearby houses like tofu, as goblins gaped at the devastation wrought by Haryu's overwhelming power. Jin Hyuk's staff snapped in two, and he barely managed to sit down, narrowly avoiding being split in half himself. Just what is that sword that can destroy an entire village in the blink of an eye? Haryu is out of control, relentlessly attacking Jin Hyuk, each strike threatening to obliterate everything behind him. He removed his mask, but Haryu didn't recognize him and attacked even faster. Jin Hyuk used his familiar staff to block the blow, but it was no match for Haryu's power, and he was sent crashing to the ground. Vunkan rushed over to assess the situation, though it was hard to tell if he was happy or sad. Jin Hyuk, still connected to the spirits, had been blown back 8 meters and hadn't yet recovered. It felt like he was facing the last elite soldier of the Dokaibi tribe. Most of the monsters in the wave had been eliminated, so Vungun would take care of the rest. Now he had to show Haryu what a real festival was. Jin Hyuk dons his mask and attacks, his instincts screaming that the dangerous blade will tear him apart if he's not careful. In this tower, there are no permanent friends or enemies, and though Haryu's fate is unfortunate, he's not one for sentimentality. Jin Hyuk resolves to defeat Haryu here, but her innocent face flashes before him, causing him to hesitate for a moment. Haryu blocks Jin Hyuk's axe blade with her bare hand, leaving him bewildered. This must be the war eye she spoke of. It felt like she was 100 times faster, and Jin Hyuk was slashed, forced to retreat and summon his slumbering bone soldiers after a surge of bone soldiers arose. The mist surrounded Haryu, holding her in place, but she destroyed them in an instant. Her sword was so fast that Jin Hyuk couldn't see it. This overwhelming power leaves Jin Hyuk with no chance of victory. Another explosion forces Jin Hyuk back, and he notices something strange. Haryu's eyes are bleeding, and she looks incredibly distressed. Is she running out of strength? He suddenly remembered Haryu mentioning recovering after a dokebi used a skill. If so, she couldn't use her war sight anymore, and this was his chance. Jin-hyuk jumped down and lured Haryu after him. The taunt worked, and Haryu followed. At the same time, Jin-hyuk recalled the swamp ogre's poison needles and launched them. Even a dokebi couldn't resist this paralysis. Without her war eye, how could she possibly dodge? Haryu screams, freezing the space around her as she cleaves the two goblins in half, frustrating Jin-hyuk. Next, she turns to him. Even if Jin-hyuk dodges, he's not as fast as Harry, who's thrilled that victory is within her grasp. Suddenly, something unexpected bursts forth. A poisoned needle pierces Haryu, completely unnoticed. Realize this plan would have been impossible if her battle eyes weren't recharging. Furious at being outmaneuvered, Hari was shot through by Jin-hyuk from her blind spot, the poison dart causing her to revert to normal. Jin-hyuk breathes a sigh of relief. The poison was just enough to knock her unconscious, though the dart has also caused him to lose feeling in his hand. He orders his goblin to retrieve the dart, proving that Jin-hyuk will consume anything, even poison darts. Thanks to that, he has resistance to paralysis toxins. He has to admit, Haryu possesses a very troublesome power, so much so that it's difficult for him. In a hazy rain, Haryu and her sword float in a blood-red, undefined space as a stranger picks up the blade and asks if she is the new master of the Dragonslayer sword. He's surprised that Haryu is under 18, calling himself a lolicon, but only half right. Before Haryu can understand, a blade is at her throat. He warned Haryu that next time, if she draws him without preparation, she'll be the one in danger. Just then, Haryu woke up on Jin-hyuk's back. They had arrived at the village on the 6th floor. "What? Why are you carrying me?" Blushing, Haryu spoke. Jin-hyuk took her to an inn to explain that after checking their equipment and stamina on the 6th floor, they would go straight to the 10th floor. Within the tower, major cities exist every 10 floors, and to enter them, they must defeat the boss. Haryu recognizes this great-brained warrior, considering its power to be that of a monster boss. Haryu looked forward to fighting again, but Jin-hyuk decided they would no longer travel together. What does he mean? Is he abandoning her? Haryu was taken aback, but Jin-hyuk didn't mean it that way, because Haryu had forgotten everything that happened on the 5th floor. Her sword is a demon blade on par with the Sword of Pride, corrupting her mind while granting her unnatural power. That's why Haryu attacked him after losing her mind. If she continues to rely on that power, she'll fail long before they reach the 100th floor. So, from now on, Haryu must train to not use the sword's power and climb to the 10th floor on her own. Haryu is a little disappointed, but is determined to become stronger so she can accompany Jin-hyuk. That day, after parting ways, Jin-hyuk lent Haryu his coat, not wanting her to flaunt her status as a lone explorer. He told her not to rush, as he had matters to resolve on the 10th floor and would remain there for a while. Wang-san was a little sad without Haryu around to cause mischief. No matter how long it takes, Haryu will try to return to them as quickly as possible, while a goblin purge is underway on the 9th floor, courtesy of Jin-hyuk. After taking a brutal kick from Jin-hyuk, it collapses to the ground, foaming at the mouth, but Jin-hyuk reminds Wang-gun to extract their souls. It seems creating monster waves has become second nature to them, and Wang-kan is thoroughly enjoying it. Furthermore, he can't believe how cold Jin-hyuk is, never once mentioning Haryu since they parted ways. "What are you even talking about?" Jin-hyuk retorted. He had faith in Haryu. Otherwise, he wouldn't have allied with them, a person with power and drive. Now Wang-san has to meet the deadline and bring even more screws to Jin-hyuk. Creating monster waves isn't enough. Wang-chan is furious, unable to believe he's being mistreated even after dying, by someone who has no respect for their elders. "You don't have parents?" Jin-hyuk retorted, causing Wang-kan to freeze. "That's right, I don't." "So what?" "He was a kid raised in an orphanage with Choi Gyu-hoon." Wang-chan groaned, then placed his hand on Jin-hyuk's shoulder in sympathy, saying he understood what he'd been through. His expression gave Jin-hyuk the chills as, fresh from their cerebral slaughter, they headed to the 10th floor training room. A screen appears, piquing Wang-gun's curiosity. He's never seen anything like it before, a leaderboard of fastest completion times, all under a minute. It seems Wang-gun's name isn't on it, so Jin-hyuk teases him. Wang-san was annoyed, but since his name wasn't on the record board, he decided to break the record today. "Ha ha, that sounds good." Wang-kan was extremely excited. While waiting for the trial to begin, Jin-hyuk discusses tactics with Wang-chan, who will use his demonic spirit soldiers to immobilize the boss as soon as it appears. Wang-chan prepares in an instant, ready to go. and Jin Hyuk slams his hand on the floor, conjuring the magic spear, ready to show the boss the power of an all-rounder master. Jin Hyuk summons the elements, imbuing them with penetration, sharpness, resilience, lethality, and a touch of dark magic, forging a spear of annihilation as his demonic army awaits the boss's arrival. As soon as the Great Brain Warrior was summoned, Wang Kan restrained its limbs with his familiars, leaving Jin Hyuk to fire the shot. The massive spear pierced through, sending its head flying 8 meters away, and the headless body collapsed. The whole process took less than a second, and Jin Hyuk, under the name Demon Mask, began to make a name for himself before he even reached the 100th floor. On the 8th floor, people began to discuss the highest record on the 10th floor, and the familiar name Demon Mask served as encouragement to Haruo, who vowed to try harder to catch up with them. Meanwhile, Wang Geon was reveling in delight. Ha ha, we broke the record of the 4 great races. Even the strongest spirit masters couldn't do this, Mono. Jin Hyuk cringed at his touchy-feely behavior. They still had things to do on this 10th floor while waiting for Haruo. Meanwhile, in an office, a blonde man noticed the name Demon Mask while looking at the Floor 10 record board. The city on Floor 10 was the first major city climbers reached, and also housed the teleporter back to Earth. Thus, those who gave up or stopped climbing the tower received commercial rights and built the largest city in the tower's first 100 floors. Jin Hyuk decides to sell all remaining items and buy some medicine and other supplies. Even though they lifted the auction ban, the city's economy is still thriving. Some people just live normal lives here, so they can't buy everything they need from the auction house. All over the street, they encountered Goldrich's couriers, their ubiquity piquing Wun Kan's curiosity. Goldrich's company was the leading corporation in the tower, established some years ago. Goldrich is the name of the wealthiest man in the tower. His real name is unknown, but he possesses unimaginable amounts of gold, and it's said that almost everything traded in the tower has passed through his hands. Jin Hyuk needs to find a sponsor, and the logo of that sponsor has been right in front of Wungan this whole time. Wun Kan was in for one surprise after another. Jin Hyuk had already set his sights on Goldrich as his sponsor. They entered Goldrich's company, a place where anything of monetary value was bought and sold. After taking a number, they head to booth 3, run by Hanzian. Jin Hyuk wants to buy something, but when asked what, he simply presents the Dokkaebi mask. Hanzian reluctantly understands, but Jin Hyuk signals him to be quiet, implying he has a reason for carrying the mask around. Jin Hyuk then hands him 300 gold he obtained from the wave, hoping it will buy him a meeting with Goldrich. Hanzian was even more dumbfounded than before, seeing Jin Hyuk as nothing more than a lawless madman from the tower. But Jin Hyuk retorted, saying that anything can be bought and sold here. Hanzian apologizes, explaining that the deal is impossible. Goldrich is too busy, and Jin Hyuk's money is insignificant compared to his time. Jin Hyuk, anticipating the difficulty, asks the price to meet the manager. Volkarn, after they leave, admits he's insane to request a meeting with the company president through a mere employee. But with no other way to meet Goldrich, Volkarn couldn't fault him. They went to the manager's office, calling him a puppet, as Jin Hyuk wanted to meet Goldrich, but it seemed he wasn't there. The manager reiterated that the money Jin Hyuk offered wasn't enough to see Goldrich, so Jin Hyuk made a bold decision. He'd summon Goldrich himself, certain he'd become his sponsor upon meeting. The manager sighed and stood up, having heard rumors about him, but never expecting him to speak so casually about the company president. With his marionette ability, he could freely control those caught in his strings. But Jin Hyuk is no ordinary man. He seizes the invisible strings, nullifying the skill that even works on 180th floor tower climbers. The manager, surprised, tries a new game, transporting them to another space, confident Jin Hyuk won't know where he is. The mind realm, Jin Hyuk says, an endless void created by separating the soul and mind from the body. The manager, unfazed by Jin Hyuk's knowledge of the mind realm, maintains his composure, knowing Jin Hyuk will have to rely on his experience and spiritual power to fight here. If Jin Hyuk wins, the manager will arrange a meeting with Goldrich, but Jin Hyuk, bound by the manager's strings, is even more arrogant, claiming that when it comes to experience and spiritual power, the manager is but a child. Jin Hyuk flexes, breaking free from the restraints. His unique trait is useless against him. The manager is baffled. Jin Hyuk may only be on the 10th floor, but his mental fortitude is at least on par with the 100th. Still, he refuses to believe he can't win. The manager snaps his fingers, sending a shockwave through the water, and the puppets rise up like an army. This is a puppet legion, and in the mental world, experience is power. These are the puppets he gained from his experience climbing to the 100th floor. He designed them to grow stronger with mana, making them as powerful as those who've reached the 50th floor. The victor was decided the moment you entered my mind and donned that mask. The arrogant manager then commanded his puppet legion to attack. Jin Hyuk is dragged underwater, and the manager confidently leaves him to his torment, knowing the injuries won't manifest in the real world. Suddenly, a pillar of water erupts behind him. He didn't expect Jin Hyuk to use magic, let alone summon undead magic and a level 100 boss in his own mindscape. Jin Hyuk returns in his familiar garb from 10 years ago. Even in the mindscape, restoring a soul takes time for him. An army of puppets sounds impressive, but he's never seen a real army. Today, Jin Hyuk will show him what a real army looks like, not just one undead mage. Jin Hyuk has summoned their entire lineage, and as he said, the victor was decided the moment they entered the mind realm. How could those mere puppets compare to your precious souls? The administrator surveys Jin Hyuk's army, recognizing only a few, while the rest appear to be bosses from the 100th floor and above. He finally utters the familiar question, "Who exactly are you?" Jin Hyuk doesn't answer, instead leading his army to crush him. How could he fear the manager's return to reality? He wasn't the one who closed the mind realm. There's only one possibility. Jin Hyuk can control the mind realm. Jin Hyuk approached, telling him to stop his whining and keep his promise. A meeting with his Goldrich. Jin Hyuk handed him a letter for Goldrich. He knew he'd lost, but if Goldrich didn't answer the letter, he wouldn't know what to do. Confident that Goldrich would reply, Jin Hyuk left the company, as the manager and Han Ji-young bowed respectfully. The sun had set, and Vung Karn suggested they rest, but Jin Hyuk knew nothing of rest. Now they needed to go somewhere else. Waiting idly for Goldrich was too boring, and he wasn't one for boredom. At the White Swan Guild headquarters, two girls gossiped in the first-floor lobby. One who had climbed to the 57th floor said she would buy new equipment when she completed her monthly goal, but they needed to finish eating first. The blonde girl wondered why they were sitting here. No lunatic would barge into the Holy Kingdom Assembly through the front door. But as she spoke, the doors burst open, and the two girls bowed, asking what he needed. Jin Hyuk feigns ignorance, saying the tower is too hard, and he wants to join a guild. Oh, is that all? The girls breathe a sigh of relief, realizing Jin Hyuk just wants to join. Suddenly, they remembered that recruiting a new member would greatly increase their influence within the guild. So, with disingenuous smiles, they invited Jin Hyuk to join, asking if he had already been scouted. Feigning ignorance, Jin Hyuk claims fate brought him here and that he has no sponsor. Jackpot, the girls think, deciding to keep a close eye on this naive newbie and asking him to show off his skills. Jin Hyuk borrowed a coin and effortlessly bent it with his fingers, leaving the girls impressed. Jin Hyuk says he can also do some basic magic. In his palm, a flame is summoned from a magic circle, and the two girls exclaim that he has many talents. As they turned away, they whispered that his skills didn't matter. The performance was dazzling, and if they could recruit him, he might become an idol. Moreover, Jin Hyuk had caught the eye of the blonde girl, as he was exactly her type. Meanwhile, Jin Hyuk was just stalling for his next act. Suddenly, a commotion arose as a panicked villager ran in, announcing that an evil spirit was wreaking havoc and destroying the village. All those who've climbed to the 50th floor or higher are summoned, forcing the two girls to leave with regret, but not before the blonde tells Jin Hyuk to stay put and wait for them. The door closes, and Jin Hyuk dons the Dokaibi mask, returning to his role as the masked devil. While outside, villagers flee the shopping district in chaos as their attacks prove useless against the evil spirit. What's more, this evil spirit is quite peculiar, because Wang Qian is trying his best to look evil, even though his face was born to be comical. Wang Qian knows he looks ridiculous because he hasn't played these third-rate roles in decades, all thanks to Jin Hyuk. While Wang Qian wreaks havoc outside, Jin Hyuk causes just as much chaos inside, taking down guards as he searches for something. Jin Hyuk demands information, a list of other guilds connected to the Holy Kingdom and their exact locations because he intends to find and destroy them all. Did they really think they'd be safe after making enemies of 2 of the 9 stars? Jin Hyuk sarcastically thanks him for his concern, saying he should worry about himself first. After being choked, the guard desperately points to a document on the table. Jin Hyuk examines the list, finding the names of the Perland brothers' lackeys. He burns the list and departs, vowing to bring each of them to their knees, and finally, the Perland brothers themselves. Meanwhile, this blonde man is reading a report from the 10th floor branch of a puppet organization when a mysterious letter falls out, piquing his curiosity. After reading the letter, he angrily crumpled it, wondering how anyone could know about the masked one. Meanwhile, the White Swan Society was scrambling to cover their tracks, eliminating all witnesses at the scene. Beth Holio, the guild leader, grew suspicious of Jin Hyuk and questioned the two girls, the blonde describing him as a handsome, slender man with a high nose, while her sister found him ugly with a large nose. The two girls exchange glances, finally realizing they've fallen victim to Jin Hyuk's illusion magic. Afterward, a weary Wang Kan returns, only to receive a petty compliment and sarcastic remarks from Jin Hyuk, who tells him rumors of a terrifying demon are spreading. Frustrated, Wang Kan changed the subject to Jin Hyuk's mission, wondering if he successfully set the fire. Of course, Jin Hyuk arrogantly recounted how even low-level magic was effective in this situation, ensuring that anyone who met him would remember him with slight differences in appearance. But Wang Kan was curious as he returned empty-handed, since the other guild's information should be in his head. Jin Hyuk puts on his mask and slowly approaches the door, and on the count of 3, Wang Kan unleashes chains to bind the stranger. The plan goes off without a hitch, as the one knocking is Han Chuan, a low-level employee. He's here to announce Goldrich's arrival at their 10th floor branch and extend a special invitation to Jin Hyuk. An army awaits, but Goldrich is nowhere to be seen, putting him on alert. Just then, a voice echoed, "I don't know how you learned what was written in that letter, but I commend your arrogance and courage for daring to show your face. Those who know about it are not allowed to exist in this tower." Goldrich, the man with the blonde hair, stepped out. Jin Hyuk smiles, pleased to see Goldrich after so long. Goldrich leaves, setting a little test for Jin Hyuk. The troops formed a defensive line, expecting an attack to break through, but their leader was met with a swift punch to the face, the price for revealing his plans to a seasoned player. With their leader gone, Jin Hyuk easily cut through the ranks, and Goldrich was next. Goldrich turns his back as a mountain of gold coins erupts. Jin Hyuk recognizes Goldrich's golden power, his ability to control gold with mana, but it won't hold him back for long. Goldrich, still one with the gold, merges nearly all the gold in the branch into a tidal wave, enough to send Jin Hyuk to his grave. A massive explosion with the dirty gold, Goldrich coldly mutters, and that's the end of him. Not so fast. A spear is held to Goldrich's face. In a battle of speed, he always wins. Goldrich brushes the spear aside, annoyed. "You think I'll be scared? If you want to tell me, just say so." "No, you can't kill me," Jin Hyuk confidently stated, because he hadn't yet learned where Jin Hyuk got the information in the letter, and the army wanted to capture him alive. But he would tell Goldrich about the source, so he led Jin Hyuk to the office. "What a magnificent room," Jin Hyuk sarcastically remarks. "It must be nice to be rich." Goldrich closes the door and continues to stretch, his golden ability completely isolating them from the outside world, so no one would know what was happening. Now, Goldrich wants to know who told him that he was the auction's owner. The auction is a massive system where individuals can freely trade items within the tower, but this system wasn't created naturally. It was created by Goldrich. If this truth were exposed, the foundation of the entire Goldrich company would collapse, which is why he's so frantic. So losing an arm and a leg is nothing, right? Goldrich uses gold to create a giant axe and attacks Jin Hyuk, but in moments like these, Jin Hyuk doesn't need to act, as the scepter shatters the golden axe with a single punch. Goldrich is shocked to see a spirit soldier, an ability only a necromancer possesses, proving Jin Hyuk's identity. He removes his mask, saying, "It's time to pay up, creditor William." He couldn't believe Jin Hyuk was alive after 10 years. Jin Hyuk began to explain everything to Goldrich as Wang San eavesdropped, and surprised at how deep their relationship went. Still, Goldrich couldn't believe Jin Hyuk had returned from the dead. After all, even Jin Hyuk himself could barely believe he was alive. This time, Jin Hyuk's goal was some of Goldrich's company resources, and they could create a sponsorship agreement between the two. He spoke as if Goldrich was his company. Goldrich scoffed. But in essence, he wasn't wrong. Who would sell items from the tower's higher floors to a merchant with no talent? He was the biggest contributor to Goldrich's foundation and its largest shareholder. This arrogance made Goldrich believe he was the real Jin Hyuk. But even so, Jin Hyuk would have to give him something when the contract was signed. Jin Hyuk decided to sell all the information he had gathered, compiled, and decoded to Goldrich. "All right, I'll give you a price after I hear it," Goldrich said. "If the four kings are trying to eliminate Jin Hyuk, it means there's a mastermind behind it all. Since they all have egos, it's unlikely they'd listen to each other. This proves there's a force strong enough to control and command them. The four kings of the tower." Goldrich is shocked that Jin Hyuk mentions the four kings, who seek to protect their superiority over other races. This forces them to either climb the tower themselves or eliminate those who could climb higher, and those who agree are appointed as rulers of a floor. However, Goldrich is skeptical since he was the only victim. Jin Hyuk then mentions the Oni village on the 100th floor, where the sole survivor of that tragedy was none other than Haryu. A young Oni trains tirelessly to fight the Great Brain Warrior, still unable to overcome the trials of the human floor. To reunite with Jin Hyuk and Wang Kan, Haryu is determined to become even stronger. Why are you sighing? Shouldn't you just use me? The spirit within the sword reappears, dancing around Haryu's hand. He knows she wants to see Jin Hyuk as soon as possible, so just use him, and the Great Brain Warrior will be nothing but a pushover. But Haryu is determined not to use the power of the twin dragon swords, because she promised Jin Hyuk that she would become stronger on her own and not rely on any other power. After hearing the story, Goldrich gradually guessed that their target was Haryu and the sword. To destroy her, they would not hesitate to exterminate an entire race, or in other words, they are carefully choosing their target. Goldrich is torn. He can't believe this could change the very foundation of the tower, but what Jin Hyuk says is strangely convincing. Jin Hyuk declares his goal is revenge, to destroy them all, including the Old Star, the Four Kings supporters, and even those of the Four Kings who slaughtered Goldrich's family. After their talk, Goldrich unlocks the barrier and Ban jumps in, full of questions. Even Holy wonders if he likes men, annoying him. But the good news is, Goldrich has decided to buy the information on one condition. He has to prove himself now. Jin Hyuk sighs, realizing this stubborn merchant values trust as a commodity, unwilling to trade on mere faith. So he enlists Ban to vouch for his identity. The price? A handshake, which the greedy merchant demands 3 times over. After Ban vouches for him, Goldrich has no reason to refuse. I'll trust you. It's good to see you again, Jin Hyuk. Goldrich extends his hand, and Jin Hyuk takes it. He was certain that one day they could call each other by their real names, not just nicknames like they do now. As long as it could be bought with money, Goldrich could get it for Jin Hyuk, and he needed all kinds of usable weapons in this tower and lots of ammunition. Goldrich was dumbfounded. He was a spirit caster. What need did he have for weapons? Jin Hyuk casually revealed his omnipotent master subclass, shocking Goldrich, who didn't know such a thing existed. Jin Hyuk showed off a bit more of its power, like enhancing all his stats, even making weapons he'd never used feel familiar after many years. Though a bit jealous, Goldrich knew he'd become even stronger than before. Of course, he's weak now, but the future will be different, so what he needs to do is amplify Jin Hyuk's abilities. Goldrich summons the puppet manager, ordering him to collect and buy all the weapons on the 10th floor of other companies, then pack them for VIP customer Jin Hyuk. About 10 minutes later, the manager returned with a robe, but not just any robe. This was a mobile warehouse. Goldrich finally had something to show off. The robe of flying, linked to a subspace that could hold countless items, like a massive warehouse. The temperature, size, and color can all be customized to the user's preference, and it also has a protective spell, so if you have accessories inside, they will automatically transfer to your head. This is an extremely rare item in the tower, so Goldrich hopes you will take good care of it. Newcomers should be careful, Jin Hyuk said, or you might overspend and bankrupt Goldrich. Cut to the trio of Shungtai returning through the gate. They didn't achieve anything, but they were lucky to be alive. They blew all their money before reaching the 10th floor, so how will they continue their climb? Don't worry, Shungtai says smugly. The White Swan Guild has someone on the 30th floor. If they can just meet his brother, they'll have more money to climb the tower. Remembering Jin Hyuk, he seethed, humiliated by his threats and belittlement, vowing a bloody revenge once he had the money. Less than 10 minutes later, they looked like they had indigestion, standing before the dilapidated home of the White Goose Guild. The guild members have evacuated to the 30th floor, and Jungtai's brother has cut off contact. With no money or skills, they won't even make it to the 20th floor, let alone the 30th. Seeing Jungtai's silence, the other two began to complain, criticizing him for being all talk and no action when it came to the White Swan Society. Jungtai wanted to gag them as they whined. If he was useless, they were just leeches. He should take this chance to leave those bastards behind. Suddenly, a small fox waddled over. Jungtai waved it away, saying they had no food for the hungry, and to leave. The fox approached, sniffing at Seungtai's feet, irritating him. He kicked it away, further injuring the poor creature, deciding to vent his anger on it, mercilessly tormenting its small, wounded body. It whimpered, beaten to exhaustion, its cries reduced to pathetic whimpers, as Jungtai's voice echoed. My ancestors were wrong. So many fools around me, and my luck is just terrible. Out of nowhere, a crossbow bolt pierces his leg, and before Jungtai can process what's happened, a wave of pain washes over him. Jin Hyuk emerges from the shadows, introducing himself as the future owner of the fox he just abused. 5 minutes earlier, Jin Hyuk and Wang Shan were strolling down the street. He was on his way to the job change tower to get spirit energy. Wang Shan didn't understand, since he was already a spirit magic master. Jin Hyuk's job is like a glitch, resembling a mage with memories of a past life, but not fully mastering his magic, and he currently lacks spiritual power through cultivation. Wang Gun hadn't even considered this possibility, but for now, Jin Hyuk decides to rest and spend Goldlich's money. Suddenly, the ancient nine-tailed fox sensed something, pointing towards a small alley, begging for help because its child was in danger, leading Jin Hyuk to take a leg from Seong Tai. Side characters just can't catch a break. Jin Hyuk couldn't believe he'd find the former nine-tailed fox's child, a legendary beast in a place like this, along with a quest to rescue it, a disciple of the neutral god and the nine-tailed fox. After rescuing it, he needed to take good care of it, and he would be rewarded with fox items and increased favor with the nine-tailed fox. Seong Tai recognizes him as the masked demon, but Jin Hyuk feigns ignorance, asking if they've ever met. "Is that how you intend to provoke me?" Seong Tai orders his men to ambush Jin Hyuk, but he vanishes in the blink of an eye, leaving them clueless. Jin Hyuk was already holding the little fox and warned that if they dared to step on him without knowing who he was, it would be the last time they ever spoke. Seong Tai didn't care who the fox was and decided to chop off Jin Hyuk's limbs for revenge. Jin Hyuk asks the old fox for his opinion, who tells him to send them back to the earth. Jin Hyuk wasn't planning to, but they just keep running headfirst into death. Jin Hyuk returns Seong Tai's leg, turning him into a fiery corpse, and dispatches 3 mangy wolves with a single kick. Jin Hyuk takes the little fox home, unsure what to do with it, but decides to name it first, as the former nine-tailed fox's suggestion was far too long. If you shorten baby fox, it becomes leopard, which is okay, but Woon Can warns you to be careful, as it will definitely bore a hole in your skull when it grows up. If it were Woon Can, he would show off his naming skills from countless years of experience with the implication of shining brightly. Ho is fox, Jiang is shining, so call the fox Ho Jiang. His grand name falls flat, and Woon Can, pride-wounded, cries out, saying if you don't like it, just say so. Jin Hyuk, seeing it's a two-tailed fox, decides to call it Miho for short, a common name that Woon Can scoffs at, certain the fox won't like it. But who knew Miho would be so delighted, leaving Woon Can utterly speechless. The mission to rescue Miho was complete, and Miho presented Jin Hyuk with a fox mask. When worn, it grants you the abilities of a wolf, and the mask's power will grow with its wearer. It's similar to the Oni mask. If this is the power of a fox, then its beauty is unmatched. There's no better skill for capturing an opponent. The nine-tailed fox reminds him that the mission is only half complete. The other half is to strengthen Miho's vitality by feeding her 999 pieces of raw liver. 999 pieces is one problem. But raw is an even bigger one, meaning he'll have to hunt for the ingredients himself. But considering the mask's value, it's understandable, plus there are benefits to gaining the fox's favor. Wang Kan uses patrolling as an excuse to avoid errands from Jin Hyuk, who warned him not to be late for their job change at the tower when the sun rises. Now, let's take a nighttime stroll with Wang Shan around town. Just as he expected, things are very different than when he was climbing the tower. Suddenly, a familiar sensation washes over him. Wang Shan looks toward the person bumping into him. A dragon with 2 horns, his mana so immense that the air around him is thick. He sighs and mutters, "I want to kill all the dragons." Wang Kan is taken aback. Dragons are an affectionate species, loving their families and kin, and the proudest of the 4 divine beasts. So, for a dragon to utter those words means no dragon will be spared, and Wang Kan didn't expect them to reach the 10th floor so soon. His time here baffled Wang Kan. If that were the case, the dragons hadn't acted yet. Suddenly, the dragon looked towards Wang Kan, startling him. He'd sensed his mana. The dragon scoffed. A human? A useless phantom acting like a fool, loitering about. What? A useless phantom? Wang Xian might let Jin Hyuk order him around, but he wouldn't let anyone else insult him. He heads downstairs to reclaim his honor, greeting the dragon. The dragon retorts, "A human dares call me a dragon. Are you tired of living?" The next morning at the job change tower, Wang Gun was late again, irritating Jin Hyuk, who hadn't even received a reply to his messages. He had to go inside alone, where a young man named Ken greeted him, explaining that he was the tower's caretaker. It's as deserted as a temple, Jin Hyuk thought. Since not many awaken mana above the 10th floor, it's either flies or mosquitoes around here. Jin Hyuk borrowed a room for soul masters, but first, to prove he's awakened mana, he needs to fill the crystal ball in Ken's hand with mana. Gin-hyuk gently released his mana, and Ken struggled to hold the crystal ball, but after only a few seconds it cracked and shattered, sending Ken crashing to the ground. Meanwhile, Wang Gun was still fighting Dong, but he wasn't with Gin-hyuk, so both his mana and soul were limited. The arrogant demon taunts, asking how long he intends to hide in that shadow, demanding he come out and fight like a man. Drawn by the battle, others rush to watch, noting his horns and confirming he is indeed a demon. Being called a dong enrages him, but Wang Chan doesn't understand why he's so sensitive about it, despite clearly being one, as if his soul and body are split, just like Gin-hyuk. And so, the researcher in Sung-woo awakens, eager to see what lies hidden within that body as he uses souls as weapons. Sung-woo attacks, and though he dodges, he admits that Sung-woo is no useless ghost. Necromancy uses spirit power instead of mana, a magic even Jin-woo couldn't wield. This is the power of the strongest necromancer, and that doppelganger will regret bad-mouthing him. The two sides clash in a chaotic battle, and Dong taunts Wang Quan, saying it's not a blind date, so why introduce yourself like that? If he's using weapons, then he'll use his sword too. If Wang Quan introduced himself, then he'll introduce his profile. I am Hendrik, the Dragon Slayer. The title of Dragon Slayer is given to those who have successfully conquered a dragon, such a powerful soul stuffed into the body of a dragon. What a joke. Hendrik uses dragonflow footwork, forcing Wang Quan to separate, who underestimates him due to his youth. If his soul truly is the Dragon Slayer who reached the 780th floor, even Gin-hyuk wouldn't guarantee their victory. The only option is to trap him. Wang Quan prepares to attack, but Hendrik won't let his coat be burned again. Suddenly, spirit hands grab him, followed by a massive attack. Hendrik gritted his teeth, using myriad stances to cut off every attack, but he didn't have time to react to Wang Chan's hand because of the vortex. Hendrik's head was seized by a giant spirit hand. His resistance was negligible. Wang Gan breathes a sigh of relief, narrowly avoiding disaster. He had to use all the soul and magic Gin-hyuk gave him. Perhaps this time Hendrik will be restrained. Now is a good opportunity for him to quickly transmit. Below, Hendrik finally breaks free. He remembers the name Wang Gan, promising to tear his soul image into hundreds of pieces next time they meet. Meanwhile, Gin-hyuk was touring the rooms, the magic corridors seemingly endless. As he led him, Ken was sweating bullets, still intimidated by someone like Gin-hyuk who could clear 10 floors, even after reaching the 35th. Meanwhile, Gin-hyuk thought Ken was doing a good job of making him feel comfortable. Finally, they arrived at the necromancer's room, filled with magic potions, corpses, and countless books. Truly every necromancer's dream. After Ken left, he got to work. Just then, Wang Gun popped up from underground, scaring Miho half to death, who wondered where he'd been. Wang Gun, embarrassed, claims he's off to practice some Qigong, quickly changing the subject to Gin-hyuk, who summons minions to fetch books, draw magic circles, and light scented candles to set the mood. While Gin-hyuk works, Wang Kan and Miho must step back. Perhaps Gin-hyuk's final order, as he instructs Wang Kan to protect his body until he awakens. Be careful. I'll devour your body if you die, Wang Kan says, reassuring Gin-hyuk. A ghostly soul is summoned from the magic circle and enters Gin-hyuk's soul fruit. Miho witnesses this and cries out in shock, prompting Wang San to comfort her. The powerful spirit realm is the key to true necromancy, manipulating souls like mana, and the only way to awaken this power is in spirit form, meaning he's close to death. Gin-hyuk closes his eyes, reaching the inner realm of nothingness. At the same time, lost souls appear, seeking a perfect body for rebirth, which is why Gin-hyuk needs Wang Chan's protection. He summons soul soldiers, and they must save the spirit prince from the brink of death. Wang San uses his Aurora soul and soul soldiers to fight the ghouls. Hearing the commotion, Gyeong-hyun rushes in to investigate, only to be horrified by the scene. Seeing someone arrive, Wang Kan immediately pulls them into the battle, while Miho cowers in a corner. But from there, she sees a ghoul rushing towards Gin-hyuk. She barely realizes it, but it's too late. Wang Kan can only activate alarm mode to wake Gin-hyuk up. Miho rushes to protect Gin-hyuk, unleashing a dazzling light. The other ghouls freeze, overwhelmed by her cuteness. Her tiny tail, her little hands, they're all defeated by Miho's irresistible charm. Even the soul soldiers succumb to Miho's cuteness, leaving Wang Chan helpless, and now there's even a gatekeeper. Only Wang Kan realizes it's charm magic, but it only controls the physical form. This power that can control even souls proves that a creature blessed with divine blood is no ordinary being. Amidst the chaos, another ghoul appears. Wang Chan recognizes him as a powerful tower climber in life, and if he possesses Jin Hyuk, it will be disastrous. Wang Chan must stop him, but Miho's charm is weakening his power, leaving everything to Miho. Get out of the way, I don't care about your furry nonsense. The ghoul reaches for Jin Hyuk's body, but Miho jumps in and emits a burst of light. But Miho only burped out a tiny heart, not enough to charm him. Wang Chan froze, his power seemingly gone. He raised his hand to crush Miho, who braced for the pain, but nothing happened. A surge of magic pierced his arm. Jin Hyuk finally awakens, and that demon is as good as dead. It cries out, "Ahoo-hoo, my spirit body." Jin Hyuk absorbs the surrounding ghouls, a perfect ingredient for his elixirs. And for Wang Chan, just a simple spirit-severing pill will do. His 10 fingers spread wide, shattering the demon's spirit and demolishing the room in the process. Wang Chan was impressed by Jin Hyuk's simple yet powerful method of gathering spiritual energy at his fingertips and firing it. After finishing up, Jin Hyuk left a gaping hole in the room's wall, while Ken remained fast asleep after their mind control. The con artist manager arrives exclaiming, "What the hell did you do in that tower?" It's a long story, so Jin Hyuk won't explain, and the manager is here to deliver something he requested that wouldn't fit in his spatial pocket. These are powerful poisons of varying levels, fire stones containing fire energy and ice stones containing water energy. Jin Hyuk is confused. These stones are only used for dungeon exploration from the 100th floor onward. Startled that Jin Hyuk saw through him, the manager reveals this delivery is his last act as the branch manager of the 10th floor. From now on, he'll return to climbing the tower, all because he needs to become stronger. As a merchant, the manager aimed for the top, but he felt that Jin Hyuk and Goldrich could bring great change to the tower. A change that couldn't ignore the most talented merchant, a 100-floor climber in his own right. Jin Hyuk sees his determination, much like Goldrich's back then. If he has the right abilities, he'll let him in on the plan with Goldrich, and of course he's more than willing. After the manager left, hunger struck, and Jin Hyuk decided to replenish his energy with the poison liquor. This decision made Wang Chan shudder, but Jin Hyuk's absorption ability turned everything he consumed into his own power. Doesn't he wonder what kind of power all this will give me? A moment later, Ken opens his eyes, tense as a bowstring, but everything's been taken care of and seems safe. With Jin Hyuk their last hope, he shoves the heat stone into his mouth, feeling like he's eating 100 bowls of the spiciest noodles at once. The heat stone is so big that it takes Jin Hyuk a while to fully swallow it, his ice and fire absorption at its limit, unable to absorb any more. That night, Wang Gun transported the remains of Jin Hyuk's carnage, feeling like he was being tortured. Jin Hyuk finally swallowed all the poison, and like the Haktuz's fighting style, he had to prepare for emergencies, especially poison. One of the Grim Reapers is a master of it. If he'd recognized the trick, he wouldn't have been beaten so badly. After transporting all the brains, Jin Hyuk treated Miho to a buffet of fresh, raw livers. Wang Gan thought Miho should learn the fighting style of the nine-tailed fox, but Jin Hyuk thought she was still a baby by human standards. That is, until he saw her sharp teeth tearing through the brains. It's only eaten 127 livers tonight, but it's already full. On the way, Wang Chan confided that he also wanted to wreak havoc on the city like Jin Hyuk, but it's better to be discreet. Jin Hyuk guessed that Wang Chan's rising mana meant a nighttime brawl was brewing, but he was curious who the opponent was. "I fought a dragon," Wang Chan casually recounted, conveniently omitting the part where he ran away. Suddenly, Jin Hyuk is filled with murderous intent, as if he has a deep-seated grudge against dragons. Wang Gun quickly signals him to calm down, warning him not to cause a scene. Jin Hyuk didn't mean to. It was a lingering effect of swallowing the fire and ice essence, making it hard to control his power. Wang Chan explained that the dragon clan he encountered was no ordinary one. After hearing the story, Jin Hyuk was incredibly surprised. A soul and body separated. Wang Chan didn't believe it at first, but Jin Hyuk was a prime example. Furthermore, he knew of the dragon-slaying hero Hendrik, who started by practicing butchering dragons as he climbed the tower, defeating every dragon he encountered or knew the location of, eventually becoming a monster known as the dragon-slaying hero. Rumor has it he died on floors 700-800, which, according to Jin Hyuk, could be a trap set by the dragon royalty. In that case, Jin Hyuk wants to meet Hendrik once and for all. He's so excited that he accidentally sets off another explosion. His buff felt like a scam. Wang Kan thought it should be called a debuff instead. Poison, heat, cold stones. Now he needed to heal the internal injuries they caused. Healing, meeting Priest A, Crazy A. Jin Hyuk didn't want to be cleansed by that divine power like those lost souls. But if he keeps bombing, it'll be hard to recover. So the best way is to use divine power to heal himself. Or so he thinks. Suddenly, Miho growls, its roar making Jin Hyuk's ears ring. Wangan notices something strange about the crowd. They don't react to Miho's scream and move as if unconscious. A golden light freezes them, and a girl with a halo like an angel approaches, pleased to meet them. Jin Hyuk realizes she's from the celestial race, and if that's the case, he won't hold back. He's ready to fight. She suddenly grabs the hilt of his sword, warning him not to do anything he'll regret. Jin Hyuk is immobilized by her single hand as she traces the injuries on his face, knowing each one intimately. Then, the halo above her head shone brightly, and a beam of light transferred into his body. Wang Chan, standing beside him, was anxious, asking if he was okay, but his injured body was completely healed, the divine power of the celestial race. She did this to prove she had no intention of fighting him, then introduced herself as Uriel of the celestial race of Foyo. Everyone suddenly awoke, as if from a deep sleep. Jin Hyuk asked Uriel what she had done, and she said she had only tampered with their memories to protect the people. According to her intel, it would be suspicious if they knew the Celestial from the 10th floor had come here. Jin Hyuk judged her as brave, but also very calculating. Not bad. But why didn't she use it on him? Was it impossible, or did it just take too long? Uriel couldn't use it on Jin Hyuk, or even the adorable, bristling Miho, and Wang Kan was unaffected as well. Tang reveals that as a spirit, she is seen wherever she goes, and Uriel seeks him out because he is the masked one who intends to defy the heavens. His power, and that of those with him, will weaken temporarily, but in the end, they will succeed. This is the prophecy of Uriel's people, the outcasts. Jin Hyuk asks about the name outcasts, for he has never heard of them. Uriel suddenly stands and disrobes, revealing the stumps where her wings were severed, a body that can't be ignored. The celestial realm is descending into madness, blinded by greed, and those who disagree are exiled and branded as criminals. When celestials commit sins and are exiled, they're stripped of their wings, their symbol. So Uriel was once one of them. The nameless are celestials like Uriel, exiled from Utopia, the city of the celestials. According to prophecy, Jin Hyuk intends to overthrow the Zahuang clan's rule, so the Utopians want to help. Jin Hyuk agrees, thinking of Vulcan. It seems she wasn't lying, so he accepts. When Jin Hyuk asked about benefits, Uriel honestly shook her head. The power of the outcasts is great, but Utopia has marked them as enemies and is watching them. Their increasing numbers only intensify the animosity of the celestial society. Jin Hyuk didn't expect things to be so complicated. Abandoning them would be a waste of a heavenly army, but recruiting them would be too risky. Still, even under such oppression, the nameless ones would be ready to lend their power in a crucial moment. Satisfied, Jin Hyuk decides to become their ally, relieved that his name hasn't been revealed. He then asks Uriel if she can evade the eyes of gods and demons, but she can only do so for a short time. Uriel plucks a feather, creating a barrier like Goldrich's, ensuring no one outside can hear them. To test it, Jin Hyuk removes his mask, asking if anyone can hear him. Uriel froze, unable to believe that the demon she revered was so clueless. After confirming this, Jin Hyuk was relieved, removing his mask and revealing his real name and identity from 10 years ago. Upon hearing Jin Hyuk's father's name, Uriel immediately knelt, apologizing for her ignorance. For 10 years prior, she was one of those who judged his death. The air froze for a moment as Jin Hyuk pressed his foot down, his body radiating dark energy, warning her to choose her next words carefully. Still bowing her head in submission, Uriel asked if he knew what would happen upon reaching the 909th floor. Jin Hyuk is close, and she's sure he'll meet the same end as the others, like the demon in the tower's guardian tree spirit. But according to Uriel, the sovereigns are drowning in their own ambition, and want to monopolize that position, ultimately not wanting anyone else to be able to conquer the tower. Jin Hyuk was taken aback. He'd only guessed before, but now he was certain. Even the mastermind, Miu, was before him. Jin Hyuk would definitely send Uriel's head to the celestial race. Though attacked, she didn't resist, which was why she'd become useless to them, something Jin Hyuk didn't quite understand. Uriel had actually felt useless for the past 10 years, ever since she opposed the celestial race's selection of tower climbers, and that person was none other than Jin Hyuk's father, Hak Tu Lin. Jin Hyuk decides to spare her life. How wicked. She should be the one apologizing to me. In any case, he didn't want to hold a grudge against Uriel, understanding the difference between her conflicting opinions and those of the celestial race. Uriel was grateful that Jin Hyuk understood her situation. Perhaps there were those in the Sand Clan who shared their goals. If he can contact them, Uriel thinks Jin Hyuk should accept them as allies. Jin Hyuk has been through enough to know there are all kinds of people everywhere, and those exiled from the Sand Clan will surely be valuable to him. If they could be allies, they would be a great help in the fight against the Demon King. Jin Hyuk asked about Uriel's hiding place, which was the 190th floor of the Dream City. Floor 190 is lower than he thought, because the higher they go, the stronger the Tsar's influence, preventing them from ascending further. Moreover, floors 200, 300 are that person's territory. Jin Hyuk had forgotten that was the territory of the Martial Emperor, an invincible being whose power ranged from the 200th to 300th floors. If the Wingless had set up base there, it would likely be destroyed by the Martial Emperor's hand before the celestial race could even intervene. If it's not too much trouble, could I have some clothes to wear? Uriel asked shyly, as Jin Hyuk wondered if her visit had left any traces. Uriel assured him no. The only thing she brought with her, due to the pursuit of the celestial race, was herself. Jin Hyuk smirked. That was enough. His somewhat inhumane smile put Uriel on guard. She only knew him through prophecy and didn't know if he liked boys or girls. It's not like that. Jin Hyuk quickly defended himself, explaining that he just wanted a few of Uriel's feathers. Oh well, Uriel has plenty of feathers since they grow back. Jin Hyuk was actually worried they wouldn't, which is why he chose his words carefully, but Uriel generously plucked a bunch for him. However, she warned him not to reveal them, as the celestial race could find the owner of the feathers. Jin Hyuk told her not to worry, as he would swallow them all without a trace. Uriel plucks her feathers, leaving Jin Hyuk speechless as they finally part ways. Uriel vanishing into thin air to await his accomplishments. You're going to eat it now? Wang Chan asked curiously. Jin Hyuk had been waiting to taste it and couldn't wait any longer. The divine power of the celestial race. Could he withstand it? Wang Chan had nothing to say. He had long given up such distant desires for power, not forgetting to warn Miho against eating everything like Jin Hyuk, or she'll end up with indigestion. Jin Hyuk tries a tuft of fur, and suddenly his heart feels like it's stopped, his whole body glowing as if there's a light bulb inside him. Wang Chan sighed, already used to this sight, and invited Miho to fly around Jin Hyuk's area. He couldn't bear the pain and screamed, then fell silent. When Jin Hyuk awoke, he was surrounded by water, his head pounding. But more importantly, he was inside the imaginary world. Jin Hyuk worried his small body couldn't handle this celestial power, and what that would mean for this world. Suddenly behind him, a golden waterfall crashes down. It seems the divine power has entered his body, surging like a colossal mountain, yet light as a feather. It's fortunate he didn't fight Uriel, but if he had won and devoured her whole, the power he'd have gained is unimaginable. Suddenly, Jin Hyuk realizes the water is rising, not falling as a waterfall. He must overcome this sensation before the divine waterfall swallows the imaginary world whole. If that's the case, there's only one way. Jin Hyuk uses his spirit energy. Outside, Vun Khan, guarding Jin Hyuk's empty shell, is shocked to see him using spirit energy to resist, but something's off. He's using spirit energy in soul form. Miho is saddened, but Vun Khan comforts her, telling her to trust in Jin Hyuk one more time. He must have a plan for absorbing the feathers, and he'll surely overcome this challenge. How many more surprises does Jin Hyuk have in store? He really is the main character. In his mind, Jin Hyuk is drinking the holy water like bubble tea, but it's not working. He creates an image to control the divine power with spirit energy, thinking he can drink from the waterfall like normal, since it's power he obtained through hunting and absorbing. But if he continues like this, he'll surely fail. This divine power is overwhelming Jin Hyuk's unwavering will, and he'll either have to give up this power or choke. Suddenly, Jin Hyuk realized he was afraid. But why should he be? This image was created from the soul within his own body. If that's the case, Jin Hyuk must do it his way, using spirit energy to create a giant, bloodthirsty shark like himself, ordering it to rush towards the torrent. From now on, this is the real deal. Jin Hyuk savors every drop of the divine power, finding it even more delicious than bubble tea, igniting an insatiable desire for more, for it to never be enough, to absorb even more. Meanwhile, in the real world, his body reacts accordingly, twitching and sporting a delirious smile, making him look like a drug addict shooting up. You watch from beginning to end, applauding the birth of the predatory Demon King. There is a neutral god constantly playing insidious tricks, named the Stream of Greed, so greedy that it takes all the treasure and sews up anything that comes back, so crazy that it wants to eat everything in the world. The god of the gluttonous stream is described as greedy, just like Jin Hyuk right now, wanting to devour all that divine power without end. Hey, are you awake? Vung Kan's voice echoes, along with Miu Ho's delighted face. Jin Hyuk has returned, and Vung Kan is curious if he succeeded or failed, so he knows whether to laugh in his face. Too bad, he succeeded, of course. Jin Hyuk shows off his skills, so Vung Kan doesn't have a chance to mock him. Though just a tiny seed, he created a universe to generate divine power within himself. Vung Kan couldn't believe it. Jin Hyuk wasn't a Za Huang, yet he possessed the power of the celestial race. If they knew, they'd surely order the extermination of his entire clan. Jin Hyuk shrugs, wondering if his excellence is hurting their pride, but he doesn't fear them anyway. Vung Kan is happy for him, but also worried that Jin Hyuk isn't strong enough to withstand an attack from the Za Huang clan. With his unstable condition, a confrontation with the Za Huang clan would be unpredictable. A few days later, in the arena on the 10th floor, Jin Hyuk continued to train his demon soldiers, as they weren't yet at their peak. Despite calling it training, only Vung Gon was summoning soldiers, while Jin Hyuk stood behind him like a teacher supervising. When a soul soldier was struck, that's when things truly began. A light emitted from the demon soul soldier's body, and then a ghost with divine power appeared. Jin Hyuk calls them sacred soul soldiers, and their power lives up to the name, specializing in healing the demon soul soldiers. Though divine power is divine, some individuals are about to reach enlightenment. While they fight, Miho gets to enjoy a bellyful of fresh, hot livers. At a rate of 892 fresh livers, Miho's power-up will be complete by tomorrow, unexpectedly earning Jean Hubert his second God of War title. He checks his status window and sees the divine power seed he planted a few days ago has already grown to 3. Not much, but enough for one emergency use. Now it's time to meet Hendrik, the dragon-slaying hero, and have a little chat. According to Wang Gun, Hendrik has been staying put since a certain point, not climbing the tower at all, as if he's waiting for someone. If he's stopped at the 10th floor, he has his reasons, and Jean Hubert wants to meet him. Like Uriel, who can hear the voices of gods and demons, perhaps he's waiting for something. They walked through an alley and upon exiting saw Hendrik's towering figure in the crowd. There's no mistaking those horns and red eyes. He's a dragon. Let's go, Jean Hubert decided quickly, alarming Wang Gun, who didn't think he should just jump out and talk to him, as he wasn't sure if he was the one he was waiting for. Jean Hubert has always been a man of action, not words. Mouth, you crazy fool, Wang Geon cursed, resolving to stay put. So he really did come. Must be because he got beat up so badly last time. Jean Hubert finally has a chance to mock him. Wang Gun vehemently denies it, and their loud argument makes it hard for Hendrik to concentrate. He's been waiting here because someone said that someone would come to the 10th floor and fulfill his wish, but he doesn't know who that person is. Jean Hubert steps forward to greet him, as he's also been waiting to talk to Jean Hubert, not forgetting to greet the familiar face of Wang Gen. Hendrik first gauges Jean Hubert's worth, and though he dislikes the blatant display, he overlooks it since he's been acknowledged. Hendrik, not one for crowds, invites him elsewhere, but little did he know he prefers to work in an old alley. Hendrik said nothing, but opened a portal, and the two followed him to the hidden space of the 10th floor. Even the eyes of angels and demons lost their power here. No wonder Jean Hubert's vision weakened. Hendrik finally speaks seriously, wanting to eliminate all the dragons in the tower who seek his demise. So, is Jean Hubert willing to join him in this goal? Jean Hubert scoffs. Kid, your ambition is too small. Hendrik glares, wondering what he's talking about, and Vung Kan tries to shut him up, warning that Hendrik is a monster beyond the tower's standards, and provoking him is suicide. Don't just stand there, you failure. Jean Hubert telepathically reminds Vung Kan that he's planned everything. Jean Hubert then speaks to Hendrik, saying he doesn't know the exact reason, but he can guess why he's become like this. However, he clearly doesn't know that the Za Huang aren't the only ones targeting them. He's obsessed with the dragon race, but that's not enough. If he were Jean Hubert, he'd wipe out everyone who deceived him, regardless of whether they were Za Huang or not. So Hendrik's goal is too small for him to join me. Could it be he wants to wipe out the entire Za Huang clan? Hendrik wondered. Like you, I survived death, and someone was behind my demise. Do you need more answers? Jean Hubert's words alone sent Hendrik into a fit of laughter, leaving Wang Kander utterly bewildered. Hendrik felt he owed him an apology. This man was the prophet Uriel had mentioned. Jean Hubert was surprised he'd met her. But first, Hendrik wants to test whether his resolve is genuine or just boasting. What's your name? You who plot against the heavens? I am the Death Knight, Jean Hubert. He removes his mask, revealing his true identity without hesitation. Just then, a voice cried out, "Is that damned lizard here to cause trouble again?" Hendrik was taken aback by the old man's attitude. He was the first blacksmith to live there and the one who forged his sword. Upon meeting him, both Jean Hubert and Volkarn were shocked. He was a true Oni. The old man inquired, curious about the strange fusion of soul and spirit and who the lanky dark one was. Jean Hubert twitched, wondering how the old man was still alive. Hearing this, the old man was 100% certain that Jean Hubert was the one who attacked the Oni village. But he denied it. But the more he explained, the more confused the old man became, causing him to fly into a rage, grabbing his hammer, ready to crush his skull, believing him to be the one who burned down the village. Volkarn asked if he knew Harry Hubert, and, as expected, he did. They went to his house, and Hendrik couldn't believe the coincidence in this vast tower. According to him, on the day of the village's traditional festival, all the Oni gathered on the 100th floor. Being old, he didn't participate in the card game but stayed here to forge swords. And then, disaster struck. He eagerly asked about Harry Hubert's whereabouts, and Jean Hubert replied that she was on the 9th floor and would soon rejoin them, adding that the mask belonged to Harry Hubert, who gave it to him as a token of gratitude for saving her life. Hendrik wondered how strong Harry Hubert was, and Jean Hubert proudly replied that even while recovering, she was equal to them in a solo fight. Moreover, Harry Hubert was a long-term partner, and after receiving the mask, they decided to take revenge together. The old man suddenly grabbed Jean Hubert's hand, expressing his gratitude, and revealed his real name was Gino, promising to support them with all his ability and rebuild the village with Harry Hubert. Jean Hubert didn't quite understand, but nodded in agreement. Only Vulcan knew that the mask was a marriage proposal. Gino allows him to take any of Lozen's items he deems necessary, weapons far superior to anything Tengu Rich provided. With everything settled, Jean Hubert prepares to leave, but Gino is already snoring. Perhaps he was relieved that Hendrik had never seen him relax after work in the village. Jean Hubert decided to let Gino sleep, and if Harry Hu arrived, he'd let her meet him first. She would surely gain strength from meeting Gino. Just then, Vulcan's roar echoed in his ears, and Jean Hubert dodged Hendrik's surprise attack, which blew up an entire house. He was pleased with Jean Hubert's reaction speed. His earlier words about testing his strength still held true. If Jean Hubert could defeat him, something heaven-defying might occur, and Jean Hubert had no intention of just talking. He would test the Dragonslayer's power himself. The two trade blows, destroying everything around them, yet feeling exhilarated, for they've never unleashed their full power like this before. Hendrik can easily cut down Jean Hubert's demonic spirit soldiers, but Jean Hubert has already set a trap, planting them behind him. He was slightly surprised, but still coped easily. In Hendrik's eyes, this was shallow swordsmanship, not worth savoring. So Jean Hubert directly attacked him with sword energy, but Hendrik moved his body as light as a feather, feeling as if he were just an untouchable spirit. Jean Hubert could only swear. How could he avoid such all-powerful swordsmanship and master skills, even grabbing Jean Hubert's hand and throwing him away like a sack of sand? A spirit master, huh? If you want to follow me and work together, you need to try harder, Hendrik thought after testing a few moves with him. Jean Hubert would need to reforge his spirit weapon and summon a 10th floor monster to stand a chance. Jean Hubert summons the massive Gungnea spear, the very weapon that beheaded the great orc warrior in a single blow. Now it's time to fight. Vulcan immediately jumps away from Hendrik's body to avoid getting caught in the crossfire. Hendrik feigns anger, but his sword is enchanted against magic, rendering Vulcan's chains useless. Vulcan urges Jean Hubert to move, as Hendrik's dragon-slaying blade cleaves Gungnir in two and hurtles towards him, resulting in a massive explosion where he stood. Vulcan wants to help, but he has to save himself first, as Hendrik tries to crush him underfoot. So he's Jean Hubert's dad's strongest ally, huh? If that's the case, no one can help Jean Hubert now, and Hendrik is eager to find his corpse. Jean Hubert leaps out of the way, saying that Vulcan isn't the strongest ally as he's still alive and kicking. Jean Hubert fires arrows that pierce Hendrik's flowing hair, leaving him speechless. His marksmanship is even more hopeless than his swordsmanship. 2 arrows soar into the sky, unleashing magic that catches Hendrik's attention, followed by 3 more, piercing him and sending him plummeting. The attack lands and Jean Hubert seizes the moment, donning his Oni mask to activate his war eye. Hendrik, now plummeting, grits his teeth and summons a fiery red tornado, leaving Jean Hubert helpless as his chance slips away. Ha 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 ha. You're strong, Jean Hubert. I was a little surprised, but this isn't over, Hendrik roars with excitement. He hasn't unleashed his full power yet. What follows is a signature Dragon Clan technique, Dragon Flash. Jean Hubert is sweating, not from the heat, but from worry. He can't see a way to avoid it, even though he knows its trajectory and can predict its path. Your speed isn't enough. If you're hit, you're done for. However, he has another personality. Jean-Hubert puts on the fox mask. Jeannot wakes up after a 5-minute nap, only to find himself surrounded by rubble. He's sure that Gecko Hendrik has gone mad again. Miho runs outside, prompting the worried Jeannot to follow, where she stands before Jean-Hubert's summons. Hendrik unleashed Dragon Flash, then vanished, leaving Jean-Hubert bewildered, only to reappear an instant later, blade aimed straight at him. Another explosion, more rubble but no blood. Hendrik couldn't believe Jean-Hubert dodged that attack. But the truth is Jean-Hubert appeared behind him with the fox mask, exciting him even more. That mask really suits Jean-Hubert. From Jean-Hubert's hand he created claws like Wolverine and charged, clashing with Hendrik's Dragon Slayer. However, his speed and power had changed, and Hendrik realized he was not so simple, thanks to the power of that fox mask. All that talking during the fight caused him to be pushed back by Jean-Hubert, and he couldn't be slow with such a rare opening. Hendrik had been preparing a magic attack, perhaps intentionally creating an opening to lure him in before striking. And just like that, the magic attack created even more rubble, revealing someone even more despicable than Jean-Hubert. Bursting from the smoke, it's time for his ultimate move, the Fox Clan's irresistible charm. Though Hendrik anticipates it, he can't evade it, overwhelmed by a blissful feeling as if he's met his soulmate. He gritted his teeth and roared, "Damn it, I'm not interested in men!" But his mental focus broke the charm, though that wasn't Jean-Hubert's aim. During that brief moment of stillness, Jean-Hubert easily closed the distance, and with weapons out of the question, he aimed to end it with a single blow. He recalled Kyung-Hoon's technique, a master skill combined with Holy's swift movements and power-enhancing spells, all focused into one arm to deliver the perfect blow. "It's over, kid." Jean-Hubert lands a perfect punch on Hendrik's 8-pack abs, a devastating blow. This time, the devastation was even wider than Hendrik's, and the smoke and earth-shattering sound awakened Vunkan, who groggily asked what the score was. Jean-Hubert emerged from the dust, making him rejoice, but his joy was short-lived as he collapsed. Blood poured from his eyes and mouth. He'd exhausted his strength and couldn't move. Hendrik, however, still had his sword for support. It should have ended there. He swung his sword, confident in his victory, but Jean-Hubert refused to yield, demanding justice. "I lost? I lost? I used my final attack and you're still standing, you monster." Hendrik was beside himself, never imagining he could lose, and it infuriated him. "Fine," Hendrik said, but he wanted to decide things with one final attack. He was impressed by his strength, but he wanted to win at all costs. Unable to move, Jean-Hubert called for help, but Hendrik ignored him, summoning a fire dragon towards him. Jean-Hubert was helpless, unsure if it was blood or tears falling, thinking, "Okay, you win, you bastard." "What were you saying? I'll test the Dragon Slayer myself." "And yet you lost." Vulcan's soft tone drove Jean-Hubert mad. Even as a spirit, he hasn't changed. Jean-Hubert recoiled in pain, further emboldening Vulcan. "Hey now, don't overdo it. Without Uriel's divine power, you would have failed miserably. Without it, your fragile body would have been torn to shreds." Damn this old man. Why does he keep provoking and bad-mouthing my master? Just wait until I recover. The sound of their bickering kept Miho from falling asleep. Hendrik, the cause of their argument, then entered, asking how Jean-Hubert was feeling. Vulcan was shocked to see him, suddenly remembering how he'd boasted about defeating Hendrik and quickly apologized. Hendrik didn't dwell on it, as it was his fault, and Vulcan breathed a sigh of relief, like a debt repaid. He was like a madman when fighting Jean-Hugh, but completely different at other times. Hendrik, seeing Jean-Hugh's kindness, asked if he had gone too far. A question that struck a nerve, irritating him. "You two, stop it. I'll win next time, for sure." Setting that aside, he wanted to hear Hendrik's story, so he called him over to talk about his past and his death. Hendrik recounted everything, starting from when his family and homeland vanished without a trace because of the dragon race, leaving him as the sole survivor. A miracle. Before him, his loved ones perished in a sea of fire, dragons soared above without mercy, leaving him with only rage for their horns and scales. Hendrik then climbed the tower like any other, fortunate to have talent, and first took revenge on a dragon on the 600th floor. Jean was surprised. He climbed the tower faster than him. From then on, Hendrik began his dragon hunting career, but was simultaneously pursued by the Far Eastern Imperial family's trackers. That was his daily life. Hendrik noticed that the stronger he became, the lighter their penalties were. After the 800th floor, their star cores seemed to disappear. The penalties were a system designed to prevent climbers from monopolizing the tower. They all face increasing limitations on their abilities when they're on a lower floor than their highest. That's why I could withstand Goldrich's attack. Without the penalty, I'd be done for. Suddenly startled, John asks how far Hendrik climbed. Floor 900, he says, is where his journey ended. If he reached the 900th floor, perhaps he was destined to become a transcendent being. A large and powerful time of overseers was formed to hunt him down, and Hendrik ultimately fell, unable to withstand dozens of them. How fortunate that of all races, he was reborn into the body of a dragon. He had wanted to die, but dying with this power and body wouldn't be easy. So Hendrik accepted it and used this body as a tool for revenge. Jean-Hugh felt a connection with him and understood Hendrik's answer. Hendrik nodded eagerly, asking when they would climb the tower again, as he knew they were waiting for Hario. Who knew he'd want to climb the tower with him? Annoyed as he was, Jean-Hugh couldn't do anything about it. Moreover, Hendrik realized they had a lot in common. He had fought alone in his final moments, and perhaps so had he. They must learn from their past failures. Fighting them all alone is just a pipe dream. Jean-Hugh also knows that he needs comrades, friends to fight alongside. Hendrik then proposed forming a guild, catching Jean-Hugh completely off guard, while on the 600th floor of the Holy Kingdom Alliance, the Saintess Palo Lao entered the channel room with a sharp demeanor. He's reviewing a report from the White Swan branch on the 10th floor. Someone set fire to the place, turning it to ash, and they acted alone. That's according to Betholio, but he suspects it wasn't a group effort. Impossible, she exclaimed. Even if they're strong on a low floor like the 10th, they're still subject to power reduction penalties. Even a chosen star can't avoid it, so the culprit must have overwhelming power on the 10th floor, much like us when we first climbed the tower. But Kane is sure everything is still under their control. In case this person has unknown power, they'll follow the plan from 10 years ago. Eliminate the threat at its source. First, he'll hire a capable bounty hunter to take care of this. After some thought, Jean-Hugh agreed with Hendrik, but there was one problem. He was currently on a mission to raise his reputation before reaching the 100th floor, so getting involved with Hendrik or his guild would be problematic. Hendrik understood the problem well. He had a simple and effective solution. Jean-Hugh would become the guild leader. Jean-Hugh had never considered this possibility. Hendrik doesn't want the position either. In fact, he lacks confidence, while Jean-Hugh is a skilled necromancer, a talent fit to lead. Jean doesn't feel confident either because he's weaker than Hendrik. He'd have to order him around, and would Hendrik accept taking orders from someone weaker? Suddenly, Hendrik kneels before him, shocking Jean, who doesn't want to do that to him. Just kidding. This is his answer. He doesn't know how humiliated he was, how helpless and angry he felt. Jean-Hugh asks again if he'll accept anything for his goal, and Hendrik nods. To avenge them both, Jean-Hugh will take the position of gang leader. Hendrik was pleased. It was indeed the right decision. Now, what would the guild's name be? Led by a masked figure who eradicates all evil while nurturing the Ningich Thien. Ningich Thien. No name could be more fitting. Jean-Hugh approves. A guild can be formed immediately after paying the registration fee to the Merchant Association, making Jean-Hugh miss Goldrich and his puppet. But he suddenly remembered that the puppet had left, and now Hanshin was managing the 10th floor branch, and something confused him. Why was the tower's channel meddling here? Because of tower business, he often came here, becoming good friends with Hanshin, sharing joys and hardships. Every time Jean-Hugh came, he brought terrible requests, so Hanshin was curious what it was this time. John Hyuk says he wants to form a guild, which Hanshin thinks will be easy, since everyone would want to join a guild created by a demon. But to form a guild, you need more than 2 members. And here's his team: Hendrik, Vulcan, and Mio. Ken is shocked to see a dragon, and Hanshin is in awe that he scouted Hendrik. He must be famous around here, always ranting in the middle of the street. Jean-Hugh also sent invitations to others, and once they gather, Hanshin must act to establish the guild immediately. Hanshin obeys, as Goldrich instructed him to follow the hero's every whim. And now the letters have reached the puppet, Harriet, and Goldrich himself. Things are about to get interesting. That night, Jean-Hugh sought food for Mio and tested his dispersal magic, creating a mountain of livers for Mio's buffet. The day to complete the 999 livers had arrived, and after Mio ate the last one, a pillar of red light erupted. Hendrik wonders what would happen if the fox ate all those raw livers. The system announces the 9-tailed holy is manifesting, and Vulcan panics, telling them to look. A figure appears, and Jean-Hugh is stunned by the true form of the 9-tailed holy, an incredibly cute, androgynous little girl. who, being a bit slow, has already fallen into his arms. Mio pouts, her voice sweet. "Daddy, what in the world is going on? I don't even have a wife yet. Daddy, who is that girl?" Harriet appears, her face blank. Jean-Yu is caught between a rock and a hard place, unsure of what to do. Miho innocently points at Harriet, asking who the girl is. The girl's innocent dad only fueled Harriet's rage, while Jean-Yu felt a strange sense of relief. He turned to Holy, who confirmed the mission was complete, and Miho was now his. Jean-Hyo didn't realize Holy's reward was this. Holy gave him her daughter and left. Vulcan smirked, while Hendrik was baffled as to how a human could give birth to a Holy. Harriet collapses, realizing John's daughter is so grown up. When did he even have time for that? But then again, he's hot and powerful, so it's no surprise he's got someone. She should have just accepted things from the start and moved on, instead of imagining she was something special to him, only to end up like this. Hendrik approaches Harriet, recognizing her as the young Ani they've been waiting for. Harriet looks up at his dragon form, and a memory resurfaces, the silhouette of a cruel dragon from the burning of her village. A figure she'll never forget. Harriet fearlessly attacks Hendrik with her sword, seeing him as the enemy of Ani village, while Hendrik wonders why he's always getting attacked and calls on Jean-Yu to clear his name. Jinhyuk smirks, realizing Harriet has misunderstood something, but Hendrik should sort it out himself. Hendrik hesitates to strike, fearing he'll hurt her, but he's confident Harriet's fiery spirit can handle it. If that's the case, Hendrik will consider this a second test. Harriet is knocked back but feels no pain, and she charges again. Hendrik can sense her powerful spirit energy, but it's still no match for him. Hendrik's strike was like a dragon's tail, sending Harriet flying. She lay on the ground, gritting her teeth, realizing the power gap was immense. Her enemy was right before her, yet she was powerless to avenge her village. The sword's spirit appears, recognizing the dragonkin and lending Harriet its power. The power to slay dragons. The reason it's called Sidor the Dragon Slayer. Harriet transforms, intriguing Hendrik with the sword's essence. He effortlessly blocks the Dragon Slayer's sword with one hand, shocking Harriet, then ruthlessly kicks her ribs. She may have the Dragon Slayer's sword, but he possesses something far greater. Its very creation surpasses her. Harriet silently begs the dragon-slaying sword to grant her the power to avenge her village, and Hendrik is delighted by her spirit, which only amplifies her strength. He recognizes the sword's aura. "You're the one who burned my village to the ground. I'll avenge those who perished." Harriet swung her sword with newfound power. Hendrik knows that the power isn't hers, but granted by the sword, and if it continues, she'll be in danger. Hendrik grabs Harriet's hand, demanding she drop the sword, explaining that the power is a parasite that's corroding her, and she hasn't reached the level to control it. Harriet refused, only his death would make her drop the sword. Facing the one who slaughtered her people, she would never forgive him. Hendrik realized her hatred for the dragon race ran too deep to control. Having wielded the sword longer, Hendrik felt responsible for guiding Harriet, lest she lose her way. He warned her that this would hurt, but she wouldn't die. Lightning strikes, shattering the area, and Harriet's grip loosens on her sword as she drifts into a dream. She finds herself in the Oni village forest, where a ball rolls towards her and children appear. They stare at her blankly, asking why she's the only one alive. Confronted with this question, Harriet realizes the truth. That girl, like all Oni, wanted to live as she does. Why was she the only one to survive while others perished? Harriet herself has always wondered, why was she spared? She must live on to wield the dragon-slaying sword, and he appears as Harriet's saving grace. The only way to avenge the village rests on her shoulders, and now she must rise and fight, for the Oni clan never forgets gratitude or revenge. Hendrik is shocked as Harriet rises after being struck by the dragon flash spear, and even more crazed, charges toward him. The sword would have pierced Hendrik's body if it hadn't shattered, and Harriet reached her limit. The dragon sword senses she must grow stronger to kill him and avenge the Oni clan, as Gian-Hyu and Vuongkan watch the action, pretending to run out and ask about the situation. Luckily, Hendrik is unharmed as Harriet collapsed before she could strike him. Now, she needs rest. It seems Harriet has been pushing herself too far, and that sword has greatly affected her. Hendrik fears she'll attack him again when she awakens, as their stories are quite similar. Perhaps the original owner of his body was one of the dragons that attacked the Oni clan. Hendrik is willing to accept the consequences, as he must take responsibility for this crime. Jian Xiao leads Hendrik to another room, saying he's rented the entire second floor so he can stay there until she wakes up. Hendrik is grateful, but insists he must endure her anger, prompting Jian Xiao to snap, asking if he thinks he cares about him, and that Harriet can only recover if he disappears. After that, Harriet was indeed able to rest more comfortably. When she opened her eyes, she thought Gian Hu would be by her side, but instead it was his daughter. Startled, Harriet made a noise, and Gian Hu, who was outside, came in to check on her. "Ah, there's Daddy," Miho innocently called out, plunging Harriet into another nightmare. Jian Hyuk told Miho to come outside and warned her not to call him that again unless she wanted Harriet to go crazy and cause trouble. The next day, they set off. Harriet had packed everything, and even though the Dragon Slayer's sword was broken, she felt it would return. Hendrik's assets were all magically organized, so nothing was forgotten. Miho didn't forget anything either, not even to call Jian Hu brother. Jianxiao was surprised Miho didn't call him Dad anymore, all thanks to Harriet's easy-to-understand and caring explanations. Miho mumbled that she preferred Dad, but quickly retracted her words upon meeting Harriet's bloodthirsty gaze. Jian Hu hands everyone a teleport scroll that will take them to the meeting room Goldrich prepared, but Vunken shouts, "What about mine?" Jian Hu almost forgot about him and snaps his fingers, returning him to the soul vessel, much to his annoyance. "You bastard, I told you not to treat me like an object you can just take out or put away as you please. Now then, let's go." The group heads to a room built with magic, a place only the wealthy like Goldrich could manage. At the same time, another person appears. It's old Geno, and the two embrace in tears. Vunken, witnessing this reunion, felt a pang of emotion. It was truly heartwarming to see them together. Goldrich then entered like a wealthy benefactor, emphasizing that time is money and expressing his displeasure at their tardiness. Jian Hyo explains Oni's situation, but Goldrich finds him softer than when he was the confident one. The puppet recognizes that confident figure, the strong tower climber who supposedly died 10 years ago for betraying humanity. "It is I, the traitor who died 10 years ago." Gian Hyo removes his mask, and Goldrich recounts what they know so far in the meeting. The puppet raises his hand in confusion, struggling to process that the 4 great clans secretly eliminated those with potential, including the Oni village on the 100th floor, and that both Jin Hyok and Henrik were revived victims. More importantly, their guild's goal is revenge, a group of heaven-defying schemers who, as their name suggests, will destroy the celestial realm. Gino knew Jian Huik was crazy, but this is beyond what he expected. They will surely bring great change to this tower, something to look forward to. After the meeting, Goldrich asked about his next move, and naturally, Gian Yu would have to climb the tower. Each member must increase their power as much as possible, and their only way is to fight fire with fire. Haryu rushes to Gino, asking to climb the tower together, which pleases him, but he prefers to act alone. Seeing her safe has eased his past anger, and his motivation has waned. If they went together, Gino wouldn't feel comfortable, and his power would be hindered. Besides, he's old and can't be a burden to her. From now on, Gino will change his name to Vo-An. No longer an Oni named Gino, but just a normal Gen artisan. And he doesn't forget to tell her never to forget the responsibility and hatred of the last Oni. Gaion Hu decides to give him another task. Goldrich will establish a base on the 100th floor, and he also needs to investigate that village, with Gino as manager, the best Oni-Gen technician who has lived on the 101st floor long enough to understand its terrain and characteristics. Goldrich understood and ordered his puppet to escort him to the 100th floor. With everyone's destinations decided, it was time to depart. Those who scheme against the heavens will learn where his name comes from. In the safe zone of the 11th floor, Jinwoo enters like a god, declaring the 11th floor as the true beginning, and warning those bastards who made him this way to wait for him. He doesn't care how high up they are, he's going to tear their nest apart. Just then, a familiar bounty hunter emerges from the gate, grinning, "I've been sent to find Jinwoo." Jumping to floor 50, everyone's talking about the Grimace who's climbed to floor 50 with his army of endlessly reviving soul soldiers. Not only that, his comrades are strong too, and the number of soul soldiers increases wherever he fights. They even attacked the newly appointed branch manager. He couldn't accept dying just as he tasted glory, summoning a guardian stone golem to protect the city-state. A level 120 monster, he was confident he could turn the tables, dealing with those arrogant enough to threaten the city-state alliance. Suddenly, the golem behind him is crushed by Jaehyun's strongest ally, a dragon slayer in the form of a dragon. Jaehyun grabs him, the leader of the 50th floor, by the neck, who can't believe he would become an enemy of the Star Alliance. But they've been his enemies for the last 10 years, let's get that straight. Every time he sets a new record climbing the tower, that floor's alliance association gets crushed. Floor 50 has ended, and the Heavenly Rebellion Guild will slowly overturn all of their plans. Jae-hyun walks down the street amidst the chatter of those around him, as news of his attacks on the smaller guilds of the Adversity Alliance spreads quickly. They can use magic to erase their tracks on higher floors, but Haryu feels like he's deliberately exposing himself. Jeon-hyuk never shied away from infiltrating their association for information, so now it's time to make them fear and search for him. With these stats, he can withstand any ambush. Though his demonic energy and divine power are still weak, they'll become vulnerabilities if higher-level tower climbers attack. Luckily, their power is restricted when descending to lower floors. But unfortunately, their equipment still isn't up to par. Hendrik warns him not to be too greedy, as he's already using a weapon made by the top shadow blacksmith, Oni. Without it, climbing the tower would be much harder. The mention of the shadow blacksmith makes Haryu curious about his current life, while Miho criticizes Hendrik for making her sad. Did I say something wrong? Hendrik is upset at being criticized for just sitting there. In any case, Jeon-hyuk still wants to go gear hunting. It's the best way to clear his head. The place he's referring to is the black market on the 51st floor, where they can find equipment that's not normally available. If there's something he likes being auctioned, he'll give it to Haryu and Miho, who are excited, surprising him. He should have given them good items sooner. Suddenly, a flare forces them apart, and in the smoke, a gun is pointed at Jin-hyuk's head, catching him by surprise. The arrogant bounty hunter fires a shot, a bullet capable of destroying a house. If not for the mask's power, his head would be gone. Does he think he can dodge again? She sneers, but look who's about to have their head chopped off by Hendrik. She commands something and a shield is erected. Hendrik is caught off guard. It seems she's a robot. The shield transforms into a counterattack, blasting Hendrik away. Haryu and Miho arrive just in time. Their guardians and Appa have activated their fury. She activates flight mode, surprising Haryu and exciting Miho. But their smiles fade as she drops a barrage of sleeping gas, sending them into a deep slumber. Mask and his rebellious comrades. I came here with such high expectations, but is that all you've got? She sneers. But of course not. Hendrik and Gi-and-hyu attack at once. They thought they had succeeded, but guns were pointed at their heads. Not bad, she says. I almost regretted having to end you two so soon. They jump back, but she doesn't attack, wanting to talk. That night, they gathered to discuss, and she introduced herself as a talented bounty hunter. Jin-hyu was surprised that someone on the 50th floor would dare put a bounty on their heads. She says introductions are unnecessary, as she always knows everything about her prey. However, she has a better idea. A gamble. A bet that benefits both sides. Hendrik wasn't keen on the bet, but Sen said if they won, she'd back down and reveal who put the bounty on their heads. Hendrik wanted to end her then and there, but Yan Xiao ordered him to stop. If the one behind this is a Star Master or a Grand Emperor, they were in danger the moment they started climbing the tower. This is the information they need. The bet is on. Sen wants an enjoyable fight with the strong. Damn it, we're fighting after all, Hendrik exclaims. But she has a condition. Whether they win or lose, all three must live. She needs to live so they can get information. Sen warns them that she has no special intentions towards them. Neither of them knew her purpose in saying not to kill. Because it was 2 against 1, Jeon-hyu couldn't summon his spirit, but he agreed, figuring it was better to know what she wanted before attacking. Break their arms, break their legs, just keep them alive, right? Hendrik was ready for battle as Sen switched to autopilot, opening fire on Jian Xiao. But those toys are no match for him, and Sen appears behind Jian Xiao, who uses a soul shield. Meanwhile, Hendrik appears behind Sen, but she calmly activates her teleportation and vanishes. Though reluctant, Hendrik couldn't stop his attack and struck Yin-hyu while Sen observed their lack of coordination. Jian Xiao grabs Hendrik by the collar, and they argue back and forth with Jian Xiao ordering him to cooperate, but Hendrik believes they can only win if Jian Xiao leaves the battle to him. Hey, you two stubborn fools, I know you both have strong opinions, but abandoning me is a bit much. Sen returns with a death ray, a massive cannon of firepower, so bright it illuminates your futures. The explosion obliterates the area, and the two crash land outside the forest, saved only by Jian Xiao's timely teleportation. Otherwise, they'd be done for. Running away in the middle of a fight? What's going on? Hendrik fumes, but Jeon-hyuk immediately silences him. Her helmet is transforming into an autonomous aircraft, searching for them. This incredibly advanced weapon, just who is she? She's definitely not from Earth. This tower is connected to countless dimensions and worlds, so perhaps she comes from a place with technology far beyond what he knows. This time, Jian Xiao seriously tells Hendrik to follow his orders if he wants to win. Sen searches around, and Jian Xiao suddenly appears, confusing her. Revealing himself means he's given up, right? Sorry, but fate has decided you're destined to live long enough to become a legend. Jian Xiao uses spirit energy to hold her back. Sen thought he was going to do something cool, but it turns out he's using such an old-fashioned method. A figure appears behind Sen, and Hendrik lands a surprise blow, but misses. She fires a shot through his head, but nothing happens. Hendrik's hair is still intact, protected by a spiritual energy shield. Hendrik strikes again, this time hitting Zen, but she's too resilient to fall. Spells aren't the only thing ancient spirits can use. With his all-rounder mastery, he can transfer all his beneficial buffs to Hendrik. Now he'll show her what true support from an all-powerful master looks like. Xinhu buffs Hendrik's speed, allowing him to match Sen's pace, but as she unloads a barrage of bullets, Hendrik's speed makes him impossible to hit. He loved chasing down those who fled, and even with a shield she couldn't withstand Hendrik's dragon might, buffed by Xinhu. A deafening explosion, and Hendrik landed like a god. But Sen hadn't fled. She'd lured him there to give him a gift called a nuclear mine. Xinhu rushes in, but it's too late. Another massive explosion rocks the forest. He's helpless, wondering what world she comes from to possess such cutting-edge technology. Suddenly, a bullet pierces Xinhu from behind. Sen stands behind him in check, sure that Hendrik can't get up, and he's the only one uninjured. Does she really think so? It seems she's forgotten that Hendrik is a giant dragon, and he can easily withstand that explosion. Sen is surprised. He wasn't fighting at full power. Hendrik has returned, more powerful than before. He never wanted to resort to this terrifying form. The dragon race is his sworn enemy. Hendrik unleashes a torrent of searing flames, but Sen remains unscathed, her taunts echoing. The tower's strongest is on another level entirely, but I haven't shown you my full power either. As she says this, Sen snaps her fingers, unleashing a barrage of fire on Hendrik, with attacks so fast and powerful they're impossible to follow. After that barrage, Sen was surprised to see that Hendrik wasn't even singed. His arrogant face infuriated her. Using all this just to deal with one dragon? Didn't we agree not to interfere with each other? Don't make me break that agreement. Hendrik, enraged, spews forth a torrent of fire towards Sen, who, though slightly singed, retaliates with a barrage of attacks and a maximum-powered shield. Sen's shield and Hendrik's flames collided, creating an earth-shattering explosion that shook the very foundations. Moreover, after Hendrik transformed into his dragon form, Jin Hyuk's buffs and defenses vanished, as if Hendrik's very existence was disrupting the magic in the area. After their epic clash, Hendrik and Sen remain locked in battle, with Sen relentlessly employing holographic technology to attack. He should have been the only one who could control the magic in this area, but how could this be? Hendrik roared, his body shrinking as he tried to dodge the hail of bullets Sen unleashed. Furious, Hendrik stood tall, channeling his magic, gritting his teeth as he threatened Sen that 100,000 shots from that thing wouldn't work on him. Okay. If that's what Hendrik wants, Sen will oblige. She didn't bother with physical bullets, immediately switching to an AK rifle as big as a cannon with a ridiculously long barrel, sending chills down Hendrik's spine. So, this is your answer. Hendrik fumes, asking if that's right, the thing with the most destructive power. I tried to avoid using it, but now I have no choice, Sen replies. Since Sen went all out, Hendrik has no qualms about unleashing his full power in response. Not even the atomic bomb dropped on Hiroshima in 45 caused such a violent tremor, wiping out everything around and returning it to square one. Amidst the thick black smoke and devastated rubble, Sen groggily lifts his head, looking exhausted from his own excessive explosion. The intense heat overloaded Sen's shield, disrupting its functions. But as she lowered it for a moment, she was shocked to see Hendrik still standing. What the hell? Is he still able to fight after taking that hit? Sen paled, wondering. But luckily for her, it was just Hendrik's dried-up husk collapsing before her. Beaming and congratulating himself for defeating a dragon, Sen's heart skipped a beat as he heard a voice from behind. How could he have let his guard down? 2 against 1, you forgot? I'm still here, Dinhyu said, blood dripping from his mouth, his tone defiant. For someone with a gaping wound, you sure do talk a lot. Do you think that handsome face under the mask will save you now? The weapon in my hand is enough to take you down, so why don't you just give up? Dinhyu, unfazed, calmly picked up a scale of Hendrik's skin and bit down hard, chuckling, "It ain't over till it's over." Zen, disgusted by Dinhyu's composure as he ate the scale, was in for a surprise. After swallowing the scale, Din Hyu transforms into a terrifying half-human, half-dragon creature. We need the information you possess. I really need to know, even if it means getting a little rough. The power Din Hyu wields leaves a Zen speechless, the legendary might of the dragon race. With this newfound strength, Din Hyu feels like a different being, capable of any magic he desires. Indeed, the rumors are true. Dragon bloodlines are masters of magic. Din Hyu, emboldened, unleashed a torrent of demonic energy, blanketing the sky and shocking Sen into wide-eyed astonishment. With the spear of Gungnir blazing and infused with countless bloody dark forces, Jinhyuk quickly turned the tables, forcing Sen to flee like a duck. Thunderous explosions relentlessly pursued her. Hounded by magic on par with the dragon race, Sen was forced to flee, cursing under her breath. What is this? Is the masked demon also a dragon? No. His magical energy changed after eating Hendrik's scale. Don't tell me he can now use the power of what he absorbs? Sen muttered in fear. But now she realizes it's too late, as Din Hyu is already hot on her heels. In desperation, Sen throws her sword out to counter Din Hyu's fiery barrage. Seeing Sen struggle beneath his power filled Din Hyu with glee as he taunted her relentlessly, driving her to the brink. It's not hard to destroy a half-dragon like you. Very well, I'll end this as you wish. Unleashing her fury, Sen roars and fires a devastating cannon blast of thunderous energy at Din Hyu. The more agitated she became, the stranger Din Hyu found the sensation. Sen's anger, combined with the wind from his mouth, scattered and burned her to a crisp, leaving her to collapse like a broken doll. The unleashed firestorm successfully dealt with Sen, but severely damaged Din Hyu, its host, causing him to vomit blood. It's still too much to control the power of the dragon race. I'll need to get used to it. Din Hyu sighed, his eyes darting around the empty, smoke-filled space, a result of the shock he had just caused. A moment later, Sen groggily awoke, her body aching from the aftermath of the battle. You're finally awake. We were wondering when you'd come to. Hendrik spoke first, huh? You woke up before me? Just as expected from the power of the dragon race. But where the heck are we? Sen looked around the dark space, asking curiously, a magic barrier? You two were unconscious, and the whole area was destroyed, so I couldn't just leave it. Having failed miserably, Sen could only lower her head and sigh, her words filled with resentment towards Sen and Hendrik's power of the four races. Hendrik asked why Sen wanted to fight so badly, and she coolly replied that she simply wanted to fight a dragon. After all that, Sen's answer, that the life-or-death struggle was for such a pointless reason, left Hendrik and Jean-Wilk speechless. And to maintain that magic barrier, Jean-Wilk had to use all the mana stones he'd collected from monster corpses. Anyway, you're awake now, so keep your promise. Who sent a bounty hunter to kill us? Jean-Wilk, face in his hands, spoke up. First, there's something you need to know. I wasn't just sent by one person. The bounty was placed by an entire association. You know about the penalty, right? A high-level tower climber would be limited in the lower levels, so they bypassed that penalty by sponsoring and taking over a lower-ranked guild. And those guilds take over guilds on lower floors, and then even lower floors. This chain reaction is how they consolidate their power. That's what an association is, Sen explained. Upon hearing about the association, Jin Hyuk frowned, thinking of Kyutin Kenpalo of the Holy Kingdom Association, who wielded immense power to do such things. In the Holy Kingdom Association's high-rise building, Kyutin summoned his subordinates to announce that their beloved Holy Kingdom Alliance had been raided by Jin Hyuk. To avoid implicating other leagues, Kenpilo decided to crush Jin Hyuk, nipping the bud of disaster before it could bloom. That soldier was none other than Sen. But because she failed her mission and gave information to Jin Hyuk, and because Jin Hyuk's trail faded after contacting her, the Holy Kingdom Association brutally beat her and fed her to a serpent. Trapped in the monster's jaws, Sen's weak, pained cries for help echoed and then faded away. Haryu, on the other side, startled awake by the faint pleas, his head pounding, wondered if the scene was a nightmare or an omen. Seeing only Jin Hyuk and Miho before him, Haryu anxiously looked around, wondering where Hendrik and Sen were. He had left ahead to gather information. These guys hunting us are pretty serious. Looks like he's going to scout around for a bit, even with the information Sen provided. She seems fine. Let's head to the black market. With a smile, Jin Hyuk replied, and the three quickly arrived on the 51st floor of the commercial district. Before the black market opened, Jin Hyuk let Miho eat whatever she wanted, making her as happy as could be. Haryu, on the other hand, was still worried about her dream from earlier, her face as tense as a bowstring, making Jin Hyuk feel that something was off about her as dusk slowly fell. Before entering the black market, Jin Hyuk, fearing Haryu's striking appearance would draw attention, conjured a plain outfit for her as a disguise, while Miho transformed into a fox and leaped onto his shoulder. Fully disguised, the three approached the entrance for verification, and the staff were stunned by the powerful black card that allowed participation in all auctions. Guessing he must have a good sponsor to possess such a thing. After a moment of stunned silence, they led Jin Hyuk and his group to the VIP seats, where his signature demon mask immediately gave him away as the legendary masked devil, sparking hushed whispers among the crowd. After Jin Hyuk's group was seated upstairs, the auction began. He waited and waited, but nothing worth buying appeared, leaving Jin Hyuk feeling frustrated. He sensed something was amiss with so many people gathered below, signaling a significant item was about to appear. And the moment the next item was presented, Haryu, without a word, suddenly leaped down like a rabbit, shocking Jin Hyuk. Before astonished eyes, Haryu darted toward the artifact, her heart racing with a vow to save it, for she heard the same cries for help from within that haunted her dreams. But just as she was about to reach it, the old man and his guard struck Haryu down. How dare she touch what he had his eyes on? Such arrogance, the fat old man grumbled at Haryu. You're the one who should step aside. Who do you think you just laid your hands on? Jin Hyuk, brimming with mana, steps forward to retaliate, his expression terrifying. The old man recognizes him as the infamous masked figure. After helping Haryu up, Jin Hyuk gently asked what was wrong. I heard a voice coming from there, Haryu Junjun said, pointing to the second item. The chaotic scene made the MC laugh, thinking everyone was too excited about this valuable item. All right, let's keep that spirit and display the item. He snapped his fingers to signal the curtain pull. Haryu's eyes fell upon an Oni tribe hairpin, stirring faint memories of her past. She trembled, her eyes blazing with fury at the audacity of selling her tribe's artifact at such a trivial auction. Jin Hyuk gently patted Haryu's shoulder to reassure her, telling her to trust him. The starting bid for the hairpin is 100,000 gold. The price steadily climbed, then stalled at 1 million, offered by the old man. He chuckled, boasting that he'd soon have another species for his collection. It's a shame I couldn't get Oni's essence, but this will do nicely. He laughed triumphantly, as if he were trying to give it to Haryu. She was furious, ready to unleash a physics-defying sword strike, but Jin Hyuk stopped her with a shout. 3 million. The entire hall fell silent, everyone frozen in shock at the exorbitant price Jin Hyuk had offered. And just like that, the item belonged to Jin Hyuk, amidst whispers of his immense wealth. Realizing he'd drawn attention by overpaying, Jin Hyuk quickly took the item and hurried Haryu away. On the way back, Haryu clutched the hairpin, happily thanking Jin Hyuk, saying he must have spent a fortune. It's not my money anyway, so it's fine. Thank Goldlich later, Jin Hyuk replied softly. Having reclaimed the hairpin, Haryu faintly heard a voice thanking her, then vanishing into thin air. Tears welled in her eyes as she vowed to avenge them all. Jin Hyuk now understands why Haryu was so obsessed. The hairpin contained the soul of a dead Oni. As he walks, a figure with a sword suddenly lunges from behind, but Jin Hyuk manages to react and counterattack. Swinging his sword, Jin Hyuk quickly recognizes the attacker as the bodyguard of the fat old man, who failed to buy the hairpin. That's impolite. Didn't I already give you that item? He licks his lips and slowly approaches, saying, If you really want it, buy it at auction. I'm warning you, you won't get your hands on her, Jin Hyuk growled. Unexpectedly, the old man cackled, slyly revealing that he no longer wanted the hairpin, but only a genuine Oni like Haryu. Provoked, Haryu flew into a rage, drawing her sword and charging straight at the wretched old man. The old man retaliated by pulling out a massive hammer and slamming it down on her, while Jin Hyuk, distracted by warning Haryu, was suddenly faced with the bodyguard's sharp blade. His attacks were so fast and powerful that Jin Hyuk guessed he might be even stronger than Hendrik, while Haryu realized the old man was strong but slow and began to use her agility to fight him. But unexpectedly, as Haryu furiously attacked, the old man pressed a button on his hammer, releasing a cloud of poison gas. Haryu paled and quickly covered her nose, reminding herself to stop breathing immediately. The poison threw Haryu off balance, and in an instant the old man pinned her down. Remember this, little devil. Once you reach the 50th floor, you'll realize that everyone climbing the tower has an ace in the hole. This is a paralytic poison used in the poisoned needles of those wretched hobgoblins, which I've improved and turned into a gas. You won't be able to move a finger for a while. I don't care about your revenge, so there's no need to be angry. Your life isn't ending. It's just beginning anew. To make you listen, I'll be cutting off a piece of your manhood. You should be honored to live as an item in my collection. The old man screamed and drew a knife, ready to stab Haruo. But in that instant, Jean Hubert appeared like a god, his cold blade slicing across the old man's arm. You seem surprised I can still move. Unfortunately for you, poison doesn't work on me. You're too ugly and worthless to care about, so I'll just deal with you. The severed hand gushed blood, sending the old man sprawling to the ground, squealing like a stuck pig. But before Jean Hubert could cut off the other hand, the guard appeared. You're quick, I'll give you that. Any slower and it would have been over. Jean Hubert then unleashed a magic circle and his signature 5-finger spirit bullet, causing the ground beneath the guard to erupt like fireworks. Something blocked my attack. He's skilled in both swordsmanship and magic. He must have a hidden class. This pressure, it's like facing a veteran tower climber. The guard thought, breaking out in a cold sweat. Sensing danger, he suggested the old man retreat and heal his wounds, but the stubborn old man refused, unwilling to miss Harry Wu standing right before him. Words failing, the impatient bodyguard points his blade at the old man, roaring that he's forgotten the contract. In exchange for protection, he can't interfere when the bodyguard is fighting an opponent. Now get lost. The bodyguard's threat sent the old man scurrying away like a frightened rabbit. Unable to get Harry Wu, the greedy old man snatched the hairpin and fled. Harry Wu wouldn't let him escape so easily, immediately drawing his sword and giving chase, only to be intercepted by the bodyguard. Seeing this from behind, Jin Hyuk rushed to Harry Wu's aid, his powerful counterattacks ringing out. Where do you think you're going? If you start a fight, you should see it through, Jin Hyuk asked, raising an eyebrow. In the still of the night, Jin Hyuk and the guard clashed in a seemingly endless battle, neither willing to yield, leaving a trail of destruction in their wake. Personally ending his life leaves Jin Hyuk with a tinge of regret that such talent was wasted in a place so vile. It's in places like this that I get to meet strong people like you. The guard sneered. Ha! What was that? You're just a rat who ran away because you were afraid to keep climbing the tower. Jin Hyuk's words struck a nerve. His pride wounded, he flew into a rage, his attacks growing faster and more ferocious. But no matter how strong he was, he ultimately fell to Jin Hyuk's fatal blow, his blood gushing out like a monsoon flood. In his dying moments, he vaguely recalls reaching the 431st floor, seeing the tower's true form, deceit, lies, betrayal, and more, and was exposed to the lowest forms of humanity. After being betrayed by his comrades, he lost his eyes in that place, this filthy place. At least the people here don't hide their filth from others. The guard hissed and lunged at Jin Hyuk with his sword, crackling with energy. But Jin Hyuk dodged in time, and the sword slammed into the ground, shattering the tiles as if an earthquake had struck. Ha! I knew that all too well from the moment I was betrayed and killed. That awful feeling. But do you realize how weak your resolve is? If you were truly strong, you would climb higher and deal with those who betrayed you. Jin Hyuk roared, pummeling the bodyguard with a flurry of blows, sending him flying back dozens of meters with terrifying force. Left dazed amidst the rubble, he barely had time to recover before Jin Hyuk unleashed another devastating blow. I won't run like you. I'll destroy those treacherous bastards. Jin Hyuk gritted his teeth, his hands channeling immense power as he rushed away. Just as he reached the main road, Sukarna paid the ultimate price for his greed, falling to Haryu's swift blade. Haryu swiftly eliminates the diseased elders and discovers a golden card on one of them, while Jin Hyuk inexplicably spares the bodyguard at the last moment, surprising even himself. You still have something you need to do, right? Those bastards did that to your eyes, destroy them all. Jin Hyuk turns and quietly says, when I'm done, I'll find you and make you regret not killing me today. The guard smirked at his words, and Jin Hyuk looked forward to the day it would happen. Jin Hyuk's cool forgiveness of his enemy impresses Vunkan, who speculates that Jin Hyuk sympathizes with the guard's desire for revenge, but Jin Hyuk remains silent, unwilling to confirm the assumptions. Haryu returned home, informing Jin Hyuk that she had dealt with the fat elder and showed him the gold card she had picked up from him, apparently connected to an auction house, but untranslatable by this means. Usually items like this are keys, a key that grants access to a high-level auction house. I might be able to get my hands on something truly rare. Examining the card, Jin Hyuk couldn't hide his glee, thinking to himself, suddenly Haryu apologized for losing her temper and endangering everyone. Haryu pats her head and says, it's okay. She knows how much that hairpin means to her. He can still handle things, but she needs to remember that there are times when she shouldn't focus on revenge. Haryu heeds Jin Hyuk's words, nodding with a slight smile. Thanks to the secret key Haryu found, they've successfully infiltrated the exclusive auction for the elite. After a long period of observation, the auction is about to close with one last high-end item, and the surrounding clientele suddenly becomes strangely excited. The entire hall buzzed with anticipation, and Jin Hyuk was eager to see what would happen next. A massive cage covered in red cloth descended from above, and Jin-hyuk guessed it must contain some kind of mythical creature or divine beast. But as the red cloth was pulled away, Jin-hyuk was met with the sight of a dark elf chained up, causing him to curse the barbarity of the auction organizers. The dark energy was astonishing. I'm sure she's not here with good intentions, but beyond the death energy, I also sense the pure mana of a high elf. Dark elves are a variant whose ancestors were exposed to demonic energy, while pure mana is a trait unique to high elves, the opposite of dark elves. They can't coexist, Jin-hyuk thought, staring intently at the elf. Wang-kan explains to Jin-hyuk that it's not entirely impossible for them to coexist, as someone could force a high elf to come into contact with demonic energy. But a high elf wouldn't corrupt that easily. If they could, did they create the four great clans? Jin-hyuk wondered suspiciously, breaking out in a cold sweat. The entire hall was now a chaotic marketplace of bids. But everything quickly fell silent after Hamiel, the Angel of Eternity, offered a staggering 5 million gold. The elf girl, upon hearing this, suddenly became agitated, struggling and screaming, "Hamiel! How dare you! I'll never sell myself to you, never! If I ever get out of here, you'll be the first one I tear to shreds." As the elf lost control, Hamiel simply smiled knowingly. "Don't be angry, princess. Just think about it. Instead of becoming a toy for those old geezers, why don't you become my pet?" But just as the 5.5 million bid was about to close, Jean-Hugh offered an additional 4.5 million, stunning everyone, especially Hamiel, as he tossed the coveted prize out the window. 10 million gold, the highest bid ever made on the 51st floor, caused a stir, creating an unprecedented chaotic scene. Oh my, she's using her power to make me give up the auction. And it's still legal? Jean-Hugh feigns surprise, bursting into laughter as he retorts, "I should be the one saying that. Don't deflect." How could he possibly afford that? Hamiel glared and growled, but Jean-Hugh simply responded with an overwhelming surge of power. Realizing she's out of her depth, Hamiel suppresses her anger and raises the bid to 10 million gold, only for Jean-Hugh to counter with a staggering 20 million, leaving everyone in utter shock. They were shocked, thinking he was crazy. As for Hamiel, she turned pale, unable to breathe, and was completely bewildered as to why he wanted to buy the elf so badly. "Why are you staring at me like that, bird brain? It only makes me want to gouge your eyes out. One day, I'll kill the 4 royal clans, but not with my current strength. But when it comes to money, I can beat you. For now, this is enough to satisfy me." Jin-Hugh smirked, observing Hamiel's dumbfounded expression, amused that she still couldn't believe he had that much money. And just like that, Elfo Hakam belonged to Jin-Hugh for 20 million gold. Before preparing the goods for Jin-Hugh, the employee gave him a magic key to unlock the chains. His master smoothly inquired when he might visit again, but Jin-Hugh curtly ordered him to deliver the goods. Hamiel was curious if he intended to use Elfos as a slave. "Ha, I'm not crazy enough to do that," Jin-Hugh replied, surprised. The king doesn't matter, as he's already a spirit, but Jin-Hugh is surprised that Hamiel sees him as such a terrible person. Hamiel quickly shakes her head, saying she didn't mean to imply anything bad. She just thinks the elf is quite beautiful. As they talked, Hamiel approached with a fake smile, asking Jin-Hugh, if she's here to steal his goods, she should just give up. "Someone already tried that and ended up 6 feet under," Jin-Hugh said coldly. "Of course not. If you're okay with it, could you let me know? Why did you bring her here?" Hamiel asked, her curiosity unyielding. "If you think it's rude, why ask? Even if you're one of the 4 royal families, don't expect everyone to treat you well." Jin-Hugh coldly retorted, dousing her with indifference. Faced with his cold demeanor, Hamiel simply smirked, accepting defeat. "I just wanted to spend some time getting to know you, but a report about you has already reached the higher-ups." Faced with Hamiel's threatening words, Jin-Hugh was furious, wanting to rush forward and tear her to pieces. But he calmed himself, knowing he couldn't act rashly. "If I went all out, I could take out that pigeon with all those punishments, but then stronger angels would come after me. If I remain this weak, I won't be able to face them head-on. For now, I must wait." Jin-Hugh clenched his fists, trying to appear calm in the face of Hamiel's taunts. "Ah, that hairpin is beautiful." "Sadly, I won't be seeing it again because I burned it all," Hamiel whispered mockingly to Harry Hugh, revealing to Jin-Hugh that A's target from the start was Harry Hugh. Fearing Harry Hugh would be provoked, Jin-Hugh frantically tried to stop her, but Harry Hugh remained calm, simply replying, "I'm fine. I knew it. Now is the time for me to become emotionless." As Harry Hugh said these words, she gritted her teeth, her eyes bloodshot as she swallowed her anger. "I have a feeling we'll meet again soon. I'll be waiting on the 10th floor," Hamiel added cryptically before turning and leaving so quickly that Jin-Hugh couldn't call after her. By the time Jinhyu caught up, all that remained were feathers floating in the air. Hamiel was gone. Fine, I don't know what you're plotting, but just, you wait. I'm coming for you, Jinhyu thought to himself. Later, in the outskirts of the 15th floor, Von Kahn was busy using soul soldiers to drive away the wandering souls, preventing anyone from getting close or overhearing the conversation between Jinhyu and the elf. Jinhyu, along with Harihu and Miho, approached the cage, assuring the elf that he meant her no harm. Ha, ha, everyone contributes, right? So how are those kids any different? The elf remained wary of Jinhyu, her lips curled in displeasure. Believe it or not, Jinhyu said softly. What is your name? The elf revealed her names to be Eliwan von Griesel, leaving Jinhyu in shock, as von Griesel was the family name of royalty, originating from the elven god tree. So the elf before him was a true noble. Little did Jinhyu know, a horde of dark elves were tearing through the forest in search of him. A true noble elf, a high elf, and with noble blood, her potential is vast. The dark energy she absorbs as a dark elf will only make her stronger. Speaking of Hamiel, it seems she has a deep-seated grudge against the four royal families. She'd make a perfect rebel. Jinhyu clicked his tongue, lost in thought, while Eliwan was racking her brain, trying to figure out how to escape. These chains suppress my power. No, even if I'm released, I won't be able to use my power for a while, not if I want him to touch me. As Eliwan desperately searched for an escape, Jinhyu suddenly unlocked the door, leaving him stunned by this unexpected action. Get up. I have something to ask you. Jinhyu spoke in a low voice, and Eliwan, seeing an opening, rushed out like a bird escaping its cage, only to trip and fall to the ground. Give up. Mana and spirit are the strengths of an elf, not physical power. Tsh, you bought me for 20 million? What do you want? Ah, this is perfect. No one knows what you'll do to a powerless dark elf. Just like those bastards who wanted to buy me, are you planning to exploit me to satisfy your desires? The system chimed in, explaining to Jinhyu that it was too early for that sort of thing with Ender, educational theories aside, driving Jinhyu mad. It was all too much. He had no dark intentions toward Eliwan. It truly was Eliwan's fault. Amidst the chaos, a deafening explosion startled Jinhyu, who signaled Vulcan for a report. I think our position has been discovered by nearby tower climbers. There are many of them. Vulcan was busy battling the fierce tower climbers while urgently reporting to Jinhyu, telling him that they knew he bought all the auction items and were trying to take him down. Hameo? Jinhyu wondered with a worried look. After sending Hario and Miho to assist Vulcan, Jinhyu stayed behind to talk with Eliwan, who had now dropped her guard and suggested he'd lean on her. Thanks to Hario and Miho buying him time, Vulcan seizes the opportunity to unleash a devastating soul blast, sending the tower climbers back to their ancestors in one fell swoop. In contrast to the chaotic battle scene, Jinhyu and Eliwan are quietly conversing together on the other side of the forest. Your comrades are strong, and you, who commands them, are even stronger. So why did you let that angel go at the auction house? Shouldn't someone like you be able to handle an opponent weakened by the tower's punishment? Eliwan wondered, adding that he wouldn't gain anything from fighting now. Jinhyu replied somberly, holding back his emotions for a greater purpose. You're different from me. Have you ever had to disembowel your own family? Eliwan, drowning his sorrows in alcohol, reveals a painful past to Jinhyu, shocking him. Eliwan was forced to kill his own father at his request. Before his departure, he managed to entrust the jigsaw seed and his future to her. Eliwan's own brother betrayed their tribe to the four royal families, seeking power for himself. Before he could corrupt her, her father ordered her to consume the jigsaw seed, but his words were cut short by Hamiel's blade. The seed Eliwan held was also shattered into pieces by Hamiel. Not only that, but he used pure magic to corrupt her. He wanted to trample the honor of a noble high elf like her under his feet, plunging her into despair. Eliwan was then sold into the slave market where she met Jinhyu. So even elves are eliminated by the four royal families. But the elves on the 300th floor were too powerful to kill. Their mana and summoning magic were beyond the four royal families' control. And at this point, the most effective way was to have an inside traitor. After hearing Eliwan's story, Jinhyu pondered deeply. Seeing her weary despair, he offered her a place among the conspirators, promising to help her avenge the wretch who enslaved her and seized her kingdom. Though Hariu has cleared out the tower climbers, she can't shake the worry that gnaws at her, thinking of Jinhyu and Eliwan alone together. A ridiculous anxiety that plagues her, even to the point of wondering if Eliwan might steal Jinhyu's heart. If that were the case, Hariu would surely be green with envy. Lost in her worries, she almost died at the hands of a giant red ox, if not for Jinhyu's timely rescue. How's the dark elf doing? Haryu anxiously asked as soon as she met Jeonhyu. If you're talking about Eliwan, she's gone. Jeonhyu's answer leaves Haryu speechless with surprise. Moments before, after hearing Jeonhyu discuss revenge, Eliwan hesitated, thinking about having to deal with her own siblings who, I'm sure, could do worse to me to ensure her revenge is perfect. I'll make them pay tenfold, no, 100-fold. Who is it you want revenge on? Faced with Jeonhyu's resolute questioning, Eliwan instead chooses to leave. I'm leaving so I can reach your level. Once I'm confident in my power, I'll return. Ah, could you tell me your name? Your real name, not the one you use now. Eliwan blurted out the question, and upon learning from Jeonhyu that he was a spirit medium, Eliwan paused, as if realizing something. If I fall asleep, you can use my soul and power as you wish, Eliwan said, then turned and vanished like the wind, leaving Jeonhyu with a whirlwind of thoughts. Back in the present, Jeonhyu finishes explaining everything to Haryu, and just then, Vulcan returns. Now that you're done, let's move on. Vulcan suggests that too many tower climbers will gather once the rumors spread, adding that staying on one floor for too long is dangerous. Come to our capital on the 60th floor. Oh, and Goldrich said he's heading up there too. Little did Jeonhyu know, on the 60th floor, Goldrich was in a desperate battle against the militant Starseeker faction, who brought an army and burned his shops to the ground. These are all shops Goldrich created to support the Heavenly Demon. If the constellations find out, the connection between Goldrich and the Heavenly Demon will be severed. To protect Goldrich, the secretary fought with all his might, when suddenly, Joseon, the Blue Hippo guild leader, descended, brandishing his sword, ready to destroy the puppet. The secretary. A guild leader? Are they really going to burn this place down? The secretary thought, trembling with fear. Just as he was wondering how to deal with the hippo, another figure appeared. Like a god, the White Swan Guild's Beth Holio arrives, ready to lecture Joseon. Fool, if you want to eliminate the puppet, aim for the puppeteer. People who haven't grasped the basics shouldn't be so arrogant only to lose in the end. What do you say to that? How do you know I don't know that? Each time we kill someone, the one who assists the most gets bonus points. Jose retorted, annoyed. We've got him cornered. Are you trying to steal the kill, you fat pig? Bayek's words successfully struck Jose's pride, driving him mad and triggering a barrage of insults. Seeing them distracted and arguing, the secretary seized the opportunity to unleash a barrage of binding threads, hoping to turn them into his puppets. Before he could even unleash his full power, he was ambushed from behind by the alluring Zukik guild leader, the blow nearly crippling him. Apparently, while the two were arguing, she managed to ensnare him. I've caught the puppeteer. Write that down, Arthur. You, who allowed the demonic forces to attack, have disgraced the Holy Kingdom. And now you come here and behave so shamefully. Arthur Hume's scolding tone humiliated May, Jose, and Bach, who retorted, Arthur Hume, I don't need a lecture from you. Don't rely on your petty skills to cause trouble here. What? Jose and Bach retorted angrily, while Ding Mei didn't care much, as long as she got her share. Driven by his resolve to protect this place, the secretary suddenly casts a forbidden puppet technique on himself. His goal was gold and his dream, and he was willing to sacrifice everything to drive them away. Just as he unleashed a fiery attack, a colossal serpent appeared out of nowhere and ferociously assaulted the secretary, instantly nullifying his offensive. It turns out the Serpent King Basin and the Corpse King Tun were unexpectedly present. The guild leaders were bewildered, wondering why Basin and Tun, king-level tower climbers who had reached the 300th floor, were here. They're mercenaries hired to carry out this strategy, and they'll be our guides, Acer declared, but Jost and Beck immediately protested, unwilling to follow the orders of such insignificant mercenaries. Acer insisted it was Lord Kendra's command, but the guild leaders stubbornly refused, declaring their withdrawal. So you don't want to take the easy way? Acer snapped his fingers, and the white serpent instantly wiped out the guild leaders, leaving a river of blood. Not only are you incompetent, but you also dare to disobey the orders of a great star? The Qing Empire has no need for people like you. This is Lady Kendra's will. Acer unleashed hellfire, turning them to ash. The necromancer then summoned the guild leaders' souls, hoping to control them forever, his power truly befitting a king. When the necromancer asked where Mamian was, Acer hastily replied that the two of them hadn't even reached level 60 yet, which surprised the necromancer. Everyone believed this was where he got his funding. After taking this place, we'll deal with Mamien, who's on his way here. But before Acer could finish, the necromancer cut him off. Ignoring the orders of the constellation, he tells Acer that he's going to find and bring back the demon mask's head, as that's the real reason he accepted this mission. Jean-Hubert, your father needs you on the 60th floor immediately. The rebels' base is under attack. Hurry, if no one comes to help, they won't last long. Buy us some time. The carrier pigeon vanished into thin air after delivering Goldrich's message. leaving Jean Hubert and his group in stunned disbelief, their faces etched with fear. Goldrich manages numerous shops under various names. Just how much danger will we face taking over all operations in the tower? Jean Hubert clutches his head, wondering what to do next. Wait, isn't Goldrich known as the strongest tower climber to reach the 300th floor? No matter how many people they send, they won't be a match for him. Hendrik wondered aloud. What was he saying? If he were that strong, he wouldn't need to hide behind someone else's name to represent the shop. By stepping onto the front lines, he's essentially declared his shop is aligned with the rebel plot. If that happens, it won't just be a simple attack. The Death King clan will crush Goldrich's shop into dust. Our goal is now solidified. We will go to the 60th floor and destroy the Holy Kingdom Union, Jean Whisk proposed. Just as the group gathered to teleport to the 60th floor, Wang Kan was ambushed from behind by Ba Xin and Toon. Sorry, but you won't be reaching the 60th floor because you're all going to die here. The two assassins laugh mockingly as a massive serpent behind them opens its maw, unleashing a super fireball and wind blast. Under the immense pressure of the all-consuming explosion, Jean Huisc can only shout for his comrades to use the teleportation device. Standing before the desolate ruins of their fiery assault, Jean Huisc grimaced, realizing that the enemy had come to them, assassins sent to stop them. Bashin and Toon quickly confirmed Jean Huisc's suspicions with a brutal, devastating blow. He was a soul master, and the shadowy figure beside him, a serpent sorcerer. Jean Huisc realizes their identities based on their fighting styles, while an enraged Henrik draws his sword, only to be caught in Bashin's serpent jaws. Wow, you're the real deal. How about becoming my pet? If you want, I'll give you the highest rank. I wonder what color your scales are. Bashin's taunts fuel Henrik's rage as they clash, while Jean Huisc faces the Soulmaster, Toon. At a glance, he guessed that Toon was at least on the 300th floor, maybe even stronger than himself. Jean Huisc was now quite curious and eager to see just how strong this Soulmaster really was. After summoning Harriet and Mio to aid Henrik, Jean Huisc was left alone and quickly summoned a legion of soul soldiers, perfect for a head-on clash with Toon's bone-mist army. The two sides collided in a flurry of blows, the air thick with murderous intent. I stared intently at Jean Huisc, feeling that he was indeed the powerful soul master I'd heard about, handling his bone soldiers with ease. Your title is Necromancer, isn't it? You don't deserve that title. Surrender your power to me, I arrogantly commanded. But who was I kidding? Jean Huisc glared back, cracking his knuckles as immense power surged around him, but I decided to play dirty, trapping Harriet and Mio in the jaws of my monstrous steel beast. By the time Jean Huisc realized it, the two girls were already trapped with no escape. If he didn't surrender, his comrades would suffer a painful death. I growled, threatening him to shut up and release them, you dog. Jean Huisc flew into a rage, seething with fury that I dared to touch his people. On the 60th floor, the scene is a chaotic inferno of blades and fire. A veritable vision of hell. The vanguard and tower climbers clash in a furious melee, with fire support raining down, turning the area into a complete mess. Arthur observes the situation, realizing the vanguard's rigid formation will make a swift entry into the tower difficult. Do they have some kind of powerful mage? We don't have mages here, but we do have Goldrich and his unique abilities. With a golden barrage, Goldrich blasts through the window, unleashing a cannonade that sends the tower climbers plummeting to their deaths. But this tactic won't hold them off for long. They'll soon discover who I am. Hurry, Jean Hugh. Goldrich, sweating profusely, did his best to stall for time, while Jean Hugh was busy dealing with the tenacious Soulmaster Sun in order to rescue Harry Yu and Melio. The two clashed violently, neither willing to yield, as Jean Hugh gritted his teeth, demanding Harry Yu and Milo be released, his fist crackling with dormant energy as he struck at Sun. I won't let you save them. I am the Death King Tun. I will take your necromantic powers and become the true pillar of support for Father Jean Hugh. Drawing his sword, he confidently and aggressively counterattacks. Jean Hugh pauses, hearing Sun mention his name, guessing he still doesn't know who's behind the mask. Harry Yu and Milo, swallowed by the monster, groggily awakened to find themselves surrounded by a powerful legion of bone ogres. But it didn't stop there. The ferocious monster with the gear-like jaws was burrowing into the ground, ready to take the two girls and run, sending Hendrik into a rage. I won't let you escape. The kids are my limit. As Hendrik moves to attack the monster, a saw-toothed serpent lunges, forcing him to struggle to escape its clutches, and as he blocks its jaws with his sword, another snake emerges from its mouth. But as Hendrik was defenseless, the snake leisurely struck, sinking its fangs into his neck, and the world tilted with his mind. Luckily, Hendrik managed to slice the serpent's face with one last decisive strike before succumbing to its venom. In his dream, Hendrik is horrified to see dragons filling the sky, a scene mirroring the day they slaughtered his homeland, the source of his anger to this day. So, Hung, you hate dragons? A dragon hating dragons? How strange. This little one's bite can amplify your painful memories. And not only that, it's transmitting those memories to me as well. I don't understand how anyone could hate such a beautiful sight. Now that you've become a dragon, isn't it wonderful? She held the small serpent and approached Hendrik, arrogantly poking at his hidden pain. His already wounded heart was now reminded of the hatred that threatened to shatter it, and Hendrik, trembling, looked up to the sky and let out an ear-splitting roar. How dare you speak when you know nothing? My enemies destroyed my homeland, and my hatred is only compounded by being reborn as one of them, unable to take my revenge. If you don't understand, then shut your mouth. What about it? You're angered by such trivial matters? I can't understand it. You should have shed those grudges when you became a dragon. Do you know how many people I've killed to gather this many snakes? To pursue this beauty, I consider those hardships trivial. Allow me to introduce myself. I am Serpent King Basin, and I love all scaled creatures in this world. If you follow me, you can learn to love your true self. Basin, unfazed by Henrik's hatred, laughed it off, whispering selfish, cold-blooded words into Henrik's ear, intending to corrupt him. But Henrik, unfazed, gritted his teeth and cursed back. Then let me introduce myself. I'm Henrik, the Dragon Slayer's soul. I am the one who will eradicate all scaled creatures from this world. And so, these two opponents, with their opposing ideals, have no choice but to clash in fury, fighting to the bitter end. Countless snakes, large and small, poured from Basin, only to be sliced to pieces by Henrik. But the relentless battle continued, and Henrik began to tire. Keep attacking me, Henrik roared, eyes bloodshot. You think those snakes can keep up with me? Meanwhile, Basin relentlessly summoned more snakes, and taking advantage of Henrik's exhaustion, unleashed a massive serpent to constrict him. His body constricted by the giant serpent's rough, stone-like scales, Henrik cried out in pain. At this rate, he'd be crushed to death. I have to get away from him, Henrik thought anxiously. Just as Henrik tried to move his neck to cast the teleportation spell, Basin swooped in, grabbed Henrik's face, and sneered, "Got you! You're too careless, Henrik. You're not strong enough to be my opponent. Come with me quietly." With that, Basin used his serpent charmer abilities to hypnotize Henrik, hoping to make him his personal servant. Staring into Henrik's crimson eyes, which were fixating on a single point, Basin smugly thought, there's only one way to escape this: become a dragon and flee. But I understand you, Henrik. You can't do it because your hatred for dragons is too great. You yourself are also a dragon. Henrik, have you accepted that you are a dragon? Lost in Basin's taunts, Henrik recalls a distant memory. Jean Hubert learning of his intent to waste his powers to avoid transforming. Jean Hubert urged them all to do everything possible to defy the odds and defeat the Floor 300 climbers, using every asset at their disposal. Jean Hubert's words pulled Henrik from his stupor and his fear of becoming his own enemy, and he quickly straightened his back, transforming into a hulking, dark dragon before Basin's astonished eyes. He can't believe Henrik overcame his fear so quickly. Because I'm not strong enough. I have to use everything I have to defeat my opponents at any cost. Henrik roared, his murderous aura so intense it threatened to overwhelm Basin, yet this display only fueled Basin's desire to possess him. Back with Jean Hubert and Toon, their battle rages on with intense ferocity, pushing Jean Hubert and his troops back as Toon holds his ground, causing Jean Hubert to lose his composure. He's confident, using skills from his past life. I need to save the children and get to Goldrich. No, just think of it as another problem to solve. If I defeat him, everything will be resolved. Jean Hubert tried to reassure himself, desperately fighting back against Toon's explosive magic barrage. This fighting style? Did you learn it from Jean Hubert's father, Confidence? Jean Hubert asks in disbelief. Yes, I suppose you would be too. Toon scoffed, replying coldly, Then you can't defeat me, because I will be even stronger than that Confidence. Jean Hubert's overconfidence irked Toon, who wished to silence him. As Jean Hubert flew toward him, Toon teleported him into a trap, surrounded by pincoats, essentially sealing his doom. But it wasn't Jean Hubert who died, because he had already combined divine and demonic power to wipe out that Confidence. The fact that someone like Jean Hubert could wield both divine and demonic power was extremely rare. And needless to say, it shocked Toon. Jean Hubert's unprecedented achievement is deeply acknowledged by the system. His powerful demigod body has been created, but how to defeat Confidence remains a big question in his mind. My opponent may be stronger, but I'll crush them at all costs, just like those guys. I'll eliminate the summoning ritual with a special method, then chase after the main body. My appearance may have changed, but I'm still the same inside. This method is a bit crude, but if it works, it works. Jean Hubert worriedly decides to take a gamble, avoid Toon, and badmouth the deceased idol himself. So, you really think you're worthy of being Toon's backup? If you're this weak, Toon can't be that strong either. Wasn't he killed by holy power? I flew into a rage when Jean Hubert insulted his idol and immediately summoned 500 soul spirits to the collective assembly. Jean Hubert, not to be outdone, unleashed a flurry of magic-infused divine power. His sword strikes a blinding spectacle. I watched him intently, knowing his combined holy and demonic power would hinder his recovery. And just as expected, Jean Hubert's holy sword couldn't cut down my soul weapon minions. It was all part of my plan. Yes, you're right. That's how he died. Did you think I wasn't prepared? You'll die here for blaspheming against him. I roared furiously, my aura growing even more deadly. His magical shield actually pushed Jean Hubert back, further and further into the sea of Manabiokum. Jean Hubert, wondering why his holy power was ineffective against my tricks, was suddenly ambushed from behind by an undead. I can't win with simple attacks. I'll have to focus both holy and demonic power into one hand. Acting on his resolve, Jean Hubert recklessly combined his powers, ignoring the system's warnings about the impossibility of merging holy and mana energies. After countless near failures, relentless effort, and forcing the system's hand, Jean Hubert finally merged holy and demonic power, creating an unprecedented force. Seeing Jean Hubert effortlessly slice through his shield, Tuan was shocked, jumping as if scalded. How could this be? I created that magic shield to block the power of the 4 royal families, meaning his power surpasses even them. After that miraculous combination of power, Jean Hubert received the fusion trait from the system. He grew more and more fond of this mix-and-match game, his lips curling into an arrogant smirk. Seeing Jean Hubert rush towards him like a cat to cream, Tuan panicked and ordered his soldiers to counterattack, but it was too late. The explosion caused by Jean Hubert obliterated everything in an instant. Barely staggering to his feet from the wreckage, Tuan is caught off guard as Jean Hubert appears behind him, blade at his neck. He asks, "Why are you so obsessed with this tower, Tuni?" Jean Hubert wondered why he thought he was the most suitable to become master of the tower, and Tuan recalled distant memories, sighing as he answered. "But he died after betraying humanity. You still respect him?" Jean Hubert pressed. "No. He was caught in a trap by those wretched 9 stars. Tuan suddenly became agitated, his eyes widened, and he roared, leaving Jean Hubert stunned, wondering how he could know the truth. Who knew Jean Hubert would one day meet someone who understood his pain like Tuan, who feels nothing? Even after receiving the title of necromancer, did you ever doubt his death? He was once the strongest necromancer. Then he fell in a confrontation with the 9 stars. The Pellin brothers were bribed, he was framed. Jean Hubert's father is innocent. Tuan sprawls on the ground, ranting and raving with indignation. Perhaps his lust for power has made him foolish. Jean Hubert outwardly responds with coldness, but inwardly he is deeply moved by Tuan's feelings for him. He's not just my benefactor. His power shines brighter than any star. He is my pride and my goal. I will defeat you and inherit his legacy. Tuan's burning resolve pleases Jean Hubert. So this is what it feels like to have a successor. In that case, Jean Hubert vowed to make Tuan his own. "Prove your worth, Tuan," Jean Hubert commanded, his eyes gleaming. In response to Jean Hubert's challenge, Tuan gritted his teeth, channeling the incomplete essence of the 100 Night Demon Souls, a technique he had been developing since first discovering this power. Fueled by hatred for Jean Hubert for insulting his idol, Tuan brutally unleashes a wave of soul soldiers, prompting Jean Hubert to summon Wang Qian and a soul laser in response. But as soon as Wang Qian touched Tuan's soul soldiers, he realized they weren't soul soldiers at all, and were even weaker, but they were very similar to the first soul soldiers he created, leading him to wonder if Tuan had become a necromancer on his own. Tuan, meanwhile, was unleashing a furious barrage, his eyes filled with vengeance, vowing to stop at nothing until he avenged his idol and restored his honor. This talent, this stability. If I hadn't been reborn, he might have become the next Death Star. Then I should fight him with all my strength. Jean Hubert silently assessed before rushing towards Tuan at breakneck speed, leaving the summons to Wang Qian. Amidst the explosions as their powers clashed, Jean Hubert and Tuan exchanged blows relentlessly. In a moment of vulnerability, Jean Hubert's killing intent landed a physical hit on Tuan's face, drawing blood down his cheek. Just as Jean Hubert was about to unleash a fatal blow, Tuan used a healing item to block his sword, immobilizing him. The incomplete soul weapon then transformed into a suicide bomb, blasting Jean Hubert away. As he scrambled to think of a counterattack, Jean Hubert was stunned to see Tuan using the very technique he'd mastered. The descent of the 10,000 souls against him. The wave of soul power created by Tuan's spirit energy seemed to swallow the world. But Jean Hubert wasn't about to be outdone. He quickly reversed the flow of energy, his hands drawing lethal lines that danced around him, leaving Tuan in stunned disbelief. Impossible. It's not complete yet. He stopped my ultimate spirit energy skill. Tuan clutches his face, wondering how his spirit energy can't penetrate Jean Hubert's soul. Intrigued by Tuan's power, Jean Hubert prepares to retaliate with a true spirit-soul invasion. With a knowing smirk, he summoned his legion of 500 soul brothers, who dove into Tuan's body with a snap of his fingers, revealing the demonic mask beneath Jean Hubert's face, leaving Tuan in stunned disbelief that his idol was him all along. Waiting for Tuan to lose focus, Jean Hubert slashed him with his icy blade. As Tuan's blood sprayed like rain, Jean Hubert smirked. "Pleased to meet you, Tuan. It was a pleasure to meet you, confident one. Soon, I will." Toon replies, his breath growing ragged from exhaustion. "Yes, we will meet again soon." Jean Hubert smiles mysteriously, his eyes full of promise, as he looks at Tuan, who survived his brutal beating. He is not disappointed. After being absorbed into Jean Hubert's myriad souls, he rises again with a new role, a new position, Soul Soldier Tuan. With overwhelming power, Tuan walks stiffly before Jean Hubert, then suddenly kneels at his feet, begging forgiveness for his rudeness. "I failed to recognize my lord, and I was disloyal to my comrades." As he lamented his sins, the ground beneath them began to tremble violently, as if an earthquake had struck. Less than a second later, the summoned creature Tuan had created, now without a master, rampaged wildly. Tuan, using his remaining strength, prepared to dive into the monster's jaws to destroy it from within, when Harry Yu and Mio scrambled out. Jean Hubert was overjoyed to see the two of them safe and sound. Harry Yu explained that Mio had charmed the summoned creature, allowing them to escape. The girl charmed a living weapon with her midday spirit technique, while the other took care of all the skeletons inside. Tuan was surprised by their extraordinary abilities, when suddenly a burst of fire erupted near them, startling everyone. Jean Hubert recognizes Hendrik's aura, meaning the battle between Ba Sin and Hendrik has reached its conclusion. As if to prove Jean Hubert's prediction correct, Ba Sin's battered and broken body falls from the sky, causing Tuan's face to pale. He couldn't believe Ba Sin had been defeated so easily. "This is my victory, Tyrant King. It was difficult, but this is the end for you." Now without a snake to threaten him, except for the one about to devour that person, Hendrik, in his dragon snake form, flew in, pointing his icy blade at Ba Sin's face in threat. "It seems this is the end for us, Sinla. I'm sorry." Ba Sin lay defeated, turning to his snake with mournful eyes. But then, too fast and too dangerous for anyone to foresee, Ba Sin went into a frenzy, biting down on Sinla, swallowing the snake whole as onlookers watched in stunned disbelief. Ba Sin had truly devoured his own snake, blood pooling around him in a viscous, deathly stench. "It's no use. Not anymore." Hendrik, eyes like bullets, roared as he slashed at Ba Sin. But alas, Ba Sin had become a half-man, half-serpent, after devouring Sin-La. Ba Sin's missing body parts have been replaced with snake flesh. Its scales look terrifying, and its power is immense, easily blocking Hendrik's sword strike. "Ha ha ha. Now this is the final battle. Let's take down that dragon together, Sin-La." Ba Sin hissed, his long tongue flicking out as he spoke to the serpent merging within him. Our serpentine duo clashed, a chaotic and noisy spectacle. Ha 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 ha, how amusing. He boasts of loving his snake, yet uses it as a disposable item, and now devours it whole. Hendrik scoffs. "What do you know of our love?" "There's no love more beautiful than becoming one," says Ba Sin, words that fill Hendrik with disgust, fueling his attacks with ever-increasing ferocity. As Jian Xiao and the others moved to help Hendrik, he stopped them, declaring that these two Ba Sins were his prey alone. After a fierce exchange, Hendrik accidentally thrust his sword into Consilla's throat, but before he could pull it out, it extended its long tongue, swallowing the sword and Hendrik's arm whole. Now unable to wield a sword, Hendrik's end was near. The Ba Sin roars madly, preparing a final blow to finish Hendrik off. But from Hendrik's ruined arm, a thorny dragon hand emerges. That hand gently and lovingly delivered a fatal blow to Ba Sin, sending him crashing to the ground, teeth and lips a mess, neither dragon nor human. "Don't you think you look a little too strange?" Ba Sin spat at Hendrik before collapsing. "I've realized a few things from our fight, and I appreciate it, Fourth King. I am Hendrik, the Dragon Slayer, and nothing can change that truth, he declared. Hendrik finally defeated Ba Sin's strongest Sela, earning the respect of everyone around him. Impressive. Is your ally really that strong? Toon remarked. That's right, this time I'll climb the tower with my trusted friends, and of course, you're coming with us, Soul Weapon. Jean-Yim invites Zettel to join him. Toon is surprised to be invited along and shyly expresses his gratitude, while Hendrik urges the group to head to the 60th floor without delay. Haryu and Miho shared Hendrik's sentiment, urging Zhang to hurry. Yes, this battle isn't over. Let's ascend to the 60th floor, Zhang thought aloud. Suddenly, Toon kneels before Zhang and trying to stop him, saying he can't go. The one leading the forces on the 60th floor is Asuhum, leader of the Holy Church, the guild that rules the lower levels of the Holy Kingdom. Han is as strong as me, maybe around a level 300 paladin, but whether we can beat him isn't the real issue. After being rescued by the Palong brothers, Han swore allegiance to them. In return, Asuhum is the only guild leader granted divine power by the gods. In other words, Han is as strong as the Holy Knights on floor 300, Toon explained. Meanwhile, on floor 60, Goldrich is struggling in vain to escape the undead soldiers revived by West Asu. So what should we do? Are you saying there's no way to fight Han, and we just have to sit here and wait for the entire guild to be destroyed? After hearing Toon's words, Zhang Hui was puzzled. No, there is still a way for you to even the odds in this battle. Toon extended his hand, manipulating the energy, urging Zhang Hui to absorb Han's power, a suggestion that left him astonished. I have a feeling about your abilities, a power that can absorb anything and make it its own. Even a killing intent, wouldn't you say? If my intuition is correct, all the power I've cultivated will become yours, Toon says. Henrik, standing nearby, also found it reasonable, adding his voice to persuade Zhang Hui. Furthermore, Han's Serpent King and Serpent Squad were quite powerful. If you can absorb them, you'll gain immense power. But Zhang Hui is still hesitant, unsure if Toon is truly certain, or if someone else awaits Han's body. No one, even if there was, matters. I submit to you, and if I can offer my meager strength, it would be my greatest honor. Please accept my power, my lord, Toon says, his eyes shining with fierce determination. If Han is willing, then Zhang Hui is too. He agrees to absorb the power of both Toon and Ba Sin. As soon as he said that, Zhang Hui clenched his fist and used all his might to draw their strength into his belly. On the 60th floor, Arthur revives fallen soldiers, making them even more savage than before. Their eyes dart around, searching for any remaining mages in the city. Hiding behind a window in one of the few buildings still standing, Goldrich was sweating bullets, fearing the city would fall. Casualties were mounting, and he desperately needed a plan. First, create chaos to scatter their forces. Then, we'll switch to guerrilla tactics, he thought, racking his brain for a plan. Suddenly, a burst of fire and raging flames erupted from nowhere, targeting Goldrich's position, instantly reducing everything to rubble and dust. Fortunately, Goldrich teleported just in time, saving himself and his unconscious secretary. He's been found out, but this attack, is it divine power? So, I've finally found you, the instigator of this chaos. Goldrich, enraged, scanned the surroundings, his heart filled with resentment. Suddenly, Arthur's voice echoed before Goldrich. I'm here to eliminate the mysterious merchant who aided the masked man and him. For a saint, your methods are quite crude. Arthur appears, his dark pronouncements echoing. The army below only serves the interests of the Holy Kingdom, correct? Goldrich feigned composure and retorted, The Lord of the Channel only gave me 2 orders. 1. Eliminate the incompetent leaders. And 2. Eliminate the masked man and his allies completely. The Lord's command is absolute, like the word of God, brooking no exceptions. Arthur howls like a mad dog, his face a mask of frenzied excitement. Things won't go as you think, you fanatic. Goldrich focuses all his power into his arm, countering the heat. Amidst the raging inferno, the cat-and-mouse game between Goldrich and Arthur showed no signs of stopping, as Goldrich desperately fled while fearing his identity would be exposed. Damn it, if he finds out I'm Goldrich, things will get much worse. I have to fight without revealing my identity. But can I face that monster while concealing my true strength? Goldrich wondered, his mind racing as he fled. Meanwhile, Arthur wondered why Goldrich wasn't fighting at full strength and was only running away, suspecting he was hiding something. I need to know what you're hiding. Can you really protect your comrades while concealing your strength? Unsure of what to do, Arthur is stunned as a dragon of unimaginable power crashes into the building. The dragon can... They say there's one among the Demon Face's comrades. So they really did climb to the 60th floor in one night and defeated Toon and Basin, who were ahead of them. Arthur is stunned, unable to believe what he's seeing. Hey, are you Arthur Huma? Jean Hubert asks, raising his voice. Now is the time to take his head. Explosions erupt, shaking the heavens and earth one after another. While Hendrik, in dragon form, waited with the others for Jean Hubert, Arthur's soldiers ambushed them from below. They had to deal with those soldiers first. Arthur can even revive his fallen soldiers, Goldrich frantically reports, carrying the secretary on his back, shocking everyone with Arthur's dirty tactics. Hendrik, enraged, unleashed a torrent of fire, incinerating Arthur's soldiers and preventing their resurrection, while Jean Hubert clashed swords with Arthur, each unleashing powerful skills in a desperate attempt to defeat the other. Jean Hubert's fire attack drew blood, but Arthur healed the wound in the blink of an eye, an impressive regenerative ability. To defeat him, I must finish him with an attack he can't recover from, a truly devastating blow. He must aim for an opening and use his ultimate move to deliver the final blow. Jean Hubert secretly planned his next move. Immediately after, he taunted the Berlin brothers, provoking Arthur into a furious divine strike of thunder and lightning. Just as planned, Jean Hubert summoned Vulcan, who effortlessly blocked Arthur's holy power. Needless to say, Arthur looked like a deer in headlights, eyes darting around, mouth agape, completely bewildered, so curious about what happened. Here's what happened. A truly effective skill. Vun Khan, seeing Arthur frozen in place, burst into laughter, making sure to pull Tan out for Arthur to see. Seeing that Tan had joined Jean Hubert, Arthur flew into a rage, accusing him of betrayal. "I never sided with anyone," Tan replied. "I'm just looking for where I belong." Tan calmly spoke, but the more he explained, the angrier Arthur became. He screamed in resentment, vowing to erase Tan's filthy soul. Under Jean Hubert's command, Wun Khan and the monk flew in to physically assault Arthur, hoping to subdue him. Knocked away by the monk's punch, Arthur wondered if the monk had also received the power of the mask, allowing him to be reborn and become so strong. Taking advantage of Arthur's lapse in awareness, Jean Hubert sweetly delivered a devastating blow to his face, causing Arthur to bleed. After that knockout punch, Arthur clutched his face and stumbled to the ground in a cloud of dust. Emerging from the rubble, Arthur stubbornly declares that he won't be defeated, boasting of his infinite regeneration, blessed by the great being. "In the end, you were destined to lose." Before he could finish, Basin's serpent tail lashed out from behind, constricting Arthur like a snake, forcing him to retreat in alarm. Has he fallen into the demon's clutches as well? Basin Arthur cried out in agony, his entire body constricted so tightly that his bones were about to break, rendering him speechless. Basin's snake arm swiftly decapitates Arthur, blood spraying everywhere, but the head quickly regenerates, and Arthur furiously shouts that it will take more than that to stop him. So even after beheading him, he can still revive. Sun observes that as long as he has holy power, he can regenerate infinitely, so it seems he'll have to finish him off with one blow. Facing the group, Arthur thought, "The Four Kings' power is immense. I can't move. Even with holy power, you won't disappear. Is this the power of the sun?" He frowned, certain. "But even so, you can't defeat me." The others listened intently as he continued. "I thought you'd defeat me with the souls of the Four Kings, so the plan failed." Son gripped his staff and replied, "We never intended to eliminate you in the first place." Arthur seemed unconvinced. Vo smiles, pointing upward. "Our orders weren't to kill you, but to offer you as a sacrifice to our master." Jean Hubert compressed the energy in his hand, then unleashed it in a blinding flash. Pure, unadulterated spirit power. Arthur panicked, grinding his teeth. "That's holy power." "No, it's not. It's..." A notification appeared. "Property. Utilizing the unified element between holy power and magic power, transforming into a unified element." Jean Hubert's men turned jet black as they cast their spells, a single magic circle unleashing a massive beam of black and white light, the power of the 10 wisdoms. It hurtles forward, and Arthur cries out as he's nearly consumed by the light. Then, a ray of judgment tears through the sky, carrying the power to obliterate all. The final result was a giant smoking crater, and he was burned to a crisp, his limbs shattered. Jean Hubert, Vulcan, and Toon seemed unfazed, floating in the air. Toon knelt respectfully, declaring that their final worthy opponent had arrived. Jean Hubert was confused, asking why he was so happy as they were his successors. As someone called out, a hidden devil appeared. It was Hendrik, shouting from below, saying they had taken care of things down there. He looks at the armor amidst the dust and smoke, saying that to restore this ruin, they would need to summon a god or a demon. Harriet, sweating, can't believe it. They've sensed it. Looking at Jean Hubert and the others, she wondered if they'd nipped it in the bud. He replied tearfully, "Yes, our first victory." Hendrik smiles, listening. "Now I can attribute my losses to being ambushed." The Lich supports Bruno, his voice echoing, But today is a complete failure after they blindsided me. Harriet and Miho smile as they listen. If this news spreads, people will start to think the celestial realm might be in turmoil. Lich sighs. So this is the green light to spread the news? He replies frankly, of course, why else would I bring people along? He smiled in the flames. Then I'll head out. I have a mountain of work to clean up from today's mess. Jean-Hubert replied plainly, okay, I'm counting on you. Then the two liches vanished completely, leaving only orange smoke. A red notice appeared, with the 10,000 demons praising their keen eyes. As it turned back and forth, it saw a purple board with only 3 dots, saying nothing, only looking up at the sky. Then words appeared. Something is about to happen. Miho's ears twitch as she looks up as if hearing something. Then a ripple appears in the central sphere. The ground trembles violently beneath their bare feet, confusing them. An earthquake? No, this is... Space itself is shifting. Miho, on the other hand, stares in stunned silence at the sky. The water stain shattered, revealing a white space with small piles flashing amidst the fragments. And then, a massive pillar of golden light shot straight down. They shielded themselves from the violent tremors as the water sky shattered. What was this light? Jin Hyuk calmly analyzed, it's not the sky, but the strata that's been split apart. How could this happen? Hendrik spread his wings and dove down. He's coming this way, Hariol exclaimed. What the hell is that? Tan pointed ahead. Look over there. The shattered remains are drawn into the pillar of light, and he cries out, Asahung's body! His eyes blaze, and cracks spread across his skin. Finally, the outer layer shattered, exposing the inner body. Jin Hyuk's eyes widened as he realized this is holy power. And this feeling from back then. Remembering when Kamen received energy under the cross barrier, he knew it was definitely them. Jin Hyuk grit his teeth. Kamen, those bare feet, they really are gods. Asahung has been fully restored with even greater power. They didn't abandon me, they saved me. He delivers his judgment. Now, it's time to punish those who don't believe in the gods. Bare feet approaching, just as he predicted. They were gods. Asahung had fully recovered with even greater power. They hadn't abandoned him, they had saved him. He delivers his judgment. Now is the time to punish the rebels who do not believe in the gods. A small vial explodes somewhere, and Biello's brow furrows. Carmen focuses her energy as he calls out, and the mark on her hand glows. She responds, Asahung, who reached the 60th floor. It seems he's been captured. Biello grits his teeth, recognizing the demon mask. She calmly advises him not to worry too much, since Asahung is a special toy, after all. Special. Carmen smirks, explaining that in case the selection fails, she secretly implanted something when sharing divine power with Asahung, in case he's defeated. The hand clenches, and he will be reborn as an agent to wield my power. Meanwhile, Asahung smirks, the sigil on his forehead glowing brightly. He advances toward Gin, as she commanded, his demonic mask ready to face her head-on. He grits his teeth in anger. Divine power. That's Carmen's divine power? Henrik grimaces in disgust. Apostle. Harriet tensely recalls one of those her brother killed in the past. Asahung arrogantly retorts, so you recognize Carmen's warm divine power. Ginhui lowers his head, muttering, how could I forget? Then with eyes full of malice, he recalls that terrifying feeling of divine power. Asung noticed the demon behind him, wondering about the animosity. How could someone who hadn't even climbed the tower for a year hate Carmen so much? Toon and Vulcan seized the opportunity to attack, demanding to know who he was, calling him a demon. But he sensed it, a violet explosion erupting before Ginhu. Through the smoke, Asahung's carefree smile emerged. Of course, he had grabbed Toon and Vulcan by the necks. You guys can't awaken, can you? You're confident, but with this power, not awakening will only hurt more. They both writhed in pain from his grip as a massive dragon loomed over them. The giant dragon Hendrik crashes down, then his eyes widen as he senses something. Asahung has caught his claw with one hand. A dragon. Strong. But now he has the power of the 9 stars. He flicks his foot, casually tossing Hendrik to the ground, scoffing that a dragon's power is nothing compared to the Star Lord's, and they'll pay for defying them, dying here. Suddenly, heart bubbles appear, and Asahung realizes he's been bound. He wonders who's responsible when he notices Miho, eyes wide, emitting spirit energy. He muses, that kid, this reversing power, Is she the child of a sacred beast? Unbeknownst to him, Gin Hyo raised his sword behind him, yelling, "Begone, Carmen's puppet!" He swung down, cleaving Asa in two. Smoke emanates from his body, coalescing as he bursts into mocking laughter. Gin widens his eyes. That attack was everything I had, and he can still recover? He was completely unscathed, boasting that no attack could kill him now. A small light appeared on his fingertip as he said, "Then, it's my turn, right?" It became a tornado, eventually growing into a fireball as Asa commanded, "Holy form!" Jean Hubert noticed it was different from before and shouted, "Everyone, run!" Miho raises her hand in terror as a massive beam of light erupts from the sphere. The ground is pulverized and thrown into the air, left scorched and smoking in the aftermath. Jean Hubert struggles to sit up, cursing that his body won't move. He flinches as he hears someone say, "Oh, you're awake." Asa was strangling Miho, who had just woken up. Jean Hubert cried out in alarm, "Miho!" Seeing his fallen comrades, Hendrik and Harriet, have they all lost? Asa sneers, "Your rebellion has failed, Demon Mask. The moment you betrayed the stars, you lost." His eyes widened in disbelief. Defeat. Jean Hubert lay there, helpless. In this place, he couldn't even reach him, only to be defeated by Carmen's pawn. His eyes sharpen with resolve. No, he won't accept another defeat. Asa tightens his grip on Miho's neck. "You're first, you deceitful beast." The girl cries out. And then, nothing. Tears welling, she gasped, I can't breathe." Jean Hubert angrily commanded them to stop as a pink screen appeared, confusing Asa. The text flickers as the nine-tailed fox says, "How dare you?" And as it fades, Miho repeats, "How dare you?" But when she looks up, it's Gu Miho asking, "How dare you lay a hand on my child?" The tail emanates a bright, pink energy. Amidst the vibrant purple light, the girl, her neck gripped tightly, her face darkened with rage, cries out, "How dare you!" Miho looks up, her features shifting, revealing a different face with piercing eyes, blazing with murderous intent. Touching someone else's child, huh? She stares directly at him, who's strangling her, with sharp eyes as gleaming tails appear behind her, radiating terrifying, oppressive power. Asa's golden body flinched, and he hastily released his grip, gritting his teeth. "What is this?" He leaped into the air, eyes fixed on her, thinking, that relaxed posture. Could it be a transcendent being from the tower above us? Gumiho tilted her head, a knowing smile playing on her lips as she slowly raised a finger, a brilliant light emanating and sweeping across, illuminating Asa's wary golden eyes. At that moment, Cha Jin-hyu narrowed his eyes, his body tensing as he watched the light pass. Suddenly, a deafening explosion erupts, and a white-purple light sweeps across everything, shaking the earth. Now, in a desolate wasteland with withered trees and a gloomy atmosphere, on the 70th floor, a flash of light tears through the night, sending dust billowing into the air. Through the mist, the foxtails that had been tightly wrapped around them began to unfurl. Gumiho stood in the center, having brought all three of them here. Haru, sitting on the ground, looked up with bewildered eyes and asked, "Miho, no, you're a nine-tailed fox, right?" She chuckled softly. "Hello? Is this the first time you've seen me?" Jinhyu clutched his injured arm, wincing as he struggled to his feet. "Where am I?" The Gumho crossed her arms. "The 70th floor!" Haru gasped. "The 70th floor? We haven't climbed that high. How?" She winks, thinking about the tower, explaining that climbing isn't the only way to ascend. There are shortcuts to higher levels, but you won't gain the same stats as climbing, so you still need to descend to floors that match your level. Then, turning to Haru, she continued, "You've never climbed to the 100th floor, but you were born and raised there, weren't you?" The question startled her, and she understood. Hendrik, struggling to his feet behind Gumiho, confirmed, "Wait, is this really a swamp?" He then questioned sharply, "This is an uncharted territory, surrounded by barren land and filled with swamps. Why bring us to a place so disorienting and easy to get lost in?" But Jin Hyuk had a different idea, stating, "No, that's exactly why it's safe here." Gumiho excitedly agreed. As expected, you catch on quick. Traton noticed her finger twitching slightly. She looked at her struggling hand, saying, "I'm reaching my limit. I'm an entity not allowed to directly interfere in the world of those climbing the tower. I can only help you escape through this child." She looks at Haru, Jinyuk, and Hendrik in turn, reminding them that this is only a temporary measure. They will find him and try to kill him again. Then, with a determined look, Gumiho warns, "At your current rate of growth, you can't face them. You must become stronger, faster." Jinhyuk frowned, urgently asking what they should do. what method she spoke of to grow stronger quickly, and where it was. But she crossed her arms, her tails fading as she calmly said that time was up, and he would have to hear the rest from the boy. Finally, she smiles a farewell, saying, "See you later, goodbye." He hasn't heard everything he wanted and rushes forward, shouting, "Wait, hold on!" But it was too late. Gumiho had already reverted to Miho's small fox form, her eyes closed as she fell unconscious. Haru quickly rushes to catch her, thinking, "Got her." Looking at Miho in his arms, he wonders, who is he that she's talking about? A glint of sharp light flashed as an arrow flew past his face. Jin-hyuk quickly dodged to the side, avoiding the arrow as it plunged downward. Two archers perched in the trees shout, "Who goes there? Who dares trespass in our sacred forest?" The veiled woman with elven ears warns, "Outsiders, leave now, or else." From the trees, a surprised voice rings out, and Jin-hyuk raises his hand, ready to fight back. "It's no use. We need to find something here." One of them laughs, removing their mask, muttering, "I never expected us to meet like this." He and Haru exclaimed in surprise, You're..." Then shouted, "Elion," she cheerfully greeted. "Long time no see, masked demon." Elion landed beside them, saying, "Sorry, we're still a bit wary of outsiders." He shook his head. "It's okay, but you've formed a force?" She frowned awkwardly. "It can't really be called a force." Then, thinking of the people with similar ears and outfits, she explains, "They're just dark elf guards. All they do is watch over this forest." She looks up, full of pride. "But we have faith." Jin-hyuk follows her gaze, and a light appears, causing him to exclaim in surprise, "That's..." Elion turns, her back to the massive light-filled tree, and excitedly introduces it. "This is Ji-Griso, the New World tree that has given us power." She stood beside him, eyes wide and speechless. "Wow." She grinned from ear to ear, excitedly saying, "This is nothing. Ji-Griso is much bigger." Then her expression changed, and she asked in a chilling voice, "Now it's your turn. How did you end up like this and get here?" But he remained silent, his hands clenched tightly. A while later, Miho lay on a soft bed, surrounded by voices discussing the situation. So, one of the 9 stars, a holy star, intervened. And they have direct subordinates who wield that power? Hendrik crossed his arms and recounted to everyone in the room, "We were only able to get here thanks to Gumiho, who told us to find a way to defeat them here." Elion frowned, confirming, "So it must be that power?" Haryu sat beside him, anxiously stammering, "I know this is a brazen request, but please, we're begging you." With unwavering eyes and a sincere heart, she makes her offer, "Will you fight alongside us?" Meanwhile, Jean stands alone outside, leaning against the railing. He frowned, lost in unhappy thought, recalling Arthur and his mysterious golden energy, and how powerless he was against Arthur's bestowed power. Next, Gumiho suddenly appeared. I would have died if not for him. And to think of his triumphant words, "You have failed, Mamian." The memory fuels his rage, clenching his fists. Damn it, I need more power. Suddenly, a voice echoes in his mind. I sense a foreign energy. Jean recoils, searching for the source of the voice. The one who brought Gumiho, a savior? Beads of sweat form as he forces a smile. "Ha, I don't know who you are, but aren't you being a bit too familiar for a first meeting?" He turns around cautiously, his back facing the New World tree. "The first time? We met a long time ago. What are you talking about?" When he doesn't recognize him, the man introduces himself. "I am H.G. Gracel." Hearing this, Jean quickly turned back and looked up in astonishment. "The completely new power you're looking for is me." Elion slammed his hand on the table, muttering, "A full-scale war with the apostles." Then, with a hand to her chest, she excitedly declares they must join, and the dark elves will punish those who plot against the heavens. Haryu happily rises, asking if it's true. Henrik crosses his arms, worried if it's all right, as they have no say. But it's too dangerous. She lowered her head slightly, saying, "I know, but the reason I can still stand here and fight is thanks to the mask. No, thanks to him, Jean's father. Besides," she added with a determined glint in her eyes, "we share a common enemy, so why not join forces?" Haryu was happy and grateful, saying, "Thank you, my brother will be so happy too." She paused, then said, "But..." Her voice echoed to where Jean was standing on the balcony. "Where is Father Jean?" Haryu Grisso watched him move nimbly and said, "You're fast, thanks." Jean replied quickly, "You said so, how could I be slow?" He frowned and asked, "Why did you call me here?" Without hesitation, it replied, I'm interested in you. Hearing this, sweat beaded on his face as he muttered, those in the tower who are interested in me are never normal. Suddenly, the system appeared. The all-knowing devil asks if you were just talking about him. The system's content changes, and the all-knowing upper being tells him not to worry, that he approves of him. He stares at the system window in disbelief. Approve of me. Suddenly, a light flashes from the tree. Haryu Grisso presents a large flower to him. Jean is surprised. This is... It opens its petals to reveal a brilliant light inside, a round orb filled with dark energy, the fruit of the dark tree. It gently swayed with warmth, saying it would give it to him. He raised his brow in confusion, as the world tree's fruit was usually given to the high elf royalty. He floats in the air, deep in thought. But this is the dark tree, and the dark elves are a variant born from demonic power. He glances at its fruit. This is the essence of demonic power, and whoever eats it will gain immense demonic strength. He pondered Arthur, thinking he could defeat him with it, but, breaking his train of thought, he asked suspiciously, "Why are you giving it to me? Aren't you an elf god? Shouldn't you give it to Elian?" Instead of answering, it asks what he knows about the time before the tower appeared. Confused, he replies, "Huh?" It recalls its life, formed by a goddess, Jean Rezo, its true self, sculpted by a god who existed before the tower, a gift to his creations. The elves. Jean listens intently, wondering if the elven god is the father of the world tree. It lists the traits the elves love about themselves: beautiful appearance, connection to spirits, long lifespans. They even rival the 4 great races. Then it asks, "What do you think is the greatest weakness of a perfect being?" And he answers immediately, "Arrogance." Jean Grisso nodded slightly, imagining an elf admiring their reflection in the water, and continued, "Exactly. They're too engrossed in their own beauty, then isolate themselves and alienate other races." The image of someone alone, uncaring of others, formed in his mind, too content with what they already have. It paused, thinking of those drawn to the tower, then of its own dispirited race. They could never climb the tower with the same fervor as other races. Finally, it grimly stated the result. After thousands of years, the number of elves who successfully climbed the tower was 0. Jean-Hugues' eyes widened in surprise as he exclaimed, "Why?" It continued, offering the branch with fruit. "Why do you think the gods created beings and made them climb the tower?" He glared at the system, to make them gods and strengthen that person, like this one. It displayed, "You're dissatisfied?" As if in a Q&A, Jean-Hugues said, "So, if a servant, after being paid, still can't meet their master's demands, what would you do?" He clenched his fist and gave a firm answer. "Obviously, eliminate that person and replace them with someone more obedient." As soon as he finished speaking, he realized the hidden meaning and was shocked. No way. Understanding what he meant, he thought of Elian. Yes, that person placed his hopes on me, the Dark Elves, and Elian. He pictured the elf on the throne with the angel, plotting evil deeds and causing grief. The other elves have gone too far, joining hands with the 4 races to overthrow the tower's order. As H.G. Rezo spoke, Jean-Hugues straightened up, images of the Camel Corps flashing through his mind. The heart of this matter, the 9 stars, and the strongest humans who are also his enemies. He regained his composure and listened, realizing Elian was not yet strong enough to receive his power, so he hesitated, then spoke. "I want to entrust it to you, the one who plots against the heavens." A system window appeared. The divine hand of support proposes a contract. Condition: unite the Dark Song elves. Reward: the fruit of the song tree. Jean-Hugues smiled at the message, finally plucking the fruit from the tree, saying, "How could I refuse such an offer?" The system then warned, "Accepted. Warning: the fruit of the singing tree contains immense demonic power. Consume with caution." He watched it emanate energy, murmuring in his palm, "Indeed, if I carelessly consume it, the demonic energy will erode this body." H.G. Rezo swayed, and at that moment the system displayed, "The Father of Divine Hands offers assistance." Jean-Hugues nodded, understanding its intent. If he let the branch absorb it, it would block some of the demonic energy from affecting his body. Then he opened a space in his body with spirit energy. Then he quietly muttered a summoning, "Bankan, un." He looked at the ominous energy of the H.G. Rezo and said, "I'm preparing to absorb its energy. I'll give it my all." Then, turning to them, he commanded, "Protect me while I master this power, or until it's all over." Ban Khan nodded in acknowledgement. "Understood," placing his hand over his chest in deference. "As you wish." Jean Huche was surrounded by swirling purple magic as the HG Riso pulsed with energy above him. "Absorb," he muttered, as hurried footsteps echoed through the forest. Elian and Hendrik chased after Haryu, who was running aimlessly, shouting for her brother. Then Han pointed towards something in the distance, drawing their attention. A massive power swirls, shrouded in tangled trees, and a voice echoes, "The demonic energy is too strong." It became like this when he entered. Haryu looks up, surprised. This demonic energy. It's so clear. As she was about to call out his name, a massive explosion erupted behind her. After the blast, the dust settled, revealing a cracked earth and light piercing through the thick mist. A figure in gold approaches, coldly declaring after repelling 2 elves, "How dare you evade the star's punishment?" Acer raises an eyebrow, eyes gleaming. "So you demons are hiding here? This time I'll teach you a lesson." The injured elf lay groaning on the ground. Her neck was seized, causing her to cry out. Acer, clutching her neck, declared, "A dark elf. You only live because of the magic within you." The elf struggles to speak. "How? Did you know to come here?" He smugly replies. "The Star Palace has eyes everywhere in this tower. The places where clues are hard to find are actually easier to investigate." He suddenly changes the subject, saying, "All right, if you don't want to die, summon the masked one and beg him to save her." His grip tightens, causing her more pain. Unbeknownst to them, a giant black dragon appears beside the two and unhesitatingly attacks the center of the battle. He managed to escape the black dragon's deadly attack. Acer grinned, seeing who had arrived. "Ah, Hendrik and Haryu rescued her just in time. And heeding my call, it's you?" His body erupts with energy as he floats in the air, confused. "Strange. At least bring the masked one or that mysterious creature." She stares at him, thinking, Miho still hasn't woken up since that incident. Perhaps it's a side effect of accepting the 9-tailed fox's power. She continued, saying it would be difficult for her to return from that form again. He looked up at the tall tree absorbing the dark energy and surmised, "I'm not sure, but it seems the magic power above the world tree is Tarzan Hayuk. A figure lurks within the gathering darkness. It seems he's consumed something powerful again." Gripping his sword, he makes a decision. There's only one thing left to do. Hendrik's eyes shone with determination. She had to hold on until Tarzan Hayuk regained his power and returned. He tossed the unconscious figure over, telling her to take her away. She blankly caught the person, then frantically denied. No, they had to hold on until Orabioni returned. He turned his head too far. "There's nothing you can do here now, understand?" She stood there, wide-eyed, unsure of what to do. Asher slowly approaches, surmising that the masked demon is plotting something, if that's the case. He raises an arm charged with energy, declaring, "I'll kill you all and he won't be able to appear." Hendrik swung his sword, striking his opponent's attack head-on, urging her to flee. As he charges forward, she turns and runs. Unleashing his special move, he shouts, "You're not getting away!" His arm is grazed by several arrows as a girl flies in from afar, firing threatening shots, asking how dare he attack her people. Elian warns him that he has declared war on the Dark Elf tribe. He realizes that this magic is unlike demonic energy. It suppresses his regeneration. Magic and divine power are opposites, and if he keeps getting hit, he'll be in trouble. Concluding this, he charges forward, roaring, "I'll kill you first." Seeing this, she whispers in dismay, "He's too fast." As she prepares to retaliate, a sword blocks her path. Hendrik blocks his powerful arm, his eyes glowing brightly, and he declares he will stop him. A red orb of energy forming in his mouth. He's shocked. This is the energy of the bloodline. He recognizes the erupting power, dragon's breath. But his hand continues to attack elsewhere. He reached out and said sharply, "Run, Elion." She raised her bow in shock. "Damn it, what is that?" But that hand quickly seized her head, slamming her into the ground and sending her skidding through the dust. Her body is battered repeatedly, causing a massive explosion. She collapses against a tree, powerless as he proclaims, "I am their leader." His hand was already poised, I told you. His wounds are healing at an incredible rate. I'll kill you first. From now on, your fate is sealed, you foreign being who defies the gods. Arthur now notices the change in the great tree, sensing the energy. He points a finger to confirm. "So you were there all along." Henrik seizes the chance to strike. Determined to protect Tarzan Hugh, he issues a challenge. "Your opponent is me. If you dare lay a hand on our master, I'll take your life." He smirks. Such touching loyalty. Gathering spirit energy in his hand, he taunts, "Try this." He unleashes a powerful sword strike to counter the divine power. The clash creates a massive shockwave, destroying everything around them. As the dust settles, the two stand facing each other in a shattered crater. He kneels on the ground, praising, "Your dragon is quite good. A little more refinement and it would be fatal." Arthur's figure is clearly reflected through a round hole. Despite the gaping hole in his stomach, he grits his teeth and asks, "Are you done talking?" Henrik's eyes grow colder as he commands, "Charge! I can still fight." Even with a missing arm, he taunts, "Dragons are proud creatures. No, as a dragon, you should at least be able to endure this much." A glowing finger points, delivering the final judgment. Defiling that gifted body for a half-breed like the masked demon is why you've lost. He paused for a moment, then smiled. "Look after yourself." With his words and the certainty of pain, a swordsman appeared behind him, countless blades aimed at a single target. Haryu roared, relentlessly slashing out sword light. Azure, struck, couldn't believe it. Impossible. Her attacks were so fast that his regeneration couldn't keep up. She laughs maniacally, declaring this is the legacy of the Oni. A voice reminds her it's futile, she's merely buying time. He crossed his arms, looking down, saying that while her frenzy might overwhelm him briefly, it couldn't last. She couldn't overcome his regeneration. He pointed skyward, explaining that holy power was constantly being supplied from above, so unless that source vanished, they couldn't win, not even if the masked man returned. She paused, then sighed. "Perhaps," he urged her on. "Then run. You're the last Oni. Do you want to die here for nothing without avenging your people?" She tells herself that after he saved her in the Lord of the Elves' fortress, she's always been behind him and protected by others. Haryu grits her teeth, unleashing a furious barrage of attacks. Henrik struggles to withstand the shockwaves, shielding his face as he marvels at her strength. But he sees the blood trickling from her eyes. She's reached her limit and can't maintain this power for much longer. Technique after technique, she unleashed a flurry of attacks, thinking, "Just a little longer, I need to hold him back a little longer." Encouraging herself, she thought, "I need to protect this place until he returns," when suddenly, her sword hand was seized. Arthur, nearly recovered, taunted her, saying she was slower than before. He overwhelmed her, her body and meridians paralyzed, causing her to gasp in pain. He hovered in the air, proclaiming that Ken and Carmen's decision was correct. If they'd left them alone, they would have interfered with the Starsheep's plan. He gathered energy, raised his hand, and declared, "I will kill you all right here." The energy sphere grew larger and larger, and she could only watch it happen, too weak to even move. The sphere of light began to be consumed, and he was bewildered, not understanding what was happening. The HG Rezo was eerily silent, and he looked left and right in a searching, "What?" "I'm sure I used the light of the holy form to burn them all." Arthur barely had time to speak before he was punched in the face. Gyenyok arrived just in time, knocking him away with a single blow, sending him crashing into the trees behind. He repeated, unsure of his emotions, "What happened?" The transformed beast slowly consumed the holy power, and he pointed it out plainly. "This is what happened." With tears in his eyes, Haryu cried out to Gyeonhook, who praised his friends, "Haryu, Henrik, you've done well." Looking back at the rising light, he bit his lip and lamented, "That leech-like bastard." Two figures appeared behind him, chattering, "Take them to a safe place. And do we need to fight?" "Don't worry, I've got this." Staring at the black monster before him, he demands to know what he's done, calmly listing the terrifying demonic energy and the shocking substance within. He struggles to attack. "Why don't you check for yourself?" He's shocked by its speed. It's too fast. He cried out in pain as the monster bit his arm, tearing it clean off. Kamen immediately sensed the abnormality in his arm. Sweat pours down her face as a massive amount of divine power vanishes. He notices it too. Is he being absorbed? And how does Acer possess such immense demonic power while his body is being relentlessly battered? His melting face falters. "It's useless. No matter how many pieces you break me into, I will..." He was cut short. The beast, under his control, tore the man in two. Jin Hyuk agreed, knowing he would continuously regenerate. Each time came in expending a great amount of holy power. He continued, "It was created from a fragment of my soul and demonic power, and like me, it's insatiable." He tightened his grip on the man's neck, explaining, "In other words," his eyes turned cold, "it could tear and devour him until it dragged Kamen, who was linked to him, down here." The wounds healed quickly, and he stammered in fear, No, he's practically a vaccine." "No, Kamen, stop. Please, don't transfer any more divine power to me. It's too late." He raises his hand, gently commanding, "Devour him, Tam." She panics, swearing, "What's happening?" Her body dissolves, leaving only an angry roar as the dark sky cracks open and a ray of light pierces through. A familiar voice echoes as someone kneels on the ground, muttering, "What? What is happening?" She screams in frustration. "What the hell is going on?" He smirks. "We finally meet again." He mocks her. 10 years have passed, and it seems your face is even uglier than before." She grits her teeth, spitting out the words, "demon face." His face, hidden behind a mask, is as cold as ice. It's time to pay the price. Rewind to 10 years prior, Taylor ran from the demons behind him, shouting, "Damn it! You can still unleash that much magic?" Under the suffocating pressure of purple energy, gravity seemed to vanish, tearing apart the earth and sending debris flying into the air in a chaotic storm as Taylor cried out, "Traitor Jean Huche." Meanwhile, Jean Huche gasped for breath, his exhausted body kneeling amidst the ruined battlefield. He glared at the approaching figure with resentment. "Traitor, you—" He roars in anger, and with that resentment, a bone statue appears. "Am I going to die like this?" Jean Huche gathers his strength and shouts, "Bone statue!" A bone soldier leaps forward on command. A giant skeletal hand wrapped in tattered bandages unleashes golden lightning. Seeing the attack, Carmen explodes with power, throwing the skeletal soldier away as she shouts, "Don't struggle in vain!" Seeing the situation, Yanjiang thought to himself that Jean Huche had used the last of his power to revive it, then wondered, "Is it over?" Carmen casually walked up to Jean Huche and declared, "Yes, it's over for you." Carmen pointed at him with a smile, then continued, "But Star of Calamity, I will take your life." She waved her hand lightly. "Farewell, Father Jean Huche." Power surges toward Jean Huche, and though his body is pierced by golden blades of energy, his eyes still burn with defiance behind his mask. Jean Huche coughs up blood, his eyes roll back in pain, and his thoughts return to reality. Carmen grits her teeth, her eyes filled with hatred as she looks up. Jean Huche stands before her, his body radiating a heavy aura. Time passes, and Jean Huche says coldly, "Well, well, time to return the favor, Carmen." Mist envelops them, and the dark night swallows the light, creating a desolate forest with grotesque, withered branches. She couldn't believe it. The black forest on the 70th floor? How did he bring her here? Jean Huche replied, "Yeah, normally it's impossible." Jean Huche closed his eyes, contemplating how to defeat her, even as he absorbed the seed of G. Razel's darkness. Even with superior magic power, victory against Arthur was uncertain. As long as Carmen continued to sacrifice her power to him, Arthur would just keep reviving. An inviolable entity, a believer enhanced with such power, the way to break that link. Then Jean Huche realized that we also have someone with such power. Granting someone power to act freely in the tower is extremely difficult. The most obvious thing is the contract binding gods and demons to their followers, so what if Jean Huche uses that as leverage? Wouldn't he also have the right to use the ultimate card reserved for followers? Tears welling, he declares her downfall, and a shocked Carmen demands to know if he was the one who forced her descent. Her face was incredulous. He used Arthur to do this? Jean Huche, with an impassive face, looked down and continued, "Because you are merely an existence within the tower, completely different from the true gods. Your physical body is forced to descend. The selfish plan you concocted is what led you to your demise." Carmen lowered her head, a smirk playing on her lips, and burst into maniacal laughter. She stomped her foot in frustration, then rose as a surge of golden power erupted around her. She retorted, saying that taking that cup meant defeating her, and that he was sorely mistaken. A novice like him hadn't even climbed a corner of the tower, she confidently stated, pointing at Jean Hubert, and she would show him. Carmen raises her hand, unleashing the power behind her as she threatens, revealing the might of one who stands at the top. But as quickly as it appeared, the light fades, and Carmen freezes in shock. Blood suddenly streamed from Carmen's eyes and mouth as she collapsed, thinking, "How could this be? I didn't check." Before she could finish her thought, Jean Hubert's sky-splitting punch slammed into Carmen's face. Enduring the blow, Carmen was sent flying backward, tumbling through the air as the surrounding rocks shattered. The force of the impact slams her into the stone floor, cracking it into a massive crater amidst the dust and debris. Jean Hubert lands from above, coldly remarking that she must have hit her head too hard to remember. This is the 70th floor, where hundreds of punishments from other levels are inflicted. She slumped to the ground, glaring at Jean Hubert, thinking about how reckless he was to use his power here. He's beyond help. Carmen frowned, a thought crossing her mind. What? Is Carmen having déjà vu? That look from someone she's never met before. Staring at the aura before her, Carmen was terrified. It was something else entirely. Jean Hubert's face appearing with a devilish grin. Carmen's pupils dilated as she gritted her teeth, furious. She unleashed a blast of energy, screaming, "Don't you look at me with those eyes!" In that moment of life and death, he erupted with dark power, a scythe of violet magic tearing through the air as Jean Hubert recoiled. It opened its maw wide, a burst of golden power flying straight toward it, only to be drained away, seemingly without effect. Carmen's face hardened, annoyed that it had absorbed her attack. Jean Hubert's eyes gleam as he closes in on her in an instant. His hand, enveloped in a vibrant purple nebula and sharp claws, distorts space, signaling an imminent, devastating blow. Jean Hubert's darkness awakens, his face obscured by a terrifying demonic mask, as a devastating blow is poised to strike Carmen. A fate sealed as two opposing forces of light and darkness collide in a final confrontation, tearing through the very fabric of space. The terrifying force throws her into the air. Carmen braces herself, realizing her body is being consumed by demonic energy. It can't be. Not that magic. Recognizing the familiar wound, Carmen realizes it's one of the four emperors. She glances at Jean Hubert's looming shadow and screams internally, "No!" A black vortex appears, drilling into the dead forest, its focal point a blinding light. Carmen falls freely, without purchase, as Jean Hubert, above, prepares to strike with a hand cloaked in power. After slamming into the rocks below, Carmen screams in despair, "How dare you touch me? I'll tear you to shreds." But something catches her eye. The light. A dazzling golden flower of light explodes, carrying pure, destructive energy, as Jean Hubert confidently declares that it's the magic he absorbed. He smirks as if the outcome is predetermined, stating that the item has returned to its owner. The source of power formed a massive golden pillar of light, descending from above as if to crush everything below into dust. Jean Hubert called it divine punishment. That power struck directly, exploding violently, tearing the earth apart and leveling everything in its path. Jean Hubert stood alone, gazing down at the remnants of the recent battle. Then, as if remembering something, he grinned. "That's right. This is my revenge after 15 years. A scream echoes as the demon mask obliterates their foes. It's time to move the wounded. Harriet stares at the burst of light, whispering in disbelief, "A constellation's power." Tone happily turns and shouts that the enemy has been weakened by the penalty, and they can win. However, Henrik has other thoughts, musing that even though she's been penalized, a tower climber who's cleared the 600th floor is still powerful. She won't go down without a fight. Carmen retaliates, charging towards Gin Hyup, screaming, "You bastard!" His expression never falters as he swiftly dodges Carmen's attack, channeling power to propel himself backward, a massive golden explosion incinerating the blighted forest. Gin Hyup calmly states from above, "Yes, Carmen. I'd be very disappointed if it ended like this." She roars, reminding him not to underestimate her, for she is... Carmen's hand is enveloped in a fierce, swirling power, foreshadowing a shocking counterattack as she proclaims herself the strongest human. Carmen unleashes a field, a star-shattering blow. Her powerful strike pulverizes the earth, the shockwave turning rock into dust and splitting the ground with fiery fissures. The earth shatters, revealing fiery lava flows and an uncontrollable inferno, turning the battlefield into a giant furnace as lava swirls upwards like fiery tornadoes, while the heroes swiftly evade injury. Yanjiang cursed under his breath. "It's time." Below, the explosion spread, and everyone present fled in terror, their cries for help echoing in the air. "The aftershocks have reached us. Run. Help me." Elian urged everyone to climb onto Dark Gig Gresso's branches, as attacks with divine power shouldn't harm it. Haryu, carrying Hendrik, also stared wide-eyed at the swirling lava and called out, "Orabioni." Carmen stares intensely at Gin Hyuk, thinking, "Demon." He returns her gaze, as if to say, "You know this attack can't last forever, right?" It all happened in a flash. Amidst the raging firestorm, she unleashed a devastatingly fast attack. He smiled inwardly, impressed. Carmen was forcibly using her power even while being penalized. She clenched her fist, all the fiery energy compressed into a fatal blow, creating a sphere of explosive heat. Meanwhile, Gin Hyuk was doing the same, gathering dark energy to unleash. The two forces collided head-on, creating a blinding explosion that tore through space. Reaching its limit, a chaotic eye appeared in the heart of the explosion, devouring all light. Carmen declared, You're just an insect beneath my feet. If I fought with even a little sincerity. Just as she basks in her triumph, something catches her eye, and she turns. Jin Hyuk opens his robe, and from within him, a massive white serpent erupts, its jaws agape, poised to devour Carmen as Jin Hyuk roars her name. The white serpent slithered, shattering the earth as it moved. He landed and continued, "Oh, you said that again." Jin Hyuk mocks Carmen, who's even worse than she was 10 years ago, asking if she gave up climbing and decided to leech off the 4 great families instead. Suddenly, the snake's head bursts into flames, and he freezes, unable to believe what's happening. Her body torn apart by her explosive power, Carmen roared furiously, "Shut up! What do you know?" The brilliant golden orb, engulfed in molten flames, blasted Jin Hyuk away, turning the barren land into a sea of lava. He barely dodges the attack, standing high above, contemplating. Even if she is a saintess reborn, she can't ignore the punishment God has given her forever. The more power she uses, the greater the penalty will be. The system warns of a penalty, but she retorts, "Shut up, I know." Carmen sneers, "I just need to kill him, and my body will regenerate." Carmen, now devoid of reason, lets out a piercing scream. They were only acting logically, choosing the fastest path to power and comfort. Unlike that fool, Jin Hyuk's father, he breathes. Jin Hyuk slowly draws his sword, asking a hesitant question, "Is that so?" Without hesitation, he slashes down, severing the fiery arms reaching for him. He looks up, startled, into her bewitching purple eyes as she unleashes a devastating blow from above. Knowing he's too late, Jin Hyuk can only watch. As expected, Carmen explodes with power, launching herself at him and sending him flying backward as he desperately tries to brace himself with his sword. After regaining his composure, Jin Hyuk says that the way she uses these mediocre skills is nothing like her usual self, as if she's in a hurry. He looks around, sensing something is off, and thinks, "What? She's not attacking me. What is she plotting?" Before he could process it, Carmen struck with incredible speed, grabbing his head. With a triumphant smile, she declared, "I've got you, demon mask." Unable to resist, Jin Hyuk could only watch as she removed his mask. Carmen continued, "Let's see what kind of face you're hiding." Staring at the figure before him, his red pupils froze in shock as he leapt back, escaping Carmen's grasp. She asked, Are you serious?" Jin Hyuk finally speaks. "Father Jin Hyuk, how did you recognize me when my voice and face have changed? Did you enhance your spiritual power while you were with me, or is it just instinct? If not," he continued, "or do you still recognize your comrade, the one you spent so much time with?" Carmen angrily pointed at him, shouting, "Don't try to change the subject. Tell me clearly. Just who are you, huh?" Jin Hyuk smirks coldly, replying, "Very well, I am Jin Hyuk's father." He grins savagely, continuing, "I have crossed the gate from death and returned to give you all a beating you'll never forget." Jin Hyuk lunges forward, asking, "Why? Now you want to beg?" Carmen rushes in, retorting, "Don't be absurd." The two unleash powerful strikes, their opposing energies, a blazing orange-gold flame and a dark purple force, collide, creating an earth-shattering battle of light and shadow. Carmen's face is filled with disbelief. She can't believe what's happening. "No way. He's dead. I'm sure of it." Finally, Carmen shouts, declaring she will tear him limb from limb, that Jin Hyuk's father is no more. She lunges, striking down as if to end him, and Jin Hyuk grits his teeth, cursing. Behind Carmen, a dark force like a blade erupted, drawing her attention and severing her hand. She quickly landed on a giant, fiery golden hand to support herself, realizing she'd need to create another arm with divine power. But then, something clicked. Wait. Carmen stared at the mask in Jin Hyuk's hand, wondering what it was. He watched her as Jin Hyuk chuckled and slowly put on the mask. Behind it, a magic circle glowed around his eyes as he summoned his battle vision. With those words, he shot forward like lightning, an incredible speed. Jin Hyuk roared, "Carmen!" She gritted her teeth, staring back as he swung his sword, declaring, I will cut off your head." Jin Hyuk's eyes widened at Carmen's next move. She bit his sword. With a snap, Carmen shattered the blade and hissed, "Father, Jin Hyuk." A dazzling light, formed from radiant rainbow-colored energy rings, flashed from the molten sea. Blazing red-orange firepower swirled like a violently shaking tornado. A pillar of fire erupts into the sky as Carmen and Jin Hyuk remain locked in their power struggle. Neither yields, their opposing forces colliding, and Carmen grits her teeth, asking, "If you were revived, shouldn't you have stayed silent and lived peacefully on Earth? Why did you come here?" Gin Hyuk retorted, I told you, for revenge. He hurled Carmen's body away, shouting, and I will destroy the 4 royal families who supported you. After Gin Hyuk's blow, she clawed at the ground to steady herself, Carmen saying hatefully, It's really you. Judging Carmen's condition, Gin Hyuk concluded, she's weak. She's finally reached her limit and can't withstand the punishment any longer. With that body, she can only attack one more time while ignoring the punishment. He calculates that if Gin Hyuk can land this blow, if he can destroy it, then this is Gin Hyuk's victory. Golden orange energy erupts from Carmen's body, shattering the ground around her, and her eyes blaze as she declares, Gin Hyuk, your place is in a dark grave, and I will send you there. Carmen raises her hand, and above, a scorching lava sphere seethes with explosive power. Elion looks up in disbelief. What? What is that? She cried out. I've never seen such divine power before. We need to run. Even if we do, it's too big. Elion predicted. If something that big falls, the entire dark forest will be destroyed. Hendrik asked, so we just run? A voice interrupted. No. Haru approached the fireball, saying, Orabioni is still fighting. Her eyes and voice were full of conviction. I believe in him. I believe he will win. Inside the power zone, Jean Hubert looked at Cayman, thinking, he can't possibly block or dodge that. There's only one way. Jean Hubert must use even greater magical power to fight back. Just a moment. He only needs a moment to focus his magic beyond Cayman's divine power. Seeing him frozen, she gloats, sure of her victory. Stop running around like an ant and just die, Jean Hubert. He leaps into the air, flying towards her with incredible speed. Cayman's eyes widened in disbelief. He was coming straight at her. He neared, his voice strained. Unification. Demonization. The system displayed a notification. Both divine power and skills were merging into a unified power. Unified power is transforming into demonic energy. Warning, maintaining this state could cause serious damage. Then, the system quickly complies with Jean Hubert's words, demonic energy. With the intense brilliance of the purple energy tearing through space, a deadly black vortex opens, signaling a devastating attack. The energy hurtles toward the bright fireball on the other side, and upon impact, an explosion of blinding power erupts, a fusion of fiery red light and lingering faint green remnants. Jean Hubert, like a demon of the night, stood tall after the attack, coldly stating that Cayman could do no more. But she refused to give up. His crazed eyes and eerie smile were shrouded in a powerful dark purple aura, as Jean Hubert, as if the outcome was predetermined, declared it was over. The system displays a notification. Celestial energy and demonic energy are currently merging into the power of oneness. The power of oneness is converting into demonic energy. Warning. Maintaining this state may cause damage. Despite the warning, the system must activate according to its master's wishes. Demonic energy. Jean Hubert has finally transformed, his demonic energy now at 259. Cayman realizes her full-powered attack had no effect. His energy, he feels like a true demon. The clash of two ultimate purple powers creates a blazing X that pierces the sky. Cayman stares in disbelief. Impossible. Jean Hubert rushes in, grinning. Why are you making that face? Cayman raises a hand to shield her eyes, thinking, damn it, when did he get here? Without a word, he reversed the power in his hand and struck her body. Cayman's eyes went blank, and a fatal ray of purple light shot down from the sky, detonating everything in an instant. Amidst the desolate landscape, a colossal sphere of purple energy blazes at its center. Jean Hubert unleashes energy from above, determined to obliterate everything as Cayman freezes, a deep fear taking root within her. She lowered her head, unable to believe what she was feeling. Cayman wondered. Was it fear? She clenched her fist, thinking before her. The more Cayman looks at Jean Hubert, who hasn't climbed the tower in a year, the more panicked she becomes. It can't be. It's impossible. His deep, hollow eyes stare straight at her, and Cayman frantically backs away, wanting to flee. Jean Hubert coldly asks what that reaction was all about, then voices Cayman's inner thoughts, asking if she's scared, as they should be. Cayman grits her teeth, screaming, "Who would fear a wretched soul like you? I am humanity's strongest, a constellation who conquered the 600th floor. I will rule this tower after I kill you." Her system blared warnings. Warning, you have been sentenced. Cayman, beyond reason, thought, I don't care. Golden magic circles, intricate and radiant with spinning six-pointed stars, erupt as she roars, "Even in death I'll kill you, Jean Hubert." Seeing her frenzy, Jean Hubert spoke, "Are you trying one last gamble?" Dark purple energy enveloped his body, spreading like wings of death. Jean Hubert landed on the ground and replied, "Fine, I'll play along with you." Cayman unleashes a frigid blast, hurtling forward. "Die, Jean Hubert!" Powerful beams of energy erupt from the heart of the magic circle. Golden flames danced with rings of energy, concealing the explosive force in the air as Jean Hubert summoned a sphere of power in his hand, roaring, "Kamen!" The clash of these opposing energies, violet lightning versus golden flame, unleashes a blinding explosion, but the sphere continues to devour its rival's power. Outside, Hendrik raised his hand, trying to shield himself from the sphere's blast, and cried out, "Father Jean Hubert!" Ton anxiously called out, "Lord!" while Vung grumbled uncomfortably, "Damn it!" and Haryu shouted, "Orabioni!" The chaotic energy sphere, a fusion of purple lightning and golden flames, reached its limit, creating a black hole that devoured everything at its epicenter. Expanding, consuming all surrounding light, leaving only a deadly, burning purple energy on its surface. The rocky terrain seemed completely corrupted, saturated in dark purple energy and crackling with electric traces, as Din Hyuk, masked and exhausted, gasped for breath. He retorted, as if in response, "It's not over yet. This is just the beginning of her revenge." Carmen thought to herself that she couldn't, channeling all her power into her body as Din slowly approached. He coldly replied, "It's time to end this cursed relationship, Carmen." She suddenly burst into tears, as if in great pain. Carmen trembled, begging him, "I'm sorry. Please forgive me. I'll do anything you want. I'll give you the Holy Kingdom if you want. I'll give you all the items and money I have, so please..." "Think of the time we climbed the tower together. The 10 of us were so happy." Carmen pleaded, clasping her hands. "Din, please forgive me." He coldly brought his sharp claws down on her pleading hands. Realizing something, Carmen looked around with tears in her eyes. She clutched her hand, now emitting a purple aura, and screamed, "Demonic energy! It's in my hand!" Din, without expression, says, "Forgiveness?" then explodes with rage, venting all his hatred. The one who could forgive someone who died 10 years ago is gone. "I will never forgive you, Carmen." Carmen's hand is severed and flies behind her as she trembles, clutching her arm, speechless before Dean. Carmen turned to retrieve her severed hand, cursing, "Damn it." He coldly pointed at her from behind. Sharp spikes of ancestral energy shoot towards her legs and Carmen collapses, clutching her arm in pain. She frantically looked back and cried out, "My leg! My leg!" Before she could process what was happening, a foot came crashing down on Carmen's face, disfiguring it. Din was going berserk, as if he wanted to crush her head beneath his feet. He didn't stop. Din Hyuk pressed Carmen down with force, and after a moment he spoke coldly, "You have no idea how long I've waited for this day. With that, consider us even for killing each other once." She frantically shouts to stop him. "Wait, then let me live as a spirit weapon. Wouldn't you want to control me forever?" Din continues, revealing that after they killed him, he resolved to do one thing when he climbed the tower again. He remembers vowing that he wouldn't just turn them into summons, but devour their souls so they could never be reborn. Breaking free from his thoughts, Din Hyuk confidently declares, "I will devour your soul, Carmen." She screams, "Stop, Father Din Hyuk, you son of a..." Carmen struggles, crying out, "Save me! Save me! I don't want to die." Carmen's face sank into the hard stone, her head crushed beneath his foot as she cried out a final, desperate plea. Then, nothing remained but a wisp of green smoke as Carmen's soul ascended to the heavens. Her face contorted in fury as she yelled, "You think I'll just lie here and do nothing? I won't let you swallow me whole and end me, Father Din Hyuk." Sharp fangs appeared before Carmen, and she frantically dodged, saying, "Not again. This monster again." Carmen recoils, cursing, "Damn it, my soul is being sucked in." Din Hyuk watches from below, extending his hand and declaring, "Kill one person." Afterward, Din Hyuk clenched his fist and continued, "But it still won't satisfy me." He commanded, "Devour her, Tam." Carmen couldn't escape Din Hyuk's power. Her soul was swallowed into Tam's mouth, and Carmen only managed to shout, "Father Din Hyuk." After dealing with her, he withdrew his power, and a system notification appeared. The demonification was released, and all stats returned to normal. As if he had achieved what he wanted, the mask and shell on Din Hyuk's body gradually disappeared. Half of the glowing mask fell, marking an end as he panted, "Finally." Din looked up at the lake. "I've finally gotten my revenge, you betrayer." Echoing in the air were cries of resentment and rage. "Damn it! Damn it! Damn it!" After the release, he felt less constricted. Din Hui-wook thought to himself, "Oh no, the aftermath of demonization." He couldn't move his body. Just as he was about to collapse, a shoulder caught him. It was Haryu, and Hendrik was there too. Everyone had gathered around Din Hyuk. Wang smiles and says that he really did it, and that he took a big risk. Hendrik adds that 1 went down and 7 more to go. Haryu sincerely congratulated him. Congratulations, Orabioni. Din Hyuk was silent for a few seconds, then smiled contentedly and replied, Thank you, everyone. In the distance, Elion approaches, lamenting that her forest is in complete chaos. Surveying the wreckage before her, Elion grumbles that winning is all well and good. But if the new nest looks like this, he reassured her, don't worry. I'll do everything I can to restore this place, since I made a deal with the World Tree's mother to gather everyone. Din is serious, adding not to worry about funds, as he has a reliable backer. Suddenly, a notification appears above Elion's head. The World Tree Mother is telling her to bow immediately. She wonders why. The system then warns that it's not unusual for other constellations to appear here at any time, including one who lost their family and seeks revenge. It also warns that fighting Pulo now would mean certain death. Upon hearing this, Din Hyuk furrows his brow, deep in thought. Finally he speaks, saying they should lay low and focus on getting stronger. Din smirks confidently, vowing not to retreat in shame again, and promising to land a devastating sucker punch on Paolo. Cut to a mysterious figure walking across barren stone as dark clouds gather overhead, unleashing a torrential downpour. A figure stood beneath a giant ancient tree, thinking, Kamen has disappeared. She was suddenly pulled down to the 70th floor and hasn't returned since. Under the rain, Paolo appeared, observing the surroundings and noting the remaining traces of destruction. Lightning flashes and thunder rumbles as he grimly pieces together what's left. Then, a bolt of lightning strikes from above. In the center, a giant, eerie, bluish-white stone skull lay still, as Paolo gritted his teeth and said, Death Star, charging Hyuk. He thought to himself, the Star of Death, charging Hyuk's symbol. Only he and the star know about this symbol. Paolo, stunned, continued to speculate. The shaman had sent the bones to the death mask, so this place must be connected to him. But why was that symbol here? He frantically searched. Shaman, where are you? A commanding voice cut through his thoughts. Long time no see, you. The mask of death gleamed with power as it spoke. It was I. He gasped. What? Paolo paled as the mask of death announced, I killed Kamen, Paolo. Hearing this earth-shattering news, he froze, clenching his fists as he roared, You bastard! How dare you kill Kamen? The death mask didn't respond, its violet eyes sweeping down to Paolo. He stares into its eyes as if Paolo has realized something. A flood of memories, his sister crushed underfoot, her soul ascending to the heavens, all flash before him. The last thing Kamen screamed was Gin Hyu's name. He gritted his teeth. Paolo hissed, I've thought about it. But if you're Gin Hyu, how could you? To kill my only family. I will never forgive you. Gin Hyu's father. The death mask coldly replied, a man unmoved by the sacrifice of his comrades, brought so low by the death of his little sister. Listen carefully, Ken. It's your turn next. It's like sealing Paolo's fate. I will destroy you, slowly, piece by piece. He screamed like a madman. Shut up! Paolo unleashed his power towards Death Mask, shattering it into pieces. The Masked Reaper continued, defiant. Just wait, Ken. Cut 2. Celebrum Kaman has fallen at the hands of the Masked Reaper. The people below cheered, and the news shook the capital. Everyone held a flyer in their hands, discussing it in disbelief. Death Mask actually killed a Star General? Unbelievable. Is he that strong, or was the Star General too weak? Cut to a loud yell. You bastards! An angry Holy Nation soldier pointed, declaring, This hunting ground is under the control of the Holy Nation. Who allowed you to trespass here? Get out! An axe stained with blood drags across the ground as someone cries out, The axe! The Heavenly Kingdom! Kim, sitting regally in the center, says, You think that name scares us in this city? The president of Inoa appears, cutting him off. You dare! Have you no respect for the Heavenly Kingdom? Your so-called courage will be your undoing. He is Inoa's church liaison for the Heavenly Kingdom, the president of Inoa. He roared, ordering, Retreat before... Kim chuckled, rising to his feet. How amusing. Your leader is dead, yet you still stand here blustering? Inoa's chairman is strange. What? He boldly declares, Why should we listen to you? We'll protect our own justice. He swung his axe forward, shouting, Attack! Kim's men followed his command and charged. The Chinguk soldiers panicked, one exclaiming, What the hell? His comrade replied, They won't submit. The Anoa leader drew his sword, shouting to calm the others. "Don't panic! They're just a bunch of weaklings!" Kim charged forward with his axe, replying, "Speaking to the weaklings who dare set foot in the Kutin. A fatal blow is narrowly avoided by a gleaming blade, unleashing a dramatic, fiery red aura. With the loss of one of their leaders, the heavenly realm as a whole will never be the same." Neighboring guilds began to threaten them, and challengers to the heavenly party lurked like ghosts. Cut to a wanted poster being slammed onto a wall. Months later, a wanted poster is issued. People gather around the notice board, gossiping, a warrant for the death mask still not captured, and the person next to him is his accomplice. A swordmaster, a succubus, a fox spirit. "Who's the last one, Maha? How can we catch them?" Garam asked, arms crossed. Still no news on the group that threw the capital into chaos. Shanzon turned and replied, "Who knows? Perhaps the shooting star will destroy them." He continued, "But how is Death Mask so strong?" The man laughed and said, "Haven't you heard the rumors?" Shanzon explained somberly that the Death Mask's true identity was that of a fallen star. Inside the modern room, facing Peo Lao, a voice rose as if hearing a joke. "You expect me to believe that, Ken?" He replied gravely, not denying it. "Yes, and I find it hard to believe myself." Peolu gritted his teeth and continued, "But after investigating the ruins he left behind, that bastard is definitely charging Hugh." Taylor chuckled, pointing at him. "Ken, are you crazy? Have you gone mad because of your sister's death?" A destructive power erupts behind Taylor, who warns, "Careful, you're showing off too much." His next words stun Peo Lao. "You're only scared because you're charging Hugh's next target." As if struck in the heart, he muttered, "Those bastards. They know everything. Do they want charging Hugh to kill Peo Lao?" Taylor leaned back in his chair, saying coldly, "Ken, don't you realize? The real reason you and Carmen were made leaders is because you possess 2 of the 9 fragments of power." He gloats that now they're all equal, asking who would follow him when he can't even protect his own power. Taylor gestures around, stating the truth is that no one even showed up today. Peo Lao slams his hand on the table, cutting him off. "Is that what everyone thinks?" Taylor laughs mockingly. "Want to try? Do you think a cripple with power equal to mine can fight back?" The tense atmosphere is broken as Joel's face appears on the screen, reminding them to stop. "We will divide your power among ourselves, Ken." Peo Lao grits his teeth, unwilling, all because of the death mask. His face filled with resentment, he thought, "No, it's Cha Jin-hyuk's fault. I'll destroy you, even if it means walking into danger." Cut to a messenger bird soaring through the city sky, a hand gently touching its feathers, whispering, "Ken has begun to act, and it's our turn too, Jin-hyuk." A hand gently strokes a messenger bird as a voice whispers, "Ken will do everything he can to eliminate Cha Jin-hyuk and us." Lich continues sternly. Unlike Cameron, he's quite stubborn. However, it will be difficult for him to act rashly. Because he's lost the support of the 9 stars, they won't support him, and instead, they want both the Holy Kingdom and the apostates destroyed. All we need is money, and to catch us, those on the bottom, they'll gather evidence to best prepare for their attack from there. Lich clenches his fist, concluding that they'll buy and sell the assets their enemies discard, at a high price. Elion, hearing his idea, wonders if they aren't just giving them what they want. Leech spins a gold coin, reassuring them that money is the world's greatest addiction. After the exchange, he falls silent, contemplating, "This is the beginning of my revenge. I'll make them choke on money." Finally, Lich stood and reminded them to prepare, saying, "Liars, things are about to get busy here." He continued, "And you, dank elf, it's time to pay for what I've funded." Elion retorted, "I think I've been caught by a loan shark." Boppet clenched his fist, determined, "Please, leave this to me, Golditch." Golditch continues his calculations, stating that this is the plan, and the rest, well, that depends on their strength gained from training. After being separated for months with what some would call hope, Miho in her fox form ventures deep into a deserted forest. Elsewhere, Byung asks if Daoshu is sure that creature is really the Moon Spectre's companion. Daoshu laughs, confirming that even though it looks different from the wanted poster, it won't escape their hunt. He raises his gun, saying, "For us, it's considered bad prey. Those who have reached the 500th floor will get that reward from the Starsheep." Byung's gun is aimed at Miho's small body, and sensing something, she turns to look. A colossal, majestic snow mountain stands tall beneath a cloudy night sky, creating an awe-inspiring and mysterious backdrop as gunshots echo. A hand radiating intense dark energy appears, with swirling dark purple bullets at its fingertips. Bi-young, radiating dark energy, shielded Miho from the gunfire. Dong-su, shocked, pointed and exclaimed. He blocked fire bullets with his bare hands. Bi-young, peering through his scope, was equally stunned, muttering, "Impossible." Before they could react, he was upon them in a flash, his fist sending Bi-young flying. Dong-su panicked, thinking, where did this monster come from? Dong-su's pupils froze as he realized something. The white tiger warrior's uniform and an overcoat. Gi-young's obscured face and rippling muscles unleashed a powerful punch, enveloped in a dazzling and sharp turquoise energy. Dong-su, in disbelief, tried to reassure himself that it couldn't be. But before he could finish the thought, a fist came flying, smashing him in the face. Rocks break free from the earth and fly into the air from the explosive power as Bi-young observes the aftermath of the recent attack. Before losing consciousness, he could only think, Choi Gi-young-hoon, the fighting star. He calmly cradled Miho in his arms, coldly watching Trongsu collapse before him. Cut to a pair of legs standing tall before the parched earth. Here on the 100th floor, Haryu surveys the scene below, remarking that it took longer than they thought. To which Jin-hyuk replies that the climb was more tiring than he imagined, especially trying to avoid detection. We were supposed to meet on the 100th floor today. Everyone's exhausted. An Oni village isn't too far from here. Seeing Haryu's silence, he didn't press the matter. Suddenly, Jin-hyuk asked, "You want to go to the Oni village, don't you?" She quickly waved her hands in protest, saying, "No, now is not the time for that." Seeing Haryu's expression, he continued, "I know the Oni village isn't far from here." She lowered her head, whispering, "Sorry, we're about to reach an important milestone, and I've been thinking about something else." Jin-hyuk snaps his fingers reassuringly, saying it's all right to just watch from afar. Eun-gun appears behind him, adding that they'll go with her, and Sun agrees, asking to be entrusted with the task. She turns to them, expressing her gratitude and promising to return soon. A flash of light and all three vanished before Jin-hyuk's eyes. Now alone, he stood in contemplation. Until now, we've been successful in increasing our strength, but Jin-hyuk's necromancy is completely useless against his divine power. The reason we defeated Kamung was because she was too exhausted to overcome the punishment, and he can't guarantee they'll beat Kane with the same tactic. Clenching his fists, Jin-hyuk reminds himself that to defeat the stubborn and ruthless Kane, he must become stronger. The key to his power lies with Choi Jung-hoon. He needs to meet him and his master, Martial Emperor Taisan, and learn from them. If it's Tae, a martial artist at the level of a grandmaster, I might be able to surpass them and deal with Kane. Where are you? Just as he was thinking of Jung-hoon, a light flashed from the center of the forest behind Jin-hyuk. A figure emerged from the dust, saying, "I told you, I'd be waiting for you on the 100th floor." Harry Woo glared at her, gritting his teeth as he hissed, "Hamel." Jin-hyuk assessed the power source and concluded, this divine power belongs to Hamil. Behind him, someone was approaching with incredible speed. Jin-hyuk, still lost in thought, considered, "We need to hurry and help." As the figure drew near, his eyes narrowed sharply. Taylor unleashes his power against Jin-hyuk, who blocks the attack and shouts, "Enough!" Taylor sneers, "You survived my blade and returned from the brink of death, Jin-hyuk." He stared into Taylor's eyes and coldly replied, "And what about you? Taylor the fallen sword saint." After the explosion of power, a figure was thrown into the air as Jin-hyuk and Taylor's opposing forces collided head-on. He laughs, a wide, challenging grin. "What's wrong, Jin-hyuk? I didn't expect such a great constellation to only know how to defend." He coldly asks, "Why are you here?" Taylor prepares to strike, asking if Jin-hyuk is surprised to see him on the 100th floor. Jin-hyuk swiftly blocks the blow, and the two face off amidst the blinding light of their clashing energies, the air thick with tension. Taylor asks if Jin-hyuk doesn't know why he came down here himself, adding that killing him wouldn't even make him break a sweat, even if he were punished. Jin-hyuk was taken aback by his words, and in that moment of distraction, Taylor seized the opportunity to send him flying backward. Driven by the force, Jin-hyuk could only yield, unable to resist. The clock tower shattered and the citizens below cried out in alarm, wondering what had just flown by and who was causing such chaos on the 100th floor of the great city. Taylor flies towards him, saying, "I'm glad you survived." He's ecstatic, recalling that day 10 years ago. Dragon memories flash through Taylor's mind as he collapses behind Jin-hyuk, consumed by hatred. He realizes Jin-hyuk is still powerful, even after being betrayed. "I used everything I could to defeat you, yet you laughed at me in your final moments. Today, I will humiliate you." A system notification appeared, warning him that the penalty had been applied, but Taylor didn't care. slashing through the warning as he maniacally charged toward Jin Hyuk. Taylor scoffed, declaring he no longer cared about the penalty as a blinding purple energy explosion erupted before him, signaling a devastating attack. A concentrated surge of purple power erupts from the center, distorting the surrounding space with streaks of pure speed. A vortex appears before Taylor, a sphere of darkness spinning at breakneck speed, encased in violent white winds. He paused for a moment, staring at the object hurtling toward him. A massive, cylindrical black object protected by a blinding, sharp web of blue energy. Taylor passed it and advanced towards Jin Hyuk, coldly asking, "So you'll fight me while penalized? You couldn't beat me at the end, teamed up with those trashy scrubs, and now you want to humiliate me? You're unbelievable." A black hole of swirling purple energy threatens to devour everything, centered on a dark, winged emblem. A sign of annihilation as Jin Hyuk charges forward, and Taylor scoffs from above, asking if this is the power Cameron discarded. Looking at his face, he cries out in surprise, "Huh?" Jin Hyuk's demonic figure is reflected in Taylor's pupils. He closed in, claws bared and swinging, and before Taylor could react, he was struck by Jin Hyuk's devastating blow. Unable to maintain his balance, he was thrown into the air. Taylor's body crashed down, shattering the ground and scattering debris from the ruined buildings. His face swollen and bruised, Taylor gasped, "Damn it, what's going on? Jin Hyuk, why are you stronger every time I see you?" He coldly stated, "Oh, your face looks even uglier than before, you wretch." Taylor was stunned. "What?" Jin Hyuk retorted with a sneer. "Don't think I don't know you had surgery to look like me." He remained silent, so Jin Hyuk continued to taunt. "You know, my face used to be quite handsome, and I was popular too, unlike you. Because of your ugly face, you gave us a bad impression. Do you think I didn't notice you always envying my popularity?" Ignoring Taylor's rage, Jin Hyuk continued to mock him. "I don't know if you realize it, but I find you repulsive. I see you slowly becoming more like me. Oh, and of course, you can't perfectly copy me because of that ugly face of yours." Stung to the core, Taylor gritted his teeth. "I'll make you regret every single word you just said." Jin Hyuk smirked. "Give it your best shot." Obeying his command, Tam opened its massive jaws, as if to swallow him whole. Taylor remained still, as if he had planned this all along, his face now demonic, with a wide, crazed grin and fierce, golden eyes. A jet-black aura of swordsmanship was unleashed, slicing through the air and cleaving the clock tower in two. Jin Hyuk, standing below, had his arm severed from his body. Taylor smiled, satisfied. "I told you, I'd make you regret this." He screams and charges, declaring this the end for Jin Hyuk and his allies. His teammates are probably pushing up daisies by now. Cut to a powerful golden light descending, causing immense damage. Hamel smirks. "Oh dear, are you all tired already? Your demon allies were strong, but they're still just the undead. Facing an angel is a disadvantage. Now, you're all that's left." The demon Haryu, drenched in sweat, glared at me with hateful eyes. Hamel continued, "Well then, you'd better muster all the strength you have left, because the one who burned down the demon village is standing right in front of her." Hearing this, she struggles to accept the information. With a thud, she plants her sword into the ground, using it to rise as she says, "Thank you for finding me. I've been biding my time and training for this very day. I, the last sword of the demon clan, will avenge them by cutting you down. You intend to rely on the power of that sword? So you depend on such unstable strength. Through training, huh? Unbelievable that you, an immature child, are your clan's last hope. The demon folk buried beneath our feet must be so ashamed." Haryu grits her teeth, no longer resenting those taunts, because as she draws her sword, her eyes filled with murderous intent, a massive purple aura erupts, signaling her attack. Hummel chuckled nervously. "Oh, so I can finally call you a demon." Haryu appeared behind her, declaring, "From now on, I'll rely solely on my own strength to fight." Hummel glanced back, shocked, thinking, "She's using a sword while still sane?" With cold eyes, Haryu unleashed a devastating pink energy slash, a clear display of her ruthlessness. Meanwhile, the unleashed power obliterates everything around it. A citizen looks up and shouts, "The buildings are being cut in half," as another panics. "Who's fighting? Has one of the four emperors appeared?" Above, Taylor pursues Zhang Hui, saying, "How far do you think you can run, Zhang Hui? To think the revived Violet Star is running for his life. It seems that after losing his arm, he can no longer use that great transformation skill. How does this bastard know about demonic energy?" Taylor raised his sword, declaring, "The power of the four emperors is not for you, Zhang Hui's." Amidst the storm of purple sword energy tearing through the city, he danced gracefully through the air, as if waltzing with death itself. The ground collapses into a massive crater, the aftershocks of purple energy still raging. A streak of light appears on the other side of the building, and Jean-Hui grits his teeth, cursing. His demonic energy, he must have taken it from those demons who killed me with curses and annihilation. It's like a small reward they gave him, like giving it to a loyal dog, but I refuse to be subdued by that. As Jean-Hui clutched his severed arm, something behind him made him jolt. The building was sliced in two by a surge of power, the aftershock throwing him back. Jean-Hui growls in anger when suddenly something hurtles towards his neck. Taylor grips Jean-Hui's neck, roaring that he can no longer fight him, for he now wields ultimate swordsmanship and demonic energy, making him invincible. With a crash, he's thrown down from above, Taylor aiming his blade as if to pierce him through. He declares that it's over as Jean-Hui stares ahead, pupils wide. In a display of utter dominance, Taylor delivers a punishing blow from above, pinning Jean-Hui to the shattered stone with his violet energy-infused blade, while a torrent of dark energy erupts from Jean-Hui's mouth, painting a portrait of agony and ruin. The shallow impact unleashed a storm of violet energy, scattering debris and creating a scene of utter destruction. And Taylor, having achieved his goal, laughed maniacally. He shouts, I did it! I'm better than you now, Father Jean-Hui. Taylor, the sword saint and trump card who defeated the violet emissary, was reveling in his victory when a voice cut through the air. Is that all you've got? Taylor froze, stunned. Jean-Hui's touched his accomplishment and coldly remarked, Is that all you've got after 10 years? A paltry reward you received from the Death King by wagging your tail to please them? Pathetic. Taylor, his eyes full of resentment, thought, I stabbed him with a sword imbued with demonic energy. Why isn't he dead? He shouted, What kind of trick are you playing? He soared into the sky, scattering the sword stuck in his body, and declared, I am different from you. If I want something, I'll take it myself. Supreme unity. The system displayed a notification. Demonic energy and divine power are being converted into supreme unity power. All supreme unity power is being converted into divine power. Taylor, in disbelief, cried out, What? And so, amidst the divine golden light, Jean-Hui's awakened form stood majestic, with dark wings and a halo, affirming his place as a supreme being beyond all limits. A close-up of his golden mask revealed an emotionless yet divinely authoritative face, with eyes that burned as if piercing through all things, marking his complete transformation to a new echelon of power. Taylor gazed up at the towering Jean-Hui's, thinking, The arm I severed with demonic energy? It's grown back? Has my demonic energy been overwhelmed by his divine power? Jean-Hui, as expected, always exceeds our expectations, reaching even greater heights. I hate that to the core, Jean-Hui's. He roars and charges towards him, as Jean-Hui summons his power, delivering divine punishment. The canine power explodes, threatening to devour all space, leaving a solitary figure with wings standing proudly amidst the terrifying force. Taylor's pupils dilate wildly, and he roars, shaking the earth, his face contorted in the bloodlust of a newly awakened beast. The unleashed power tore the earth asunder, sending colossal rocks flying amidst a feral energy that threatened to grind all obstacles to dust. The dust swirled, obscuring vision, leaving only a web of cracks spreading across the ravaged earth after the attack. Below the crater, Taylor's sword is embedded in the earth. Amidst the ravaged cracks and swirling dust, he lies prone, his gaze still fixed ahead. Jean Hubert approached him slowly, saying, 10 years ago, in the 9 stars, you were the strongest. I don't care what techniques others possess, nor do I care about their fate. But in my eyes, you're the strongest, Taylor says painfully. Father Jean Hubert, this time. I will surpass you. He coldly removes his mask, saying your swordsmanship has dulled. You were too arrogant relying on demonic energy, a power that wasn't yours to begin with, and that's why you lost. If you had spent the last 10 years honing your swordsmanship, I would be the one defeated today, Taylor cursed. Damn it. Jean Hubert didn't respond, silently gazing down at his defeated foe lying motionless beside the great sword, the mask held loosely in his hand, radiating a chilling aura. Then he suddenly coughed up a mouthful of blood. Jean Hubert clutched his chest, realizing the after-effects of combining in 2 different ways were too severe. To freely use combination, he needed to become stronger. But first, he ended Taylor, whose soul soared into the sky. Jean Hubert reached out and gripped Taylor's head, his eyes filled with coldness. You think you can die peacefully? Let's end this quickly. My teammates are waiting. Beneath the vast blue sky, dotted with drifting clouds, majestic mountains stood in proud defiance, until a violet-pink light tore through the heavens, exploding like a Death Star and unleashing sharp energy beams that pierced every layer of cloud. Harriet and Hummel clash in a tense battle. Hummel grits his teeth as he's struck by beams of power, his regeneration unable to keep up with the unbelievable speed. But in that moment, Harriet lunges forward, sword in hand, ready to strike, her eyes blazing with power, the mind's eye of war. Harriet snatches Hummel by the neck. Hummel struggles, wondering how she got so close. A blinding purple light erupts high above like a descending star of death, unleashing razor-sharp beams of energy. From above, Harriet gazes down into the abyss, saying, "Do you know where you're falling? It was your greed that destroyed this place, my home. Forgive me, but I must bring my rage to you." Before the violet light's devastating power tore through the earth, Hamil felt helpless. Letting her body fall freely through the chaotic space, her eyes shut tight as she thought, if not for the punishment. Harriet screams that she's already dead as Hamil closes her eyes, dreading that look, thinking that if she's hit, she'll be defeated. No, wait. Defeated? Could I be defeated? I, of the supreme race of magic, who has trampled countless inferior species? How could she possibly lose to a lowly demon? She roared, unleashing her power. I absolutely refuse. The system blared warnings of a massive energy surge as a blinding sphere engulfed Hamil, unleashing a cataclysmic shockwave that obliterated everything around her. She screamed, her voice echoing through the air. Descend! Haru couldn't believe what he was seeing. An advent? Impossible. The swirling dark clouds were torn apart by a blazing light from above. A bolt of power descends, the system displays. The first Sandalahan has accepted your summons. A tower's ultimate weapon is descending, using your body as a vessel. She grits her teeth. Originally, I didn't want to resort to this, but my pride won't allow me to lose to you. Haru shuddered, feeling an immense pressure. The tower's ultimate weapon. I absolutely cannot let them descend upon Hamil, she declared. You think I'll just stand by and watch you wreak havoc? Haru rushes forward but seems to realize something. What? No way. Why is my power weakening now? Amidst the radiant golden aura, the enigmatic face of Sandalahan emerges, eyes gleaming with cold authority, radiating the overwhelming power of a supreme deity as his pupils flare with energy. Sandalahan speaks, My faithful, why have you called upon me? Hamil, standing below, began to plead. There are those who threaten us on this floor. Grant me the power to destroy them. I will do anything you wish. Without question, he immediately agreed. He saw the dire situation. Haryuhul looks up as a powerful beam of light descends from the sky, shielding herself from the explosion. Sandalahan coldly declares, I shall grant you my power. However, once the condition is met, I will take your body. He infused his soul into Hamil, who bathed in the brilliant holy light pouring down from the heavens as Sandalahan spread his wings, reaching out to receive the bestowed power. Divine punishment. A golden lightning bolt descends from the heavens, piercing the night and exploding into a brilliant light in the valley, shaking the earth to its core as the ground crumbles under the immense power. A devastating shockwave obliterates everything, reducing structures to dust and engulfing the scene in a sea of golden light. From above, Sandalahan surveys the aftermath of the attack. Sandalahan slowly descended, thinking to himself that this body couldn't handle much, perhaps because she was hit by Yoma's attack? Suddenly something caught Sandalahan's attention. Following his gaze, a figure began to emerge. Meanwhile, Haru slowly opens her eyes, wondering what just happened. Standing before her is Gyeong-han. Sandalahan approached him, asking how he could block her divine punishment. Without a word, Gyeong-han grabbed her head as she exclaimed, calling him a monster. No sooner had he spoken than he slammed Sandalahan into the unyielding stone floor, shattering it. A colossal emerald beam of light descended like divine retribution, piercing the earth and unleashing a cataclysmic shockwave. Haru is stunned by what he's just witnessed, unable to believe that he struck an angel, a descendant of God, with his bare hands. Hamiel lay wounded on the ground as Anangyenjang looked up and asked, You're the constellation Choi Gyeong-han? Hearing that name, she widened her eyes. Choi Gyeong-han, the only star who didn't betray Urabi Oni, is his friend. Hamiel doesn't stop, and Animat calls for Sandalahan. Sandalahan doesn't respond due to a connection issue. With a single strike, A screams in anger. You! How dare you interfere with the manifestation of the river god? Do you think you can escape this? Do you know who's backing me? Kyung-han pressed Hamiel's head down again, cutting off A's piercing scream, and said calmly, "That's what I should be saying. Have you forgotten who supports me? Martial Emperor Tess, you've made my master angry. Hamiel is in pain. Martial Emperor Tess, a peerless being on par with our gods." Kyung-han coldly reminds him that he's also angered him, disbelieving his words as Hamiel panics, realizing he's Tess's disciple. "Don't tell me he's here just for Tess. If she gets involved, I don't stand a chance." Hamiel then fled, vowing to remember this and get even. Haryu gritted his teeth, watching Adohen flee, but Hamiel just laughed, saying he looked forward to their next encounter if he even survived that long. Having silently observed, Kyung-han finally speaks, asking who gave permission to leave. He uses his power to pursue, not letting him escape. Hamiel grimaces, realizing he can keep up with the heavenly angel's movements. A powerful hand reaches out, grabbing his wing, and Kyung-han coldly asks, "Where do you think you're going?" With eyes blazing a savage emerald green, he grits his teeth, focusing all his will and rage into one attack. First form. One strike. Hamiel screams in agony, unable to resist as the concentrated energy shatters, creating a terrifying jade explosion, unleashing a destructive pulse that obliterates everything in its path. Scene change. In a room filled with piles of gold, Tilo slowly opens his eyes in pain, and a voice says, "Hey, are you awake?" His body is tightly bound overhead, and Tilo asks in a panic, "What is this? Why am I hanging?" Jinhyu coldly approaches, saying, "Looks like you're back. Tell me what that bastard Pilo is planning." He struggles, resisting fiercely. "There's no point in me telling you. You're done for. I heard an angel warrior is coming to kill you. They'll burn your effigy and come here." Taylor's arm is yanked back, and he winces in pain as Ginhyo chuckles, "Calm down. Do you think I'm this relaxed for no reason? That dove was defeated by Choi Gyung-hun while you were sleeping." He responded in disbelief, drenched in sweat. "What? Choi Gyung-hun?" The commander calmly continued. "Yes, my elite squad is on its way. Unlike you, they know loyalty. They would never betray me." Suddenly, a fist flew toward Ginhyu, who turned abruptly, Nian still speaking. "Me? You crazy bastard." Gyung-hun strikes, and the compressed energy explodes in a terrifying emerald blast, unleashing a destructive pulse that obliterates everything in its path. He takes the full force of the blow, sent flying backward as Taylor watches, stunned by the sheer power. Taylor chuckled, amused. "So Father Gin Hyok is Choi Gyung-hun, huh?" A pair of hands emerged from the pile of gold, and Gin Hyok roared, "Eat this!" Tam had appeared beside Taylor without anyone noticing, and it opened its mouth wide. Taylor screamed in terror, "Wait, Father Gin Hyok." He suppressed his power and said, "Just wait patiently in the belly of Tam." Ginhyu thought to himself as he stood opposite Gyung-hun, "Don't tell me Gyung-hun still hasn't accepted the fact that he's Jinhyo's father." He speaks first, wondering what the relationship is between him and Jinhyo, but if he leaves the one who killed his comrade alone, he'll be in trouble. As Ginhyu predicted, he was sure that he had been misunderstood, so he used his power to rush towards Gyung-hun, taking him by surprise. Jinhyu laughs, revealing his identity as he unleashes the fourth form of the blinding strike, the perfected spinning kick. Amidst a vortex of vibrant purple energy, the two figures clashed in an earth-shattering collision, creating a shockwave that shook the very space around them. Suddenly, hurried footsteps approached, and a voice wondered how they could be so fast, questioning if they were even human. Harry Wu calls out, "Orabioni!" She looks at the scene before her. Ginhyu and Gyung-hun are fighting fiercely. Harry Wu shouts, "Orabioni!" Meanwhile, Gyung-hun says, "You blocked that pretty well." Ginhyu replies cheerfully, "Your punch was too predictable." He clenches his fist, power surging within, and before striking, Gyung-hun says, "Let's see if you can dodge this time." Time seems to freeze as their faces draw near, their burning gazes clashing, igniting a fierce aura in the air. With a smile, Ginhyu drops a bombshell. "Our poor little bedwetter has grown up and is trying to stop me." Gyung-hun pauses, and Junjun asks, "What do you mean?" With a straight face, he continued, "Are you going to pretend you don't know? When you were 5, you wet the bed and were punished at the orphanage. I still remember you crying and running to the bathroom, and you were called the bedwetting kid for a long time after that." Woon and Haru were stunned, and Haru grimly told him to stop. Ginhyo, seemingly deaf, continued, saying no amount of denial could erase the past, and that he had consistently failed. Unable to contain himself, Gyung punches him and yells for him to stop, saying it's embarrassing. Father Ginhyo, he clutches his head and cries out in pain, calling him a jerk. "Wait, you just called me Father Ginhyo?" You knew all along, didn't you? You crazy bastard. Why are you angry when you pretended not to know? Seeing Gin Hyo's reproach, he retorted, wiping his eyes. How could I not be angry? If you were back, you should have come to me first instead of doing all that other nonsense. No matter what, I would have pulled you through. He was stunned by those words. Gin Hyo points to himself, asking if he's a traitorous villain, but Gi Young-hoon turns away, saying of course he doesn't believe it. His friend would never do that. He then tears up and embraces Gin Hyo tightly. He happily says he's so glad to see me, his friend. I cheerfully reply, "Let go of me, you stink." With that, he squeezed him tightly, freezing Gin Hyo in place. He protested, "Let go, I can't breathe." Kyung-hun just squeezed harder. "Come on, people don't die that easily." After a while, Gin Hyo finally relented. "My neck? You're going to crush my neck." I'm so happy to see you too," one thought to themselves, secretly pleased. They seem close. Haryu grumbled unhappily as Gin Hyo struggled to break free, repeatedly telling him to let go. Suddenly, a small fox popped out of Gin Hyo's collar, and Miho smiled, calling out his name as he quietly repeated it. Beneath swirling dark clouds, a pristine white mansion stood tall, yet shrouded in an eerie, silent atmosphere. Inside, Bellu coldly spoke. "So, you've arrived. Those who abandoned the demons and possess great power within the tower, masters of selection and elimination. I've met the representatives from the checkpoints. Hamiel, representing the angels, but alas, what happened to her is regrettable." Heezy asked, "Is Ming late again?" Heezy, the demon representative, who has climbed to the 600th floor, to which the tree spirit replied unhappily. "Has that giant ever bothered to show his face around here? They're always so slow. Watching the drama, then leaving." The representative of the dragons, Kainen, who has reached the 600th floor. Beside her, Maria seemed calmer, whispering that this was her first time here, but she would do her best as the temporary representative of the angels. Maria, who had climbed to the 560th floor. "Enough with the greetings, let's get down to business. Since everyone's here, I assume the 4 emperors have agreed to my plan to select and eliminate the masked demon and all who oppose the world." The tree spirit smiled cruelly in agreement, replying, "There's no choice but to agree. The scale of this plan is nothing compared to the last one." Heezy licked her lips. "This is my first job since the demon village, so I need to relax a little." Maria adds that she can't wait to see those lowly insects squirm. As she finishes her sentence, a voice rings out and a sword flies in to attack her. "Me too!" Maria turned around angrily to ask who it was, but Hamil approached, getting close. "Hamil," she said in a low voice, "this is my spot. Get out." After finishing off Maria, Don Quixote steadies himself, saying, "Oh my, you people are so impatient. I'm barely gone, and you've already found someone to replace me. I'm so sad." Meanwhile, a piercing scream rings out. "What? You lost to Hamil?" Jean Hubert grabs his subordinate by the collar, demanding, "How could you lose to her?" He desperately replies, "Do you think I wanted this? She's an angel. Who would have thought she'd abandon her wings in an attempt to escape?" Cannon exclaims excitedly, "Look who it is!" Haigi adds, "He's alive?" Hamil replies, "I can't die. These bastards dare trample on the pride of angels. I won't die until I've killed them all." Cannon's next words stunned her. Angels banish traitors by cutting off their wings. Forced to feel like an angel, yet not. "Father, that's all I know. Doesn't that mean I have no pride left at all?" Higi laughs, saying Hamil isn't worthy to stand alongside them, enraging Hamil, who thinks, "How dare these bastards look down on me?" Hamil brandishes his sword, threatening, "I will have my revenge. If you don't take me with you, I'll kill you all until someone accepts me." Suddenly, a large figure appears behind him, and Meg unleashes a powerful punch to Hamil's face. With eyes blazing with fury, he gathers a blinding energy, unleashing a devastating blow that tears through space. Hamil is sent flying into the wall, defeated. Meg remarks, "How pathetic, Hamil. Being pathetic is the worst," as Hamil grits his teeth and says, "You..." Just then, a voice calls out to Meg, who represents the giants on the highest floor he's climbed, floor 620. Cannon approaches and asks why Meg is late today. Meg pauses, hand to his mouth, and says he caught a bug. Jean Hill stiffens at the sudden appearance. Meg continues, "It got away." A piercing scream echoes, "Hendrik!" He knelt on the ground, lamenting, "Oh no, is this as far as I can go?" Harry and the others rushed over. "Hendrik!" Golden light filtered through the wooden beams, casting blurred shadows on the aged paper, enveloping the space in a melancholic stillness as Hendrik slowly opened his eyes after a period of unconsciousness. Harry asked worriedly if he was awake, and Jean Hill added that he looked a mess. He croaked that he would have been in serious trouble without his divine power. "I've shown you all my shameful side," he wondered. "Were you attacked by one of the 4 emperors?" He nodded. "Yeah, it was a giant, and he was strong. On the 120th floor's desert, something suddenly appears, catching Hendrik's eye. I've been ambushed," he realizes as a giant hand rises from the ground. Then, the giant hand slammed down, making it clear who the victor would be. "So the whole tower is on alert for your location, which is how I found you so quickly. Your enemies are doing the same, and now they're watching you openly. Why did you reveal your identity? You idiot. Why would you put your teammates in danger like that?" A voice chimes in, "It's because of this." Hendrik replies, "I've collected them all." Miho picks up a blue stone, adding, "Me too. I collected it too." Gi-young-hoon wondered if these were rare crystals, and he almost had them all. Jean Hill nodded, confirming that they had split up to collect them more easily. All of this. He recalls the system's quest. Before entering the 100th floor, reveal your name or alias to the entire tower, or face the consequences. You must begin the trial to become my apostle, with rewards upon completion. I will grant you the means to create the item you desire and the conditions for forming a covenant, all to fulfill my request. The system responded, "Before entering the 100th floor, reveal your name or alias to the entire tower." Jean Hill shared, honestly, "I have no intention of hiding the name Father Jean Hill. Father Jean Hill, known as a notorious criminal against humanity. I've actually already completed this mission." The system continues, and the pinnacle of all evil says he feels deceived. After reading this, he laughs, saying that he was the one who made those stupid conditions. The system repeats its question. "What kind of contract do you want, O pinnacle of evil?" Back in the present, Jean Hill clenches his fist and makes his request. "A weapon I can use to climb the tower, and I'll kill Bio Lu with it." Gi-young-hoon stood by helplessly, thinking, he's as greedy as ever, asking for something so ridiculous. The pinnacle of all evil is crying, saying his stomach still hurts, while the 9-tailed fox is laughing. He says it's quite a sight, musing that with the power of the ban it might be possible we should be able to get such a weapon. Jean Hill turned to Haryu, saying they'd gathered enough crystals and he'd given them to the wall's craftsman. Surely the method to create that thing was complete by now, so let's create the strongest weapon together. Gino interrupts, "I'm sorry, I can't do it." He and Haryu freeze in disbelief. Jean Hill, enraged, demands, "Why? I brought all the materials listed." He calmly replied, "I know. The problem isn't the materials, it's the craftsman." Haryu rushed over to persuade him. "You're the best craftsman of the Mama tribe. Even you can't do it?" Gino honestly shared that he was giving up. This must be a treasure bestowed by the gods, so it's incredibly complex, with many elaborate steps that must all be completed in a short amount of time. Only another craftsman of my caliber could do it. Jean Hill pondered. "I need to find a trustworthy craftsman as skilled as him. But where would I find one? Everyone has worked so hard for this. I have to create it no matter what." Wait, create? Yes. As if struck by an idea, he asks, "How long does it take someone to reach your level?" Gino readily shares, "It depends on talent, but even for the best, it takes a decade." Jean Hill simply replied, "No, I only need 1 day." Hearing his answer, the old man was incredulous. Ah. He walked over, picked up a hammer, and thought, "My second trait is omnipotence, a skill that allows me to master anything." Confidently, Jean Hill declared he would become a master blacksmith in just 1 day, as the crackling fire danced wildly, greedily devouring the red-hot coals within the ancient stone furnace. A hammer blow crashes down on the fiery metal, creating 1,000 sparks and waves of heat in a moment of intense forging. Jean Hill diligently strikes with steady hammer blows when a reproachful voice rings out, "Don't just use brute force without finesse. You need to distribute your force evenly when hammering the metal, or are you planning to ruin more swords? If you can't forge a sword properly, then forget about that great weapon." He carefully places the blade into the furnace, and Jean Hill smiles, thinking, "I'm getting used to it now. How long to temper it and when to quench it?" Jean Hill watches him intently, arms crossed, as he returns to the anvil and raises his hammer, thinking, "I can do this." This time, he aimed for perfection, but the completed blade shattered in the quenching furnace. Jean Hill gritted his teeth in frustration, another failure when he thought he was so close. "But I've completely grasped the method now," he tells Jean Hill, "I'll do it again." Jean Hill resolves, "Next time, I'll create a perfect sword." He cut off his next idea, saying, "That's enough." Sweat streamed down Jean Hill's face as he turned, confused. "Huh? I just grasped it, and you're telling me to stop? Jean Hill turned away, offering no explanation, only saying it's pointless to continue. Don't waste your precious key, and go take a bath. He yearned for another chance, but Jean Hill's next words froze him. After your bath, bring the draft they gave you and the necessary materials here. That artificial killing intent is hard to control, so even master craftsmen struggle with it. It would be a miracle if a novice didn't ruin it. Practice time is over. Your skills are perfect. Let's claim that great demonic energy together. Meanwhile, Jong-hoon throws a punch as he rushes forward. I'm here! Haryu seriously raises his sword to block the blow. Jong-hoon shouts that her speed is her strength. She shouldn't block but dodge and counterattack. Suddenly, Miho appears behind him, rushing in to attack. Jong-hoon senses something, grabbing Miho from behind. He hurls her towards Haryu, saying her ambush was far too obvious. With incredible force, Miho sent Haryu crashing into the ground. He watched them struggle and said, "What are you two doing? Get up. You expect me to train you with that kind of spirit?" With determination, Haryu replies that he can still fight. Miho clicks her tongue and points at Jong-gun. Hendrik arrives, cutting them off, asking if he can join, and Haryu turns to him, asking if his name is Hendrik. "Is it okay for you to move like that?" Hendrik replied calmly. "Lying in bed all the time wouldn't be me. More importantly, I can't miss the chance to defeat a star." Seeing him draw his sword, Jong-hyun was thrilled, cracking his knuckles as he said, "I like your resolve." But as soon as the words left his lips, something exploded in front of Jong-hyun with a loud bang, and Hendrik exclaimed, "What the hell was that?" Haryu looked over and said, "That's his workshop." They rushed to the explosion, and Haryu cried out, Grandpa, are you okay?" Zeno leaned on her, replying softly, "Ah, I'm fine." As if remembering something, Hendrik hurriedly asked, "What about Father Jean-Hugues? Did you two fail to forge that weapon?" Hearing this, Zeno laughed. "Ha ha, fail? Did you think that arrogant bastard would be happy about failing?" A massive pillar of purple light erupts from the ground with devastating power, tearing through space and blasting away brick and stone, as everyone present silently observes this horrific scene. Zeno's voice deepens as the completed bracelet on his wrist suddenly glows with a mysterious purple light, unleashing a violent surge of energy as he praises, "A great success indeed." Cut to Kobold, mouth agape, biting down on something, while Taylor, bound by chains, is being torn apart. Voon observes, noting that the soul is being devoured without a word from Taylor. Toon adds that he's as tight-lipped as expected from a star. Taylor, sweating from the pain, retorts that their interrogation is over, as his soul is reaching its limit and will soon dissipate. "And you'll all be drained dry by Taylor. I'll see you in hell." A holy paladin appears, interrupting him. "Hold on, you can't go down there without my permission." Taylor starts to panic. What's going on? The holy paladin raised his radiant golden scepter, forming a majestic and divine cross as Taylor's kobold-gnawed body parts were enveloped in power. He looked at his hand in shock. "My soul is recovering. How?" Without mercy, the holy soldier slashed off Taylor's newly formed hands. He writhes in pain, drenched in sweat, as a calm voice echoes, "You will not be released until you give me the information." Jean-Hyuk threatens, "These holy soldiers can restore your soul as many times as they want. Now, defeated and broken, how many times will you be reborn?" Kobold obeyed, latching onto Taylor's body, who cried out in panic. Ignoring him, it began to devour Taylor's soul, and he screamed, unable to bear it, "That damned demon!" After a time, the battered Taylor, before Jean-Hyuk's group, blurts out, 15, no, 16 times, 17 times, my lord." Kobold and the Holy Spirit soldiers are preying on his soul, and Jean-Hyuk reminds him, "Just say it. If you do, I'll cleanse you properly." After the torture, saliva dripped from the corners of his mouth, and Taylor swallowed hard to stop it from flowing. Cut to Biolo, standing tall beneath the penalty erasure machine. He paled and said that Biolo was gathering forces to destroy the tower. Meanwhile, after some interrogation, Jean-Hyuk coldly asked, "A weapon? What kind?" Taylor replied evasively, "I don't know the details, but it contains the power of gods and demons." He widened his eyes. "Are you sure?" He turned his head and saw Kobold and the Holy Spirit soldiers preparing to fly over, stammering, Yes, believe me." Biolo has been isolated by the other guilds. With the amount of money he collected from selling the guild base, what else would he use that fund for? "Please, you have to believe me. It's all my fault, so just kill me." Jeon-Hyuk stared at him in silence for a moment, then finally said, Okay, let's take a break here. Seeing John Hyuk spare him, Taylor relaxed, saying, "Ah, finally." But before he could celebrate, John Hyuk interrupted. "But I don't think I can deal with your soul." He continued, "That soul will feel the pain bit by bit as it melts in the gluttony." Realizing he'd been tricked, Taylor gritted his teeth in resentment. "You." Even until the end, Jin Hyuk roared, and the gluttonous darkness lunged, swallowing Taylor whole as he screamed, "Father, Jin Hyuk!" Elsewhere, Jin Hyuk addressed the others. "That's right. Bielo will stick to me and begin his pick-and-eliminate strategy. We'll face the most cunning and cruel of the 9 stars." Nijin Hun cracks his knuckles, swearing in frustration. "Those bastards! How dare they betray my friend? I won't forgive them." Hendrik, more composed, reminds him, "You can't forget about the 4 emperors. The demons and his homeland, countless people who died at the hands of the 4 emperors. No one knows when or where they'll strike." Vulcan nods, adding that the weapon Donat mentioned will be the biggest variable. Jean, with a glint in his eye, said, "We can't stop their tactics. We have no choice but to respond in kind, but there's one thing we can choose." Meanwhile, Bao also had similar thoughts, saying, "A battle." After concealing their tracks on the 100th floor, the rebels against the celestial world have yet to show their faces. Haigi wondered if he meant they might ambush them after preparing, and Meg, already prepared, urged that he wanted to destroy them now. Hamil, who had been silent, finally asked where they would prepare for battle. Meanwhile, Henrik suggests they fight right here. With their overwhelming support and the severe penalties the rebels would face on the 100th floor, but Gyeong-hun disagrees. "After fighting them head-on, I realized everyone's strength isn't enough to fight the 4 emperors' army, so you need to increase your own power by climbing the tower. Meaning, it has to be a place that's not too high and not too low, huh? They really are a pain." Deo Lao crosses his arms, pondering, no matter how much I think about it, a place that fits those specific conditions doesn't exist. Contrary to him, Jean Hyuk confidently states, it does exist. The perfect place, not too high and not too low, and where our allies can support us. Hendrik interjects, "Wait, allies? Who are they?" He said, "I think you know them, Hendrik." He pointed at his face, a little dazed. "I do?" 2 weeks later, in the capital of the 190th floor, inside the clan estate, voices urged, "Hey, everyone, move faster. Do you know how much we have to transport to the store today? Let's go." Jean Hyuk's group, disguised in robes, expertly blended into the crowd. But after everyone had left, Miho stood alone in a corner, until a pair of hands reached out, snatched her up, and barked, "What are you doing? Get over here." Stripping off their disguises, Jean Hyuk says it's good. They've easily entered the 190th floor, as Gyeong-hun happily takes credit. Not wanting to waste time on meaningless things, he reminds them not to say strange things, and that he'll only explain this once. "Our goal is to uncover the schemes of the wingless who are hiding to avoid the angels, and it won't be easy. First, we'll split up and find someone who knows Uriel's face, focusing on finding a pair of hands wrapped tightly around Jean Hyuk. Get a good look at that person," Henrik shouts. Miho is also surprised, saying, "It's that person from back then." Tears welling, he asked impatiently, "How did you get here?" Uriel simply said, "Hold on tight, everyone." The radiant energy orb, like a miniature sun, suddenly explodes in the heart of the ancient district, creating violent shockwaves that shake the very space and cut off Jean Hyuk's words. "Wait, there..." A delivery man passing by noticed something and stopped, turning to see only lingering smoke. He wondered what it was. "How strange. I thought I heard something." The others up ahead call out, "Why are you staring at an alley? We're busy." His companion chimes in, "No, wait. Was I just hearing things?" The radiant energy sphere, like a miniature sun, shot into the sky and exploded in the heart of the ancient district, creating violent shockwaves that shook the very space, followed by an ear-splitting screech. The golden energy was too fast, too sharp. Piercing through the clouds, the fiery rings gradually dissolving into the air. Inside the orb, Miho frantically said, "The world around me is spinning." Haryu, lying next to her, lamented, "I think I'm going to be sick." Hendrik calmly asked, "What's happening?" Uriel approached Jean Hubert and softly explained, "Sorry for bringing you here so suddenly. As a celestial, I can only descend to the mortal realm for a short time." He turned back, wearily replying, "The mortal realm? So this is..." Jean Hubert's pupils froze as he gazed at the scene before him. She introduced, "Welcome. This is where we live, and it's also your battlefield. The City of Dreams." Gazing at the majestic scenery before him, Jean Hubert exclaimed, "I've heard rumors about the tower's secret location, but I never imagined it would be hidden like this." Uriel approached him, gently explaining, "If we hid it in plain sight, the angels would attack us." Jean-Hubert, as if remembering something unpleasant, turned and asked, "But how did you find us?" She pointed at him and softly replied, "Simple. The light shining from Uriel through your body." He panicked. "This is," she continued, "I found your location thanks to this." Jean-Hubert pondered, realizing, so she found us with the feather she gave me. That's why she told me not to let anyone take it. Worried, he asks Uriel if it's all right, pointing out that they'll turn this place into a battlefield, and the sanctuary she painstakingly created might disappear. But she smiles reassuringly, telling him not to worry because his visit and the upcoming battle are things that have already been foreseen. Hearing Uriel's cryptic answer, Jean-Hubert asked hesitantly, "That person. Are you talking about your god?" She nodded slightly in confirmation. "Yes, the angel abandoned by the heavens." Uriel softly spoke a powerful name, Lucifer. After a moment, she opened the door, leading Jean-Hubert deeper inside, and announced, "Pontifex, I've brought the one from the prophecy." The Pontifex turns and calmly greets them. "Ah, you've arrived. Could you wait a moment? The warriors are still praying." Gazing upon Pontifex, Jean-Hubert was surprised, thinking, "An aged angel, a first for me." He replied, "Understood." The door behind her opened, and Pontifex said, "Ah, they have finished praying." She continued, introducing them as the main force of the wingless, the god's sword. Uriel stepped forward, leading the way, and gestured inside, saying, "Please, come in." Jean-Hubert brushed past Veniel and walked on, while Veniel stopped, glanced back, and scoffed, "Just a human." Jean-Hubert heard Veniel's words, but his face remained calm and unchanged. After a moment, Uriel cheerfully said, "All right, you can go on from here yourself." Jean-Hubert turned in question. "Oh, you two aren't coming in?" She replied before slamming the door shut. "He only allows you to enter." He confidently looks ahead and says, "So, you summoned me here because you foresaw my victory." Jean-Hubert says softly, "The angel abandoned by the heavens?" "No, Lucifer." Sparks crackle across his cold face as he presses, "Say something." Before Lucifer, text appears. The angel cast aside by the celestial realm must have had a difficult journey to get here. Jean-Hubert wonders why he doesn't reveal his true form and summons the nine-tailed fox. The two systems, one purple and one red, respond, "Nine-tailed fox has answered, and the pinnacle of all evil has answered." Jean-Hubert coldly asks why he withdrew his victory over the four emperors and why he was revived. The system continued to relay information, stating that the angel abandoned by the celestial realm would explain everything. Before the tower appeared, there was an endless war. Jean-Hubert pondered, an endless battle. Lucifer continued, the immortal beings began an unending war to protect their power, a hellish time that exhausted everyone. Just like Evan said, he only started using his powers when he was near death. He cursed inwardly, Evan, that bastard. Not used there, the system continued. During the war, someone erected the tower, arranging it with their works and pitting them against each other fairly. This match replaced war with competition for the highest number of works. But as one knows, that fair match was chosen and destroyed. The four emperors killed those with the potential to become gods, monopolizing the chance to rule the tower. But the nine-tailed fox says it's wrong to assume their goals align with yours. Jean-Hubert calmly states his intention to eliminate the four emperors' rules and the gods who believe in them. In other words, to oppose the celestial realm. He achieved that for them. He smirks as if grasping something. In the end, Jean-Hubert bursts into laughter, berating Lucifer. "Did you really think I'd fight using you as pawns? Nonsense, you sick, prying freak." The system responds, the pinnacle of all oppression, muttering, "He knew this would happen." Lucifer continues, asking if he wishes to continue his revenge, to which Jean-Hubert immediately replies. He points at him, declaring, "I won't do as you wish. I'll take my revenge my way." Lucifer's next words stun Jean-Hubert as the abandoned angel smiles and says, "Alone is enough." He says the words of heaven will become reality, and Jean-Hubert grits his teeth, remaining silent. Finally, he lowers his eyes and says, "Do what you want. Just don't interfere with what we do after." Notifications appear, declaring that the pinnacle of oppression has judged him uncontrollable. The nine-tailed fox asks if that's not why he's so attractive, and the abandoned angel agrees. The abandoned angel asks if you'd like to sit down for some tea. It's been a while. After a brief chat, Uriel leads him away, followed by an irritated Jean-Hubert, who stomps his foot. So, the words of the celestial world will come true. I don't like this. It feels like I'm just a pawn. Uriel gently placed her hand on the door, reassuring him. First, let's have some tea we've prepared. As it opens, a shout echoes through the air. What's going on? Before them, Venyan's group surrounds Hendrik, Miho, Jung-hun, and Haryu, who speaks up, asking if they want to fight. Seeing Jean Hubert appear, the girl calls out to her brother. Venyan follows Miho's gaze and says, "You're back, you devil-faced bastard." "No, Purple Star, Jean Hubert." Uriel steps forward, raising her voice. "Venyan, they are the main force that will lead the holy war. So why are you treating them like this?" He retorted, unwilling to concede, "This is our retribution and holy war, so how can a mere human represent the unwinged?" Before he could finish, Jean Hubert's thunderous blow slammed into Venyan's face as he was saying, "The holy sword should lead the holy war." The thunderous punch sends Venyan flying, embedding him in a stone wall that cracks under the immense pressure of the purple energy. Jean Hubert roars, "How dare you point your sword at me? I'm already in a bad mood and you provoke me further, I'll beat you to a pulp." Venyan, battered and bruised, struggled to his feet, touching the mark on his face as he said, "How dare you attack me, the commander of the sacred swords?" Enraged, Venyan brandished his sword and roared, "I'll kill you, you insolent cur." Unafraid, Jean Hubert retorts that this is the perfect chance to test his new weapon. Meanwhile, he retaliates by creating a purple energy orb. Suddenly, a scream echoes through the air. "Stop." Pontifex appeared in the center, her aura radiating brilliantly, freezing Jean Hubert in place. He looked down thinking, "I can't move." Jean Hubert struggled, his hand only trembling as he incredulously uttered, "What?" Pontifex raises her scepter, her voice leaving no room for argument. "We may be different from those who abandoned us, but in the sanctuary, attacking allies is forbidden." Pontifex looks down at Jean Hubert and Venyan, declaring that anyone who defies this law will be considered an enemy. Venyan protests, but she silences him, asking if he intends to defy Lucifer, as all those gathered here have been summoned by him. The Pontifex warned that anyone planning to defy the world should conserve their energy, while Jean Hubert explained that he would if they didn't attack him. She roared, ordering them to lower their swords, and the Pontifex forcefully struck her staff, commanding everyone to return to their places. Seeing that things had calmed down, Pontifex turned and said, "Uriel, show the guests to their quarters." She replied, "Yes." Below, Jean Hubert coldly said, "Lucky for him, that pigeon." Venyan remained silent, harboring a grudge, thinking to himself, "I cannot acknowledge you, Father Jean Hubert. I will make you leave the City of Dreams." As the curtain rises, Jean Hubert and Vunkan observe from above, assessing that the angels here are quite strong compared to before. Leaning against the wall, he replies, "These people were exiled for resisting evil within the angel society. In other words, each one here has made some kind of impact." As he spoke, Jean Hubert's anger flared, and he thought, annoyed. But why? Why is he training in front of our place? Venyan, still unaware of Jean Hubert's presence, stood below, training diligently, urging, "Again, hold the sword firmly." Watching him gesture, Vunkan mused that young Venyan seemed a bit excessive. Jean Hubert scoffed, calling it child's play, and replied that he couldn't attack him directly, so he was trying to apply pressure. After training, Venyan encourages everyone, saying, "Good, let's defeat our upcoming enemies." He glances meaningfully, adding, "It won't matter if we have those lowly people or not." Hearing those words, Jean Hubert gritted his teeth. "Is he mocking us?" Vunkan nodded in agreement. "We can't let this go." He then lamented, "If they don't let us rest, it'll affect the battle. That jerk." Yeah, more importantly, Jean Hubert clenches his fist, saying he's too annoyed to hold back. He leaped onto the windowsill, saying he'd play with them a little. Vunkan, seeing Jean Hubert about to act, tried to stop him, saying, Wait, didn't you hear that fighting here is forbidden?" Ignoring him, he jumped down below, and Vunkan could only shout, "Hey!" Jean Hubert casually replied from behind Venyan, who had already sensed him. Venyan stepped back and said, "Finally, you've come out, human." Jean Hubert retorted, "I couldn't rest easy with you pigeons causing such a ruckus." He turned and approached, saying, "Someone seems upset. What are you going to do? Hit me again?" Venyan pointed at Jean Hubert, confidently reminding him, "If you do, you'll become an enemy of the wingless. We, the divine swords, will end your life right here." Venyan clenches his fist, taunting, "Come on, try it. You can't do anything, can you? So just leave the dream city." Amidst the vibrant purple aura, Jean Hubert casually keeps his hands in his pockets, unleashing an invisible force. He coldly replies that they're just a bunch of fools, as someone frantically shouts that it's dark magic. Vignien struggles to process the situation, muttering in disbelief that it's impossible for a human to possess such power. Vignien exclaims, questioning how he can possess both demonic energy and divine power. Jean-Hubert unleashes his strength, replying, "Yes, isn't it wonderful? As you know." A triumphant smile spreads across his lips as he brazenly displays his power, one hand grasping the oppressive darkness, the other igniting a blinding light. Jean-Hubert asks, "Don't I remind you of someone?" An angel gaped at the violet aura emanating from him, and finally all the demons bowed their heads and shouted in unison, "Lucifer, the angel abandoned by the heavens, he is Lucifer's successor." Vignien quickly turns to stop them. "Wait, everyone." Jean-Hubert approaches, placing a hand on his shoulder, and confidently says, "That's right, you should all kneel, for I am the representative of the God you live and die for." Below, voices rose in unison, reverently chanting, "Vicegerent." Having achieved his aim, Jean-Hubert thought to himself, "I don't like using the name of a lurker like him, but if I want to annoy him, what other choice do I have?" He then feigned discomfort, groaning, All this talking has made me thirsty." Jean-Hubert ordered Vignien to fetch him some water, and an angel exclaimed in admiration, "As expected." Another added with a smile, "The cardinal has chosen the commander as his partner." Everyone happily congratulated Vignien, who turned green with anger. "We're proud of you, Commander." In the end, he had no choice but to reluctantly agree. "I'll be back." Meanwhile, Harryu collapses, exhausted, as Uriel offers her a canteen and asks if the training is going well. Harryu looks up to see Uriel. As they watch Gyeonghun and Jean-Hubert train, Uriel offers, "Just let me know if anything is amiss." Harryu replies that no. It's thanks to her that they can relax here. She takes a sip of water and smiles, adding that the past week has been wonderful. We're growing closer to Uriel, without wings or holy sword, and a satisfied Uriel says it's amazing that everyone can tame Vignien. Harryu shares that she feels stronger after each training session, reminding her of the first time she climbed the tower with Arabione. She playfully winked, asking if she was being too carefree with the battle drawing near. Suddenly, a terrifying tremor shattered the glass surface as the powerful penalty eraser shot upwards. Uriel and Harryu turned towards the sound, an echo reverberating in the air. "There's an ambush!" A colossal Lucifer with half-divine, half-demonic wings appeared, radiating terrifying pressure. His eyes suddenly blazed with vibrant green energy, staring down at the tiny mortals with overwhelming malice. The ground contorted and shattered before the terrifying force, creating a cataclysmic explosion that sent rocks flying like a deadly rain. Uriel worriedly spoke up. "The temple? It's under attack." Uriel gritted her teeth, annoyed, and replied, "It's begun?" The information shouldn't have leaked. But something made him stop immediately. Behind Uriel, a blazing red pillar of fire erupted like a monster, devouring the entire forest, turning the surrounding landscape into a wasteland in a furious act of destruction. Tears welling, he cries out that it's happening here too. The aftershock sends colossal rocks flying, turning the sky into a deadly meteor shower, devastating every stone with the punishment removal. Hexagonal energy shields interlock, forming a barrier against the collapsing earth. Uriel struggles to stay upright, shouting, "The ground!" Miho cries out in fear. "It's tilting." Hendrik asks, "What's happening?" Her face grave, Uriel declares, "This is bad." The floating city of dreams is sustained by the Pontifex's power. John Hyok looks at her worriedly. "The Pontifex? You mean her? Where is she now?" Uriel reveals that she's likely praying at the temple with the sacred sword soldiers, news that makes Jean Hyok's face pale. He looked towards the ruins where countless people were injured and buried, the place where his first master had fallen. Nearby, Vignien lay face down, covered in wounds. Before him, Pontifex collapses, impaled by Paolu. Vignien weakly calls out to her. With cruel eyes, Paolu demands, "Now tell me, where is Jean-Hubert?" Pontifex struggles to open her eyes, refusing to speak. The dust and smoke can't hide the relentless hail of boulders, turning the space into a cramped tomb. The vast blue sky offers no warmth, only a hail of dark, hurtling stones, tearing through the air like deadly meteors. Receiving no answer, Paolu shifts his threat. "Oh, still trying to protect the tower climbers while you're in danger? What an impossible will. If this city falls, the tower climbers on the 190th floor will be crushed by the debris of the world, unknown to all. We value life, unlike you." As if struck by a reverse current, Paolu gritted his teeth and spat, "How dare you, a hybrid with our god!" He summoned a sharp spear, intent on ending her life, declaring, "Die, heretic." Seeing him about to act, Venyen shouts, "Bond effect!" A deafening explosion erupts, the epicenter unleashing a blinding light that tears through space, along with a familiar voice. "Hey?" Jean Huche cradles Bontifect as Tam blocks Peo Lao's spear, saying, "You're still alive, Venyen?" As if his wish was granted, Peo Lao laughs. "Then I don't have to look for you." Jean Huche greets him, "Long time no see, you superstitious fool." Using his power, Jean Huche sends Bontifect to Venyen, urging, "Venyen, get her out of here. Protect the old woman with your life. You hear?" He reached out to support her body, replying, "Understood." As Venyen disappeared, Peo Lao looked down from above, saying, "The real deal is alive. I can't believe I'm meeting you now. I did have my doubts, but seeing you in the flesh is quite a surprise." Jean Huche asks if he's scared, and Peo Lao begins to summon his power, a golden aura erupting around him, unleashing a divine energy that overwhelms the space. Peo Lao replies that there's nothing left to say between them. Jean Huche's expression hardens as he says, "Let me ask you something. Do you regret killing me?" Without a moment's hesitation, he frankly replied, "Not at all." Peo Lao flew towards Jean Huche, who continued, "You've already been punished. My only regret is not killing you completely." He readied his hand to attack Peo Lao, and Jean Huche retorted, "Yes, that's what you should say, Peo Lao, which only makes me want to kill you more." From the mystical ring on his hand, a long, sharp sword appears, and amidst the rain of destructive light, Jean Huche, surrounded by eerie purple energy, grips his weapon and lunges forward with blinding speed, his eyes burning with murderous intent. His body engulfed in dark purple flames, he unleashes a blow that tears through space itself. Meanwhile, Haryu nimbly dodges the attacks as Meg roars, "Don't move!" That fly, she braced herself, remembering Uriel's warning. They had two objectives, she announced to the others. "First, we must destroy the cauldrons in each region. Otherwise, the Dream City will fall." Hendrik adds, "I can feel the immense power emanating from each one." Jean Huche glanced at him and said that was the second mission. Uriel nodded in agreement, saying that each pillar would have enemy forces within, protecting them. An angel is engulfed in flames, crying out in agony, "Save me!" Cannon, destroying everything, clicks his tongue, unimpressed. "Lame, so boring." Surveying the desolate scene consumed by flames, Cannon continued, "Is that all you've got? You're all useless. Entertain me more." Suddenly, a figure appeared before him, replying, "Then allow me." Hendrik placed his hand on his sword hilt, thinking, defeating the enemy will destroy the pillar. Hendrik introduced himself grimly. "I am Hendrik, the lineage slayer." On the other side, Hamiel stood opposite Uriel. Elsewhere, Vunkern stood behind Hezi with his dark staff, while Haryu and Miho joined forces to attack Meg. A piercing scream echoed through the air. Below, amidst the explosion's aftermath, Jean Hubert smiles wickedly, gliding like a phantom, his eyes gleaming with the thrill of a predator toying with its prey, and says, "Let us end our dwindling fate here." Below summons a massive, brutal spear of light, challenging, "Fight me, Father Jean Hubert." His eyes glow with blinding white light, and a surge of purple power erupts from his body, exuding absolute pressure that threatens to shatter the surrounding space. Across from him, Below's face twisted into a wild, ear-to-ear grin, his eyes gleaming with madness as he reached out to crush Jean Hubert in a blinding golden aura. The ground trembled violently as two destructive forces, one a bewitching crimson, the other a dazzling gold, collided head-on, creating a colossal pillar of light that pierced the sky and obliterated everything in its path. An earth-shattering explosion breaks the silence, unleashing a torrent of energy that shatters the ground. Uriel calmly reaches out, saying, "At least we can talk. I used to be your guide." Hamel laughed, stating the story as if it were obvious. How ridiculous. Hadn't she cut ties that day? Time seemed to slow, flashing back to 10 years ago, with Hamel's face like that of a victor. In her hands she held two wings, and below a body trembled, blood flowing everywhere. Hamel screamed, "The day I cut off your wings!" Uriel silently watches her continue. "You agree, don't you, loser?" She replies softly, "I don't need to fight, because we're both failures." Seeing Uriel's indifferent face, she roared in anger. "Don't treat me like I'm one of you!" Hamel screamed, "I'll engrave you." She accepts the power, and above, a giant fireball erupts, radiating a brilliant golden light as Hamel declares, "I will return to the embrace of the gods." Below, Uriel remains unfazed, clutching her own orb of energy. Uriel cradles the orb with both hands, a mocking smile spreading across her face. "How pathetic," she whispers, unleashing the power towards Hamil with a cry of, "Divine punishment!" Meanwhile, the divine punishment still loomed above, and Higgy stood right beneath it, observing intently. Behind him, Vulcan asked, "Who is he? He hasn't moved an inch." Sun speculates that he's sunbathing, but Vulcan doesn't want to waste time talking to him. "Never mind, we still need to get rid of him and the pillar," Sun replies dutifully. Amidst the violet streaks tearing through the night, Ro is gathering immense power into 2 radiant energy spheres, a white core contrasting with the eerie purple aura, creating a suffocating pressure that threatens to crush everything in its path, as Vulcan and Ton exchange glances and unleash their weapons in unison. The eerie purple power converges and erupts into a colossal beam, hurtling towards Higgy with a force that seems to pierce through space itself. They both yelled, "Soul Light!" Sensing danger, he turned around, his eyes glowing with power. Suddenly, a figure appeared, rushing in front of Higgy to block the attack. Sun thinks to himself in surprise, "Someone blocked my attack?" He asks, "Who's there? A death messenger?" Before them stands a demon, surrounded by a dark aura, restrained by chains. Higgy calmly explains that he doesn't use such crude and barbaric skills, adding that this is a human who willingly submits to him as he tightens the chains in his hand. She's a demon, and she rushes to him, begging, "Lord Higgy, I did well, didn't I? My reward, please give me more demonic energy." Higgy glances at the demon and says, "Okay, if you kill them, I will." Caught off guard, she happily accepts the order. "Really? You promise?" A faint light appears, and Higgy warns, "Remember, within the Black Lake, countless bright eyes are watching like predators. You must share with the others." Before Vulcan can react, a horde of demons charges forward, shouting that they are all Lord Higgy's followers, and must be destroyed. Higgy simply stood still, then declared, "Using one's own body to fight is so uncouth." Von pointed at Jacobone, who replied, "Yeah, I agree. Let's see which commander is better." Meanwhile, Cannon, oblivious to his surroundings, wonders why everyone seems so happy. He then scoffs at the sight of Hendrik collapsed before him, lamenting that he's the only one stuck with a useless opponent. Cannon approached him, continuing, "We dragons are more respected than the other 3 races." He raised a hand, admiring it proudly. "Above all, we possess strong and beautiful bodies. You must think you're lucky to be born a dong, yet you threw that luck away for those wingless Jacobones. They turned their backs on their own god, had their wings clipped, and were punished. I truly don't understand. Perhaps you can help me." Dragonslayer. Hendrik, after hearing those words, he clenched his jaw, thinking, "Damn it, this is annoying, but I have to accept it. He's stronger than me. The difference between dragon ranks is too great." Keenan continued to sneer. "I've never seen a dragon as redundant as you. You wield that sword with that essence, and you even have black hair." Hendrik gritted his teeth and retorted, "Does my hair color have anything to do with you?" The other sneered, "Jacob, you're a dragon, and you don't even know. The color of a dragon's hair and scales represents their magic. Red dragons like me use fire. In other words, we're fire dragons." How strange. But this is the first time I've seen a black-haired dragon. Kanan's bloodshot eyes flashed with murderous intent as darkness consumed his face. He brazenly activated a massive magic circle, its light and power erupting in a violent surge, threatening to incinerate everything. The Kanan sneered, "After all, I guess you're just trash with no talent. I'll burn you like trash." Hendrik, hearing his words, muttered, "Black, my power, my source." Amidst the red space filled with crazed lightning, a bare back stood tall and still, calmly facing the epicenter of the dazzling explosion, unleashing enormous power. Hendrik surged forth, slashing a long line down Kanan's body. Mystic Dragon Slash. Amidst the sudden eruption, he could only stare blankly as Duke Fuang's hand flew in another direction. Kainan narrowed his eyes, thinking, he severed his own lifeline? Impossible. He watched Hendrik slowly descend, pondering. It wasn't magic or swordsmanship. It was... He turned back to Kainan, answering the question in his mind. "You are the light that revived me." Hendrik calls out the system's buffs, the pinnacle of all evil. "You're saying too much," he says. "I've been discovered." He continues, "You're the reason I'm a mystic dragon. My power stems from the pinnacle of all evil, a great demon." Kainan's eyes widened in disbelief at this power. Behind Hendrik, a colossal, sinister dragon roared, surrounded by a dark aura. He cried out, "Demonic energy! You're a demon dragon!" Hendrik lunges at Keenan, shouting, "Don't run! Where's the pride of a dragon gone?" In a desperate moment, Keenan grits his teeth, pouring all his strength into his golden hand for a final counterattack. Amidst the raging red inferno, Keenan conjures a matrix, screaming, "Get out! Get out!" A deafening explosion rips through the air as the epicenter erupts in a blinding white light, unleashing the red firestorm and obliterating everything in its path. Amidst the swirling blood-red aura, Hendrik, with piercing eyes and a chilling demeanor, faced Koinian, his crimson coat ablaze as he commanded the dark energy. Below, Hendrik retaliates with a massive crescent slash, obliterating everything as Keenan grits his teeth and curses. Sweat dripping, eyes wide with rage, he screamed, unleashing his full power in crimson streaks that tore through the space around him, shouting, "Damn it! Damn it! Damn it!" Hendrik watched him silently as he raged. Keenan desperately gathers his strength, unleashing sparks and screaming for Hendrik to get out of his way. A swirling vortex of fire erupts, threatening to consume everything, including the punishment eraser. Kunan rasped in disbelief, muttering, "How could a mere child be a demon dragon? This is the end of your learned tricks. You can't defeat a high-ranking dragon." A bizarre, golden-eyed dragon with vertical pupils suddenly opens its eyes wide, its sharp gaze filled with rage, as if wanting to devour its enemy. Under the intimidating glare of the giant dark dragon, streams of crimson dark energy swirl madly, converging into a dense point of energy right in front of its mouth. Signaling an imminent, devastating blow, Karen gaped, realizing the breath was mixed with demonic energy. From above, Hendrik unleashes his fury, firing a crimson beam of energy from his mouth, tearing through the night and hurtling towards its target with unstoppable destructive power, a demonic breath. Unable to counter or evade, he can only scream, "No!" Meanwhile, Bielo, in the midst of battle, realizes the problem, muttering, "The dragon's mana has vanished. There's no way he could be defeated." Seizing the opportunity, Jean Hayush leaps into the air, preparing to strike, yelling, "You're wide open!" As Jean Hayush descends with his massive, glowing purple greatsword, a burst of golden light erupts from Bielo, blocking the attack and creating a terrifying shockwave. A violent, dark purple energy sweeps through the stone floors, creating shockwaves that pulverize the surrounding ground. Jean Hayush taunts, "What's wrong? Fight me properly. This isn't fun at all." Yunbin unleashes an energy orb at Bielo, taunting, "Didn't you come here to kill me?" Meanwhile, still shaken, Bielo wonders, "What just happened? Seriously? You reached the 600th floor only to be defeated by a dragon?" Jean Hayush points out, "What's wrong? Can't focus? Is it because you can't believe it?" "My teammates defeated your teammates," he retorted. "Oh right, teammates. Father Jean Hayush, don't tell me you actually think of them as your teammates?" Hearing that, Jean Hayush raised an eyebrow. Bielo looked down from above, sneering, "Looks like your standards have dropped drastically since your resurrection. Confident, are we? Keeping those losers around is like pretending they're your allies." "Ah, of course. I'm not talking about Gyung-hun up there. I'm sure the reason he hasn't lingered in this war is because he's wary of all of you, but the rest are just outsiders to this tower. They're bugs that don't even make a sound when they're crushed. And if I were him..." Brilliant streaks of light began to appear around him. And Bielo pointed and unleashed a surge of power towards Jin Hyuk, continuing, "I would have killed them all and turned them into living puppets." At the center was an orb of energy, from which countless arrows rained down upon him. Explosions of light erupted around him, yet Jin Hyuk remained still and calm, his expression turning dark and unreadable. Amidst the destructive power tearing through space and shattering the earth, he stood tall with a cold expression, as if he alone held control in this chaos. After the collision, the moment the arrows struck the ground, triggering a blinding explosion, Bielo's figure didn't flinch, standing proudly at the epicenter, enjoying the dazzling display. He then offered, "Instead of going with them, wouldn't it be more beneficial to cooperate with us, the 9 stars? Jean Hayush's response startled Bielo. "You're incomparable." Emerging from the smoke, Jean Hayush raised his shield, confidently declaring that his current comrades were far stronger. Bielo wondered where he got such a large shield, panicking as he asked what he was planning, before he charged forward with a wild grin, his eyes glowing purple as his hand reached out. Preparing to retaliate with a terrifying dark power, Jean Hayush says it's still too early to be surprised. A purple energy orb gathers. The support team's weapon grants omnipotence, the primordial chaos divine artifact. Jean Huge glides forward, raising a hand with sharp claws as the primordial chaos artifact takes on countless forms. Bielo freezes, thinking, its shape. It's changing. His speed is so great that streaks of light trail behind him. Jean Huge shouts, Bielo, my comrades are different from yours. We've come this far by trusting and protecting each other, even when our comrades are in danger. With burning eyes, Haryu roars, you can't escape either. The devastating blow lands, and he sneers, die, you worm. But Haryu stands firm, her face calm, ready to strike back. The sharp blade flashed, revealing only Haryu's eyes, which reflected Meg's expression and actions. Suddenly, his eyes rolled back, turning white, as glittering hearts floated around his body. Seizing the opportunity, she and Miho joined forces to deliver the final blow, as Jean Huge declared that teammates never abandon each other. It all ended in that moment, as the sharp blade tore through the air, slashing across Meg's face, leaving a bloody gash that stained the space red, ending everything. Jean Huge clenches his fist and charges forward, declaring that Bello can only await a surprise counterattack. In a burst of rage, his fist unleashes a blinding purple energy, a divine strike aimed at Bello. Jean Huge chuckled, declaring confidently that they would win, as he pulled Bello back with terrifying force, making Bello realize that the weapon could do more than just change shape. A chain enveloped in dark energy flies towards him, and he wonders if it can fully utilize Jean Huge's father's power. The chain wraps tightly around Bello, and as he grits his teeth, he wonders if it's been enhanced by the power of a god. Jean Huge grabs the end of the chain and flies forward, laughing as he says, where do you think you're going? He stands firm and begins to pull Bello's body toward the punishment removal machine. The force sends him crashing into the machine, causing it to explode and shake everything around them. The red orb on the punishment removal machine shatters, and smoke fills the air as Jean Huge's words echo. We've come this far, by trusting and protecting each other. Below, a battered Bello sits slumped, recalling his words. Even if my comrades are in danger, I won't let them die. So we will win. His eyes waver as he thinks, comrades, comrades. Cut to the lizardman lord, roaring in fury. Where did you go, you rat-like humans? Floor 120. Lizardman lord. He storms through every nook and cranny, the lizardman lord sneering, hiding only buys you time. This dungeon is my domain. Beneath his feet, a hole just big enough for a person to crawl through. Hiding inside with Carmen, Bello peeked out as the footsteps faded, whispering, is he gone? Behind them, Carmen shivered, calling out, brother, I'm so cold. Bello turned to look at her, calculating. A Lord-class monster had suddenly appeared, and this intelligent beast had been hunting them for days. And with their divine power depleted, his hand slowly slipped. Was this the end? Carmen, her face still innocent, looked up and asked, brother, our comrades, they'll come to save us, right? Bello slumped down, replying, no, we only just met them in the tower. What benefit would they get from saving us? No one on Earth helps orphans like us, and it's the same here. With that, he leaned against the wall, contemplating. The strong prey on the weak. That's how the world works, and he was simply not one of the strong. A pair of red eyes glanced at a small tray on the wall, and Bello looked over as Carmen hesitantly spoke. Lord, she cries out, a Lord-class monster. Lizardman Lord. He smashes through the wall, roaring, I've finally found my prey. In desperation, Bello laments, the strong have power. If only I... The lizardman lord lunges, its gaping maw reflected in his red pupils, as he resolves to grow stronger by preying on the weak. A dark staff envelops an orb of energy, unleashing a powerful beam of light aimed directly at the lizardman lord. Bello stammered, a spirit bomb? Impossible! He was struck by the attack, roaring, how dare you? Who attacked me? Below, a figure cloaked in black and radiating a vibrant aura asks, hey, brother in faith, are you alive? It's Jin Hyo, and he urges them to jump if they want to live. Bello was stunned into silence, thinking he should have been devoured by the Lord-class monster. The weak and the strong. That's the right the strong possess. In the darkness, a fire flickers, radiating warmth as Bello reflects on his thoughts. But Jin Hyuk broke that rule. Bello and Carmen sit before the fire. She clung to him, terrified, crying out that she thought they were going to die. Bello tilted his head, asking how so as he pondered how Jin Hyuk had risked his life to save them. Why? Why did he do that? I don't understand. I don't like it. One day as I was drowning in a dissatisfaction I couldn't comprehend, God gave me a chance. Gaia issued a mission. Kill Jin-hyuk's father, kill the wretch who dared climb my tower, destroy him. As Bello's thoughts trailed off, Jin-hyu slowly approached, saying, "Oh no, are you done for?" "Bello," he said, his face assessing, "you are the one who is not worthy of his tower." Jin-hyuk laughs, adding, "You don't look so good." "Aha, is it because you fought while under punishment? You don't carelessly use your power like Carmen, but it seems you have some internal injuries." The ring on Jin-hyuk's hand glowed, creating a streak of energy, and he seized the moment, declaring this was Bello's mistake for underestimating the punishment and coming here. Gripping his weapon, he uttered a soft farewell. "It's over, Bello." Jin-yu raised his weapon, ready to strike, declaring, "I will reunite you with your sister." Bello simply stood there, motionless. Suddenly, a pale golden aura emanated from Bello. His eyes widened, and a notification appeared. No. The overlord of the sky said it was too early to end. From the deep crater in the rocky ground, a brilliant light and shimmering particles emerged. Amidst the golden light and flying debris, Bello stood tall, seemingly exploding with power, while Jin-hyuk was thrown back by the force of the blast. He struggled to regain his footing, thinking, Bello's physical strength has suddenly increased, and that dialogue box. He wondered aloud, "Hey, Ban, who the hell is that peeping Tom? Do you know him?" But Jin-hyuk received no answer, and he urged impatiently, "Hey, say something." The system says, "No way." Bello, radiating murderous intent, looked down and said, "Didn't you say you wouldn't let anyone die, so you'd win?" What a joke, Jin-hyo's father. He pointed, a savage grin spreading across his face, and continued, "Then I'll just have to wipe you all out, you insects." In a moment of silence, a large crimson lock bound by chains of light appears, signifying the limit of power. The system warns of an anomaly as the chains tighten until the lock shatters into pieces. The system responds that the penalty on Bello, the tower climber, has been lifted. The attacking spirit soldiers are fading away, and on the other side, the demon is collapsing weakly. Heezy rushes in, declaring that all the vessels are dead, leaving only the souls. Han and Woon face off, and Heezy announces that their real battle is about to begin. Woon-gun blocks the attack and retorts, "You said using your life force to fight was beneath you." Heezy stops, repels Han's weapon, and declares, "I never said I couldn't fight." Han Wang's sharp claws extended forward as he declared, "I will end you, spirit." Seeing Heezy approach, Woon-gaeon gritted his teeth and cursed. Suddenly, dark energy emanated from Han's eyes, stunning Heezy. Han's body was ablaze with mysterious power, and Heezy panicked, wondering what was happening to his corporeal body. Meanwhile, Vun-kan was equally shocked, as Han's body was being absorbed by the pillar, and above, the punishment removal machine was draining the oxygen from Heezy's body. Han cries out, "Why? Is the weapon absorbing me?" Realizing the truth, Heezy's eyes freeze in horror. No way. Heezy then realizes the truth. All along, they were just fuel for that weapon? Meanwhile, Cannon is also fading away. Now, a red aura faintly emanates from the top of the punishment removal machine. Hendrik looks up from below, wondering why it's absorbing its allies. A radiant golden crystal emanates from the center of a glowing red sphere, held aloft by a mechanical platform. The punishment remover begins to crumble, as a beam of intense red energy blasts downward, creating a blinding ray of destructive power. Hendrik, recognizing the path of the light, shouts that it's headed towards Tarjin-Hyu. The intense red energy beam finally strikes the ground, creating a blinding white explosion that radiates outwards. Within the crimson glow, a white, sword-shaped crystal emerges, radiating an eternal light from its core, promising unmatched power. Jin-hyuk raises his hand to steady himself, while behind him Bello, restrained, smirks. Red chains coil around the lock, attempting to nullify its power as the system warns of an anomaly. After the chains shattered the lock, the system announced that Bello's punishment had been lifted, and a voice echoed, "This is the weapon I prepared for you." A punishment remover. Jin-hyuk froze, thinking, "It's erasing. Penalties?" In the blazing aura of gold and orange, Bello, his eyes shadowed, smirked. Holding a radiant orb of light, he confidently declares, "As someone who has climbed to the upper floors, I'm sure you understand what this means. You can't win, Cha Jin-hyuk." Jin-hyuk glared at him, gritting his teeth in silence as the punishment erasure machine, a colossal spiral reaching for the sky, shimmered, enveloped in a rainbow aura with a red orb at its apex. A blinding golden light erupts, sending out shockwaves as debris is hurled in all directions. Angels and Veni Ann are thrown back, their screams echoing. The dream is collapsing. A series of fierce orange-yellow explosions erupted across the ground, accompanied by sharp flashes of light, painting a chaotic scene of utter destruction. He knelt on the stone floor and asked, "Is everyone all right?" A nearby angel responded, We're okay." Veni Ann frantically asks, "What about the apostle? Where is he?" Then Veni Ann notices the scene before her. A streak of bright orange-yellow light hurtles down, piercing through massive floating rocks. He thinks to himself, "No way, is he still fighting?" Below looked down at Jean Huche, who was collapsing under the rocks, and sneered, "You were so talkative earlier. Why are you so quiet now, ha ha ha?" He struggled to his feet, and Jean Huche shouted, "Shut up!" Then he pondered, "A penalty removal device. Is that the weapon Donat mentioned?" Jean Huche continues, "You have an interesting toy below, but defying the tower's will like that will have dire consequences." Below points to the punishment eraser, confidently declaring, "I sacrificed my allies, and I can use it after sacrificing 4 horrors who have climbed over 600 floors. Behind Below, a figure appeared, sword in hand, ready to strike. Unaware, he continued, "They're already on death's door anyway." Meanwhile, only Jean Huche noticed the danger, thinking, "A member of the Sacred Swords, so one of them survived." Following Jean Huche's gaze, he finally noticed Below, effortlessly slicing the ambusher in two. His eyes wide with shock as blood gurgled from his throat, he spat out with contempt, "You can't fight wingless things." Meanwhile, Jean Huche's mask begins to appear as Van Bin rushes forward at an incredible speed, prompting Jean Huche to shout a warning, "You bastard, stop." Seeing the situation, the angels begin to worry. "A star without punishment. We couldn't defeat them before." The angel next to him adds, "Or we're doomed." But Venien cuts in, "No, we can't give up." Fueled with determination, Venien roared, "We are Lucifer's sword. We must defeat the intruders at all costs." But a voice cut through the fervor, "No!" Harry, who, high above, waved his hand. "Get out of here. Go to another sector, quickly. It's too dangerous." Above the punishment removal machine, a massive hand reaches out and seizes the red energy orb. Harry, who senses something and turns around warily. Below, a stunned Venien cries out, "Impossible," as the system displays a warning. An anomaly has been detected. Meg, the tower climber, has had his punishment removed. Meg roars with fury and rage, the sound shattering the punishment removal device nearby, and everything around them trembles. Uriel frantically looks toward the source of the sound, exclaiming, "That sound!" Hamil, riddled with arrows, gasped that Meg's restraints were gone, prompting Uriel's shocked reply, What?" Hamil, with grim satisfaction, added, "You're all doomed now. Meg will destroy everything." Giants may be dim-witted and lack ambition, but their place among the 4 heavenly kings has never wavered for one simple reason: overwhelming power that surpasses the advantages of all other races. An angel overheard and spoke in confusion. A giant without punishment? The person next to them chimed in, trembling. "Does that mean?" Uriel turned and shouted to reassure them, "Don't give up. Let's go provide support over there." Suddenly, Hamiel interrupts, "No, you can't!" Having borrowed the power of Sandalahone, she cries out, "Don't take another step." Meanwhile, Meg vaguely hears something, examines his hand, and muses, "What was that? I heard a faint scream, and suddenly the insect seems smaller. Or have I grown larger?" Clenching his fist, Meg declares, "Well, no matter. I can use more power to destroy everything, so I don't care." Haru assesses the situation. "He's here!" she cries. "Everyone, get out of the way!" Veni Yen retorts, "There's no way to dodge something that big." Meg charges forward, but Henrik and Vulcan intercept him, their faces focused and determined. Red and purple energies erupt, striking Meg and throwing him off balance. He roared in anger, his eyes blazing as he glared at Henrik and Vulcan. Then, Meg unleashed a deafening scream. "That hurts, you insects!" Henrik braces himself, warning, "Get out of the way!" In that instant, Meg, eyes glowing coldly, unleashes a devastating punch encased in blue and black energy, shattering the ground. A blue light erupted, and the shadows of Henrik and Vulcan were pushed back by the overwhelming power. Above, the trapped rocks floated in midair as 2 energy blades, one bright gold and the other cold blue, clashed violently. Beolao and Jean Hubert face off in a tense situation. as he unleashes a burst of power that sends Jean Hubert flying back, his gaze fixed on something else. Jean Hubert realizes with shock that the giant's punishment has been lifted, endangering those below. He must help them himself. Suddenly, a golden flash descends from atop a rock, freezing him in place. Hamil, with radiant golden wings and a blinding aura, slowly descends to face Uriel, as Jean Hubert wonders if he's the leader. A wave of immense power descends as she coldly and cruelly surveys the scene, saying, "So, it's you, the one who defied the selection and killed." Without hesitation, he flies up. It's Uriel. Beolao follows close behind, saying, "Don't let your guard down." Jean Hubert glared at the heavenly light, cursing under his breath, and hastily landed on a nearby rock as the blinding energy shot past. He braced himself with his sword. Now, the dark purple energy enveloping him fades away, and Jean Hubert realizes, damn it, he broke through my demonification. He glances over his body, realizing, I don't have enough magic to merge. And it's still not enough against Beolao without the penalty. Looking down from above, Beolao arrogantly declares, "What's wrong, Father Jean Hubert? Can't focus because you're too busy worrying about other things? You've given me an opening, all because of your useless teammates. Above us is Sandalahan, below us is Meg. Your comrades will all die, and I will kill you." Beolao points and laughs excitedly, declaring that to punish those who defy the will of the gods, he will sentence all who oppose the heavens to death by lion. Jean Hubert smirked, replying, "I told you, my comrades are different from yours." Meanwhile, Meg silently turned to see Vulcan and Henrik working together to protect each other. As Jean Hubert's voice continued, "We won't let our comrades die." Meg lowered her head, and Fap dodged. "As a knight, I will eliminate you this time." Before she could finish, a gold coin fell in front of her. From out of nowhere, gold coins rained down from the sky, and a warm voice spoke. "Golden rain," Meg shouted in a panic. "Money! They're floating!" Lich stood high above, continuously throwing gold coins down, saying, 5 million gold. A flash of light appears above Sandalahon, catching his attention. He turns to look, wondering if it's what he just saw. Geohun plummets through the air, leaving trails of brilliant energy in his wake, shocking Ngai, who realizes he's facing an apostle of Tet. Geohun grins wickedly, his eyes glowing amidst the emerald aura, and declares, "Geohun style. First form. Crushing pain." He decisively unleashed a powerful emerald-glowing strike upon Sandalahan's head, a fierce jade-colored force that pierced down from above, erupting in a burst of light and debris. Licht, holding the golden calipers, coldly states, "Our victory." Johan excitedly adds, "It's only just beginning." A figure soars from the depths of a cylindrical abyss, shrouded in a faint blue light and debris. Sandalahan's body is sent flying, and Geo-Ulhan lands powerfully, his eyes burning with strength. Geo-Ulhan looks down at his hand, gritting his teeth at the wound, saying, "It hurts more than I thought. I might have to stop using this hand for a while." His hand trembled violently as Geohan thought that trading it to banish a god without any obstacles was a worthy price. Sandalahan also lost a lot to this hand. A pair of slender legs stepped in front of him and spoke, from the beginning. Hamil, now battered and freezing, asks if he's waiting to banish Sandalahan, and if he dares. She charges forward, screaming, "How dare a human look down on a god?" Geohun remained still, cradling his aching arm and lamenting the gods instead of worrying about himself. Geohun's next words stunned Hamil. "Why don't you try looking at yourself? If you can't improve yourself, don't bother pursuing the power of the gods." With that, her body parts were suddenly severed in utter defeat. Meanwhile, Jean Huch draws back a power arrow, preparing to unleash it with the primal chaos of the all-encompassing divine artifact, the all-powerful arrow. His figure hovers against the dark purple sky, drawing his bow and releasing a rain of brilliant purple energy arrows, tearing through space with overwhelming power as Jean Huch shouts, "Arrow of Annihilation!" Meanwhile, Paolo conjures an energy sphere of destruction, boasting, "How many hits will it take for you to understand, Jean Huch?" He raises the sphere, ready to unleash its power, confident even if Jean Huch uses all his skills. A sphere of light erupts, encased in colossal rings of energy, accompanied by a thunderous sound, signaling the release of power. Paolo continues, "To me, you're still nothing more than a writhing insect." Observing the situation, Jean Huch thinks, "Damn it." A burst of white light erupts intensely at the center, creating amplifying rings of energy, and blowing away debris in a terrifying instant. In midair, he lands on a huge floating piece of debris, crouching low and wary, his black coat billowing in the wind. Blood trickles from John Hook's mouth as he calculates that even Peo Lo's light attacks are having a major impact. Looking up at Peo Lo, he realizes he can't win without incurring some kind of penalty. Wiping the blood from his mouth, he makes a decision. His focus must be on the penalty erasure device. Reflected in it is Henrik, raising his sword, ready to strike, his blade unleashing a stream of dark red energy, leaving a powerful trail of light across the sky. The mystic dragon slash. Meg blocks the blow with his hand, scoffing that it's nothing. Henrik ducks low to the ground after his attack, while Meg's massive body above is covered in streaks of blood and bright red gashes from the strike. He gritted his teeth, thinking, I got this far through hard work, but... A figure suddenly appeared beside him, startling Henrik out of his thoughts. I can't even scratch him. He looked towards the sound, lamenting, oh no, too slow. Meg rips free of the ground-shattering punch, roaring, I've got you now, you worm! Meg looks at Henrik, collapsed on the stone floor, continuing, the bug I missed last time, I've finally caught you. Venyan, Haryu, Vunchern, and the others had fallen. Meg wouldn't need to stop any more bugs. Suddenly, a powerful blow struck him in the face, and a voice declared that Meg would come and help Bello. After the attack, Lich hovered above, asking, Where do you think you're going? I'm still here, Meg retorts, unimpressed. A lock-shaped symbol appears in the Lich's hand as he continues, but you bear a penalty. Strike me, and you'll suffer countless wounds. Meg grabs the orb on the penalty eraser, confidently declaring that he has no penalties, as long as he protects the machine. Hearing his words, the Lich thinks in annoyance, I thought all giants were stupid, but they know exactly how to fight. To overcome this situation, Jean Hill shares the same thought. We must retreat. A strange yellow and white light, surrounded by a green aura, shines down as he shouts, Thong Gem! Bello calmly asks, observing the burst of energy. So, you haven't given up yet? He looked at Jean Hill in his unified form and continued, You've used up all your divine power. Before he could finish, Jean Hill vanished in a flash of light. Bello stares in disbelief, shouting, What? Then, chasing after Jean Hill, he yells, Are you running away, Jean Hill? Bello chased after him, laughing. You know you'll lose, so you're giving up on revenge and running away? Jean Hill glanced back coldly and replied, You're the one who's... He pointed the Supreme Authority staff at him and continued, Hmas, giving up something important. Bello stares in disbelief, muttering, Impossible. He watches Jean Hill charge forward, realizing, he's after the penalty nullifier. Bello raises his arm, focusing a glittering energy at his fingertips, preparing a counterattack, and says, You think that stupid tactic will work as planned? As the golden-orange arrow flies towards Jean Hill, Bello continues. The golden energy arrow pierced his arm, creating an explosion of light and speed at the point of impact. But despite the wound, Jean Hill stood firm, raising his fist to create a dark energy sphere surrounded by brilliant, mysterious halos. From his fist, a massive pillar of crimson energy erupts, hurtling forward at breakneck speed as Jean Hill shouts, God Force Shot! Dao Lao realizes the problem, thinking, He missed because he was hit by my spear. He angrily mutters, Almost. But Jean Hill wasn't thinking about that. No, he hadn't missed. He looked down at Meg, pondering, Was that my target all along? The beam hurtles toward him, a thought flashing through his mind. The giant's punishment erasing device. Struck, Meg is confused, wondering what happened to her punishment erasing device. Seeing his distraction, Lich seizes the chance, creating a radiant golden energy orb and shouts, Seal! Lich continues sternly, Oath seal! Meg, with pointed ears and a pained expression, is engulfed in a sea of energy. Below turned his head in disbelief, shouting, No way! Gazing at the wreckage and Lich standing above, Below angrily voiced his thoughts. From the start, he aimed for the object that would erase Meg's punishment, and after taking the full brunt of the attack, Meg faltered. His eyes glazed over as he teetered on the brink of collapse. A gaping hole ripped through his massive body. Meg plummeted from the sky, roaring, You won't get away with this. Blood gushed from Meg's mouth as he continued, I'll ignore the punishment and empower myself. We'll all die together. Suddenly, Hendrik appeared behind Meg, raising his sword high, ready to strike. No. Only you will die. Hendrik roared, Dragon Demon Slash. In a flash, his shadow and crimson energy blade tore through Meg with a decisive strike. Sensing the tide turning, Below gritted his teeth and roared, Tarjan, help! He ranted madly, saying if he hadn't returned, everything would have gone according to plan. Below summoned an energy sphere, declaring he would kill him for good this time. Gyeonghun's figure flashes forward, asking who Below intends to kill. Gyeonghun's eyes blaze as he throws a devastating punch, muttering about Below's betrayal of his friend. He unleashed a blinding emerald energy blast, exploding into a powerful beam with streaks of speed, and declared, "Eat this!" In that critical moment, a hexagonal energy shield suddenly appeared, blocking the attack. Below stood behind his shield, declaring that such attacks could never break his divine power, as Gyeonghun wondered aloud if he truly wouldn't be punished. A fierce attack slams into the shield, and Below recoils, raising a hand as if to deflect it. He looks down and says, "You?" Below continues, shouting, "Goldrich, are you on Jin Hyuk's side too?" Goldrich flips a gold coin in his hand, replying, "I was never on your side, Below." Unable to find allies, he calculated that if both of them risked their lives to fight, the power they wielded would be equal to his. A troublesome situation. He needed to protect the nullifier and attack them at the same time, when suddenly a dragon appeared above, and Below stared in surprise, thinking, "A dragon." Meanwhile, Uriel, Veniel, and the other angels perform the ritual. "We have cast every divine power we possess." Uriel looks up and pleads, and a streak of light flashes through the dark dragon. Miho leaps down, falling freely as someone cries out, "Mystic Fox!" Miho smiles, calling out, "Mother!" The red orb on the Punisher explodes with power, shattering the debris around it. With Below's defenses shattered, energy fragments scattered everywhere. The nine-tailed fox appeared, looking down at Below, saying, "Hello, slave of the Celestial Lord." He was shocked. The nine-tailed fox had descended. Below reaches forward as a small energy orb forms amidst his powerful aura. He roars furiously, saying that if her body is harmed, her lineage will end. With a stern look, the nine-tailed fox commanded, "Freeze!" Suddenly, Below's body was encased in ice, and he thought in terror, "I can't move." "Now's your chance," he thought, glancing back at Jianzhao. Xianheo crouches, ready to fight. Yang Chao transforms into a massive sword shrouded in dark energy, and the nine-tailed fox cries out, "You dare!" Jianheo roars, "It ends here, Below!" Below panicked, unable to resist, and could only cry out in despair, "No!" In a burst of attack, Gyeonhyo swung his sword, creating an energy sphere that tore through everything with overwhelming power. Below's body is thrown back by the force, his hands raised to brace himself. He grits his teeth, thinking, "I blocked 5 of Choi Gyu-hong's punches, but I'm pushed back by a single touch." Suddenly, a lock symbol appeared above him, and Below froze. His red pupils widened as he realized, "Oh no, the penalty." Gyeonhyo rushes in, grabbing his collar, saying that's enough. Below cries out, "Father, Gyeonhyo!" The nine-tailed fox smiles gleefully from above. "Perhaps I've won." The system appears beside her, calling her the height of malice, and remarks that it's been a while since a group attacked the left heavenly realm. It turns and asks if the gift they prepared has been received, Heavenly Sovereign. Meanwhile, Jiahee's system remained silent, prompting the nine-tailed fox to ask why it wasn't responding. Then, the old man's system suddenly flew away. She remarked that it had run off, but the system replied that they were laughing and speechless. Lucifer silently listens to the conversation. Below stubbornly faces Gyeonhyo, saying, "No, it can't end like this. He needs to create a paradise where the strong rule, and he must kill those who want to conquer the tower." Yentuk says that if he does that, no one will climb the tower, and that's not paradise. Unfazed, he laughs, saying that world is the right thing, where everyone recognizes their place and submits. Jianxiao interrupted him, saying, "Enough nonsense. Behind you, Tam has been summoned." Jianxiao continued, "It's time for you to face your punishment." Below thinks as he stares into the monster's fanged maw, "I can't die like this. Tell Carmen I said hello. He understood his ideal, and I still haven't seen the world he'll create." He screamed in defiance, "I can't die like this." The celestial master, a streak of light across the sky. A massive dark hand surrounded by a white aura crushes and tears the sky like glass, preparing to pull its entire body through the fissure. From the void, a colossal, muscular figure wreathed in white light emerges, powerful and imposing, ready to face the world, his face framed by a white beard and radiant light, his eyes burning with intense energy, a display of supreme authority and absolute power. Suddenly, a blinding light tore through the sky, instantly grabbing the attention of Ginhyo and Beolao, as Ginhyo asked, "What is that?" The nine-tailed fox is stunned, saying, "Impossible." Beolao confidently laughs, certain of victory. "He has answered my prayers. Vun, Haryu, And everyone else looked up as his voice echoed, "The strongest angel. No, the strongest god of the tower." The Uriel also gazed upwards, while Gyeong-hun and Lich stood silently, observing as Beolao continued, "The Lord of Heaven." A giant hand tears through the sky, and the imposing figure of Jia. He steps out, radiating light. His eyes burn with power as he speaks, "Giham." He looked down with imposing majesty, extending a massive hand as if giving an order, or about to unleash ultimate power. Seeing Jia, his actions, the nine-tailed fox was startled, turning back to shout a warning, "Everyone, run!" From his fingertip, a dazzling light erupts, instantly forming a brilliant X-shaped energy sphere, signifying its release. Cut to a majestic ancient arena standing tall against the blue sky on the 190th floor. The voices of the bustling market echoed, "All right, this is too cheap. You tower climbers, go get your gear." The shopkeeper offered a red apple, saying, "Try this, it's very sweet." The customer excitedly asked, "Really?" He takes the apple, saying, "Thank you." But the moment he touches it, his arm vanishes, leaving only a dark shadow on the pure white background, as the buyer stares in disbelief. A blinding white light tore through the sky from the upper left, instantly obliterating the majestic Chosvos castle with its towering black spires, and the city below as if they never existed. One by one, everything slowly vanished into nothingness. The skyscrapers consumed by the dazzling light, leaving behind only streaks of light and irreversible disintegration. The entire city was engulfed in a blinding, violent light, mercilessly destroying colossal structures, leaving only debris and the crimson hues of devastation as a surge of energy erupted, tearing through the sky and scattering architectural fragments. In the aftermath, colossal buildings lay in ruins, a testament to utter annihilation. The apple vendor's hand fell and dissolved, while those still clinging to existence cried out in horror, "The city, it's gone." One of their faces reflects utter bewilderment as, from the epicenter of destruction, a brilliant golden light like molten rock erupts, fracturing the earth into burning circuits. Black smoke billows, engulfing the scene, leaving only a fiery pit with twisting tendrils of orange-gold energy. Jahi's fingertip descends as the pit of destruction still burns, and beneath his colossal form, below smirks, "What a sight, you bastards!" He roared, declaring, "This is the power of my god, the true ruler of the tower. This is the strength of Dihao." Suddenly, a fiery surge pierced Below's chest, freezing the smile on his face mid-taunt. "You worm." Behind Below, a voice calls out, "Enough. Below, I need a large amount of divine power, one that costs more than your form." In the midst of the brilliant golden light, Jahi raises his hand, unleashing a massive burst of power to obliterate Below before him. He makes his decision. "Then give me everything you have." In a panic, Below cries, "Wait, I still—" But Jahi cuts him off. "This is what you wanted, the fate of being ruled by the strong." Below's body fades into nothingness as he cries out in agony, "I have been loyal to you." Jahi's body emits a majestic golden light, absorbing all of Below's life and power, causing him to vanish. Below cries out in fear to Shin, "Spare me! I don't want to die." Destructive power surges straight into his mouth. After absorbing the immense power, Jahi descends, proclaiming, "Finally, I can move properly." Jahi, rank, absolute god. Power, 9999+. Jin Hyuk lunged forward. "You're behind all of this, aren't you?" He gripped his sword, ready to strike. Jahi cut to the chase, saying, "Yes, he would kill people like him and create his own paradise." Jin Hyuk retorted, "Really? Then this will end if I kill you, right? I'll take your life as punishment for killing that traitor Daolo." He replies with amusement, "You're quite interesting. Now I see why Ban likes you." The system's ban appears stating, "The law forbids transcendent beings from interfering with the tower," to which Jin Hyuk calls out, "Ban." The system continues, asking if he thinks the other gods will let this go. Jahi coldly looks at the screen, asking which god would dare oppose him. He points imposingly, declaring that after he burns the lands of the 190th floor and executes that wretch Jin Hyuk, everyone will know. Jahi raises his hand, a sphere of pure white light gathering in his palm, radiant and glittering like the finest jewel, and affirms that he is the master of the tower. From the pure light sphere in Jahi's hand, a brilliant crimson energy is unleashed, tearing through everything in its path. Caught off guard, Jin Hyuk grits his teeth, thinking, "That attack again. And it's faster." Venien appeared, his thoughts racing. He couldn't dodge it. In that moment of life and death, he embraced Jin Hyuk, using himself as a shield against the oncoming red energy. Venien grits his teeth and glances back, the fiery trail streaking across the pale blue sky like an arrow of energy, fading and disappearing into the endless void as Jae accuses, "You're just a pawn of Lucifer. Resistance is futile." Suddenly, a brilliant purple energy, moving at terrifying speed, shot straight toward his face as Jae turned to Gi Hong-hoon and the former Great Fox, angrily saying, "You dare interfere." The former Great Fox and Tess's apostle responded without hesitation. Of course, Gi Hong-hoon cracked his knuckles, adding, "I didn't learn all this to stay silent." With a determined look and sharp eyes, he raised his hand and continued to summon an energy orb, saying, "All right, come on." A fiery surge of energy descends, creating an earth-shattering explosion above the floating rock. Jean-Hui, amidst the smoke and dust, angrily grits his teeth, turning to Venien and saying, "Venien, I'm alive thanks to you." Suddenly, his pupils dilated, and Jean-Hui cried out in alarm, collapsing to his knees. "Your legs, Venien. Apostle, I can't let you die." Jean-Hui, startled, quickly explained, "Why would you go this far? I'm not Lucifer's apostle." Meanwhile, he replied, "I knew it." Jean-Hui paused, exclaiming, "Huh?" Venien continued to speak his heart. "However, if Lucifer has chosen you to free us from the evil god's rule, then I will protect that prophecy." He glanced at the glowing angel souls around him and continued, "They've already agreed with me." Jean-Hui observed, then thought, "The souls of the fallen angels." Venien earnestly said, "Fight alongside us, Jean-Hui, by devouring our souls." Jean-Hui shouts, "Swallow your souls? Do you understand what that means? You'll never be free, never reincarnated, never become specters again." "That's all," Venien solemnly replied. "I've prepared for this as well." Yan Chejiang spoke, but Venien interrupted, "Only you can defeat Dihao." He urged, "I don't have time, Jean-Hui. You need to do it now." Jean-Hui clenched his fists until his knuckles turned white, and he growled, "Okay." With burning eyes and a ferocious expression, Jean-Hui opened his mouth wide, swallowing the souls of the angels, and declared, "I won't let everyone's efforts be wasted." Jean-Hui tilted his head back, continuously absorbing the souls of the angels, and as he regained his strength, he shouted, "Devour!" Venien, lying among the crowd, watches Jean-Hui, his eyes widening with a satisfied smile. "Thank you." A brilliant sphere of energy erupts, centered on a mysterious black vortex split into 4 parts. Gi Young-hon and the nine-tailed fox join forces to attack Gia-hee, and as he clenches his fist, Gi Young-hon thinks, "My opponent is a god. This is pointless." Meanwhile, the nine-tailed fox prepares her own energy orb, calculating that they must secure victory by giving it their all. Standing amidst a radiant pink aura, she unleashes her mystical fox power. Meanwhile, surrounded by a powerful emerald aura, Gi Young-hun clenched his fist and charged forward, his eyes blazing as he prepared to unleash a devastating blow. Empowered direct hit. Crush. 2 brilliant energies, emerald and magenta, flared, reflecting on Jia-hee's cold but powerful face. The impact of the power clash explodes into his body, creating an electric shock that tears through space. Immediately after the impact, black smoke billows from Jia-hee's head, obscuring his face. The nine-tailed fox turned to Gi Young-hon, asking if he was all right, but the apostle of Tet, clutching his arm, replied that he couldn't use that arm because of the punishment. A giant hand lunges, attempting to seize Gi Young-hon, who remains oblivious, saying, "Even the most powerful beings can't withstand this power." Realizing the danger, Gi Young-hon turns and cries out, "I'm dead!" Jia-hee's massive hand crushes Gia Young-hon, while his other hand reaches for Kuvi-ho Lee, asking how they dare defy the King of Gods, promising no forgiveness. He roars in fury, "I won't!" Jia. He stands tall, his body ablaze with blinding golden energy, fists clenched tight. "Insects!" Then he slowed, declaring he'd decided to kill them all and destroy the lower levels of the tower, ensuring the vermin could never escape. Below, everyone looked up in horror at the shattering sky as Jia-hee's voice echoed, "I will block all access to the tower. I will create my own paradise, where no one dares challenge my power." Gi Young-hon recoiled in pain, as did the nine-tailed fox, while Ningyi and Giang struggled to stand. Caught off guard, a familiar voice echoed, "How laughable." Gi Young-hon whispered, "You." Then, a piercing scream. "Father Jian-hyu, before you." Vakthan Kim looks down, sword on his shoulder, saying, "Who said they'd let you?" Kuvi-ho Lee observes Jian-hyu, silently assessing him, the immense divine power that severed Jiahao's arm. He's absorbed the power of the fallen angels. If that's the case, Jia. He suddenly bursts into laughter, roaring furiously. You fool, a mere human being so greedy. To devour Lucifer's minions. It seems you've amassed power, nearing that of a god. Without a scratch, Jia. He regenerates his severed hands, unleashing a fierce energy blast, declaring that Jian Hyush doesn't have the power to wield such divine strength. Jian Hyush gracefully dodges Jia. He attacks, but his roar continues to echo through the air. You've received power beyond your limits. It will burn you up and you will fall. Despite it all, he reaches out with his massive hand, as if to seize Jin Hyuk, who soars with pure white angel wings and roars, I will crush you. His eyes widened, pupils glowing with a fierce purple light like magical flames, surrounded by streams of black and magenta, heralding an eruption of power as the giant hand lunged forward, colliding with the vibrant purple energy emanating from Jin Hyuk, creating an explosion of light and blinding flashes in the sky. Gi screamed, That's... Jong Hun, equally surprised, exclaimed in disbelief. Demonic energy, but Jin Hyuk is consuming divine power. Jin Hyuk, standing in his body, shouted, Reaction! Jin Hyuk grits his teeth, absorbing all the energy, when suddenly he opens his mouth, unleashing a sphere of violently exploding golden energy. Jin Hyuk strains, thinking, divine power, flowing in endlessly. If this continues, the system chimes in, reminding him to stay calm. Straining, Jin Hyuk gazed at the system screen and called out, Lucifer. It responded, You must have found a clue to solve this problem. He remembers standing before the Lucifer statue, his shadow imprinted deep, his lips parting, tearing through the air. On one side, a pure white angel's wing. A thought emerges. By changing the flow of divine power into demonic power, and balancing those two forces, one can neutralize the pressure. In midair, Jin Hyuk appears with opposing forces. One side a magical black-purple, the other a brilliant gold-white, a diamond-shaped energy core shining at his center. He calls out, Fall! And from above, he soars with contrasting wings, calmly looking down at Jia below, who grits his teeth, realizing the problem. That form? Jia, he roars furiously. Lucifer! Without another word, Jin Hyuk coldly declares, All right, let's end this, Dihao. In Ga-hyuk's palm, a dark, powerful orb begins to form, and he roars, How dare you! Jai Hyu unleashes a spiraling torrent of golden energy, a drill of fire that obliterates everything in its path, roaring, Defying me with that form, the power surging with explosive force. Jin Hyuk's eyes gleam with defiance, one side a bewitching violet, the other a radiant gold, focusing his power to its maximum. He fearlessly charged into the light, declaring, Dream on! Jia. He thought to himself, how can he block my divine power so easily? Does that mean his divine power is stronger than mine? Jin Hyuk raised his hand, his sharp claws covered in magical purple flames, and said, Don't be surprised just because I blocked you once. Jin Hyuk summons the power of his sword, the primordial chaos manifestation, and raises the blade ablaze with magical purple flames, sharp and brutal. He rushes towards Jia. He, declaring, Because your neck will be cut this time. The old man angrily tightens his grip and roars, How dare you, you lowly insect! As the purple slash collided with Jia, a blinding white explosion erupted, unleashing fierce energy. The impact created an absolute white burst, surrounded by faint rainbow halos, distorting and transforming space itself. Below, the crowd watches and wonders if he can win against Dihao. Haryu whispers, Orabioni. She shouts, urging him not to lose. Haryu cries out, Orabioni! Blood trickled from Jin Hyuk's lips as he roared with demonic fury, pouring all his strength into this attack. His power was beginning to shatter Jahai's divine form, and small cracks appeared on his hand. Then, with a slash, the demonic divine blade pierced Jahai's hand, tore through his body, and severed his arm. He was utterly astonished, his brow furrowed, a sense of unease washing over him. I am a god with power surpassing the tower itself. He looked at Jin Hyuk, a thought suddenly dawning on him. Could he wield divine power on par with his own? Thinking to himself, even demonic energy? Guy couldn't accept defeat, screaming madly, Impossible! I am a god, the master of this tower. Guy's severed fingers floated in the air, surrounded by burning golden energy, then gradually disappeared into nothingness as Guy roared, No way! A soul ablaze with orange light hurtles towards him, surrounded by countless others as Jia, his scream echoes in the air. A human can surpass me? Jin Hyuk coldly interrupts. No, you are not a god. He points at him, stating plainly, you are just a cowardly wretch. Gaya grits his teeth at Jin Hyuk's next words, someone surpassing him. Two radiant spirits fly toward him, and he shouts, shut up! Let's see if you can still talk big after this attack. As Jin Hyuk faced the two streams of light heading straight for him, absolute power erupted, forming a massive sphere of white and fiery orange, engulfing everything in its destructive fury. Ga He sneered. Someone who gains power by absorbing Lucifer's flies. How pathetic. The light engulfed the scene, reflecting in his pupils the distorted image of a man exploding with energy, causing Jia He to wince. Amidst the ruins and the brilliant light of the explosion, he gaped in astonishment at Jin Hyuk, soaring with contrasting wings, wielding his blazing sword in a powerful arc. Masked, he replies somberly. Unlike you, images of angelic souls flashing through his mind. Those you see as flies, he continues. Vanian's smile flickers, and Jin Hyuk confidently declares that they are far more courageous. The more he speaks, the more agitated Jiahe becomes, cursing him as a stupid bastard. With a demon mask, purple horns, and fiery eyes, Jin Hyuk unleashes a powerful strike, cleaving through the purple energy hurtling toward the glowing, lava-like abyss, bisecting Jia He and causing his body to tremble violently. His body was completely enveloped in brilliant purple light and lightning. Ban's system and Jia He were face to face. His system speaks, "Did you come here to mock me?" It repeats Ban's name, to which Ban's system replies, "Yeah, like he said, you're a loser." Despite his immense power, he crushed those with potential, and he tried to crush him too. Ban accuses him of fearing and crushing talent, which led to his downfall, leaving only silence in response. Then, a message appeared. "Damn it," before shattering into fragments. Outside, Gahi's body was also fading into nothingness. In his final moments, he stubbornly screamed, "No, I am the master of the tower." But Ji Hyuk, without a word, unleashed a devastating blast, and he bore the full brunt of the fatal attack. Jayi's body shattered, his broken fragments suspended in the air, dissolving into nothingness amidst the blinding light of the final blow. Against the azure sky, his last fragment crumbled, floating weightlessly like cosmic dust. A tragic end, as the villain's last remnants crumble into nothingness, vanishing forever. Jin Hyuk calmly withdraws his power, thinking, this power that his body can't withstand is fading away. Jin Hyuk, holding the mask, glances in one direction and says, "That's enough, right?" Vanyen's soul link and the other angels have arrived, and he smiles, continuing, "I've avenged everyone." Vanyen vanished with a contented smile, as if in thanks, and he silently watched his body fade away. Finally, Jin Hyuk thought to himself, "Now, I've reached my limit." He let go, allowing his body to fall freely through the endless sky. A hand reaches out to catch Jin Hyuk as Haru embraces him tightly. Jin Hyuk's eyes flutter open, and the first thing he sees is her figure, as Haru's voice echoes, "Orabioni, Orabioni, Orabioni." Everyone was there asking if he was awake. Jin Hyuk looked around and replied, "Everyone, everything's all right." Then, he gently closed his eyes and whispered, "Thank goodness." Haru cried out in alarm. "Orabioni!" Everyone rushed over, worried, shouting, "What's wrong? Wake up, Father Jin Hyuk." She frantically cried out, "Orabioni, please open your eyes, Orabioni." A month later, the basements of the Holy Kingdom that Piolao had sold became the property of those opposing the celestial world, under Goldrich's management. She sold the top floors of the tower, throwing everything into chaos, and they couldn't focus on the lower levels. Floor 190, the entrance to the next level. Hendrik glanced over, asking if he'd rested well, and Jin Hyuk rubbed his shoulders, saying he'd rested so long his body had stiffened up. Haru added that after using enough power to defeat a god, he deserved the rest, and Miho agreed, saying that was right. He nodded, adding that Jihao's scheme had failed, and now nothing could stop them. With determination etched on his face, Jin Hyuk declared, "Now, let's cleanse this tower." The team responded in unison, "Yes, let's go." After their glorious victory, Jin Hyuk's entire team stepped through the swirling blue gate, marking a new beginning and the end of their grand journey.